30 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky, unveiling a mysterious era, the era of the ruins of gods. Since then, gods have descended upon the world to feed on humans, becoming a new natural disaster that has enveloped the blue planet like a plague. But one night, people discovered a strange phenomenon. In a quiet city, I slaughtered several gods and cooked and ate their bodies. My name is Lin Baici. I am an ordinary college entrance examination candidate on Earth. I performed exceptionally well in this year's college entrance examination. I don't know if this is because the Bodhisattva of Longchan Temple is efficacious. Like many other candidates, I went to Longchan Temple to make a wish before the exam, and now it's time to fulfill it. Carrying 3 incense sticks, fruits, and cakes, I walked along the cobblestone path into the depths of the temple. In front of the Bodhisattva, I just made a wish to become a successful host and make a lot of money by making videos. Suddenly, I felt a cramp in my lower abdomen, like extreme hunger. I am no stranger to this feeling, because whenever I have this inexplicable hunger, there is usually something of great value waiting for me to discover nearby. This time, my intuition told me that there was an unexpected treasure somewhere. So I quickened my pace and walked towards the release pond, which is a popular spot for tourists to take photos and check in, and the chance of losing things is also greater. As my hunger grew, I knew my goal was within reach. In the octagonal pavilion, I found a pink cartoon wallet, which contained not only a stack of banknotes, but also 3 bank cards and a passport. Just as I was flipping through the pages, a blonde Korean girl came rushing over, anxiously looking for her lost property. Through the conversation, I learned that the girl's name was Jiningjin, and that the wallet was dropped by her accidentally. After a while, I handed her the wallet. The girl took it with surprise, thanked me repeatedly, and wanted to give me money as a reward. I refused with a smile and was about to leave when suddenly a meteor streaked across the sky and crashed into Longchan Temple. With a roar, a large amount of black fog swept in like a tsunami. Legend has it that 30 years ago, a meteor brought about the ruins of God, from which gods walked out and fed on humans. Now, we are also caught up in this disaster that came from the sky. In the fog, the girl and I were forced to wake up. She nervously explained the dangers of the ruins of gods. If we don't destroy the remains of the gods brought by the meteor as soon as possible, we will be contaminated by the mysterious energy and gradually lose our humanity. I tried to recall the rumors, but there was only one thing I could do at the moment: run for my life. Just as we were discussing how to act, the dull sound of wooden fish sounded in our ears, and a 3-meter-tall dark Buddha statue appeared silently behind us. "I Buddha ask you, are you sincere?" The voice of the dark Buddha statue was like thunder, directly striking the soul. Soon, the rapid sound of wooden fish sounded again in the surrounding area, and this sound seemed to hit my heart, making Jiningjin and I almost feel suffocated. Jining really wanted to run away, but a big hand grabbed her wrist tightly. She looked back, and a mysterious Buddha statue suddenly appeared in front of us, looking down expressionlessly, with scarlet light shining in its eyes, like the underworld fire of hell. And the Buddha statue has raised the wooden fish. "If you run away, your head will be blown off by a wooden fish." She was sweating profusely, her whole body was soaked, and she looked at me with pleading eyes. I shook my head. "We can't run, or we'll die." The mysterious voice said we must show our piety, or the wooden fish will turn into a ball of blood fireworks. Asked us again, but from its expression I knew that its patience seemed to have reached its limit, and the wooden fish in its hand was raised high, as if it would drop it at any time. Kim Young-jin looked at me with despair. Her eyes made me realize that only I could find a solution. I took a deep breath and decided to try the strategy of praying to Buddha. At this moment, a mysterious voice sounded in my mind. "Worship the Buddha and offer incense money, but don't offer too little, otherwise it will be very angry." Just as the stone hammer of the Buddha statue suddenly fell, I hurriedly took out my wallet and handed over 150 yuan, canteen card, and ID card. The hammer stopped in front of my forehead, and the wind blew my bangs apart. Jiningjin covered her mouth and almost cried out. I saw the Buddha's expression smile, but his hammer didn't move away from me. So, without hesitation, I took out my phone and took off my t-shirt and jeans and handed them to the Buddha. The Buddha statue looked at the incense money I offered, and a satisfied smile appeared on its ferocious face. Soon, the Buddha opened its mouth wide, swallowed my item, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the Buddha statue did not leave, but turned towards Jiningjin, and the fierce look reappeared. What I didn't expect was that Kim Young-jin actually imitated me and presented her wallet, mobile phone, watch, and even took off her denim hot pants and tight top. Soon, the Buddha statue absorbed her items with satisfaction, tapped the wooden fish, and disappeared into the mist. We survived the disaster and hugged each other tightly. Kim Young-jin kissed my cheek excitedly. I stared at the Buddha statue that had just disappeared and couldn't help wondering what it was. Jin told me that it was a God-forbidden object. This forbidden object appeared in the god's ruins, which could not be explained by science. The official definition of it was something that even gods feared. She looked at me gratefully, as if thanking me for my calmness because she was so panicked that she couldn't think. These taboo objects, are there in Shinshu? I felt a headache. Kim Young-jin seemed to notice my helplessness and looked at me with a little envy, probably because of my figure. She asked me if I worked out regularly, but in fact, I didn't like working out. She obviously didn't believe it and looked at my 8-pack abs in surprise, as if she was wondering how these muscles could grow on their own. I wondered if we would encounter other gods. Kim Young-jin seemed helpless and could only rely on me. Although she was beautiful, I had no mood to appreciate her at the moment because I was hungry. At this moment, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in my mind, suggesting that I use Jin as a backup ration and suggested charcoal roasting. The fog around us cleared slightly, and our field of vision expanded to more than 20 meters. Kim Young-jin seemed a little dizzy, so I decided not to hesitate any longer and started looking for a way out. When I was getting ready to leave, the voice in my head reminded me that there was a big meal over there, but with my appetite, I couldn't eat it, so it suggested that I take shelter for a while. I wondered what the voice was, and though I got no answer, it suggested that I go to the right, as that was my wild area, and my appetite was eager to start eating. I decided to follow the voice's advice and carefully walk through the fog with Jin. My calmness seemed to infect her, and she gradually calmed down. Suddenly, I stopped and asked her to squat down. She followed my gaze and saw more than a dozen bodies lying in a mess not far away. These people seemed to be the unlucky ones who died at the hands of the meritorious Buddha, perhaps because they would rather die than donate incense money. I guess they didn't know how to prove their sincerity. Luckily, I can go and loot the remains of these corpses. Summoning my courage, I approached the bodies. 9 men and 7 women, all with their heads smashed. I started searching for anything useful and found a Manchester United jersey, which, even though it was covered in blood, was better than just wearing my underwear. The Buddha statue did not move the relics on the corpse. It seemed that it would not accept any incense money that was not offered voluntarily. I found a Rolex and some practical things, 2 lighters, more than 600 yuan, and 3 mobile phones, in case I encounter the meritorious Buddha next time. Kim Young-jin changed into a cotton miniskirt and put on a white sun protection shirt. She looked a little lost because she didn't find any weapon. We continued walking, and after more than 10 minutes, we saw a moon-shaped door not far away, which looked like the hole after the eyes of a monster were dug out. My heart was filled with unknown expectations and a little uneasiness. On the moon-shaped gate, the 4 large characters, Bodhi Peach Garden, come into view, and a strange fruity fragrance fills the air. Jin stood on tiptoe and looked into the peach orchard through the mist. The mist gradually dissipated, and more than 40 meters away, a forest of peach trees appeared, with branches laden with fruits, as if waving to people. Lin Baici walked through the moon gate without hesitation, walked along the gravel path, and entered the peach garden. He felt a little uneasy as he had no weapon to defend himself. He planned to break off a branch, but was worried that it would attract a terrible monster. Kim Young-jin was attracted by the huge peach, and her saliva began to flow involuntarily. The peach was pink and smooth, just like a girl's skin, making her mouth water. Lin Baici noticed something strange about the peach tree. The low branches seemed to be performing a magic dance, filled with a weird aura. At the end of the gravel path, a thatched cottage came into view. In the small yard in front of the cottage, there was a well and a dead dog. Birds were jumping around in the vegetable patch to the east, and about a dozen people gathered here. Lin Baici and Jin appeared, causing everyone to look at them nervously. They only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were not monsters. However, the men's eyes stayed on Kim Young-jin. Lin Baici glanced around and found 6 middle-aged women sitting at a stone table to rest. These aunties are about 50 years old, dressed fashionably, and are obviously people who are keen on square dancing after retirement. Continued to observe as he found nothing useful in the hut. A round-faced man in his 40s was holding a kitchen knife, with a bandage wrapped around his left hand, but his right hand did not have a fierce aura. Instead, he looked like a house husband. Chui Feng appeared behind the hut. His appearance stopped the quarreling couple, and the 6 aunts also stood up with flattering smiles. Chui Feng had a hatchet on his waist and a torch in his hand, and he looked at Jining with ill intent. Just then, a gust of wind blew, the fog dissipated, and the peaches on the peach tree suddenly shook, cracked, and fell from the branches screaming like a mouth, grew four scorpion-like long legs, and crawled towards the crowd at a rapid speed. The Chong Sam wearing lady was terrified and tried to run, but she tripped and fell to the ground. Chui Feng and others were also frightened by the sudden appearance of this monster. The peach monsters came like a tide, blocking everyone's way. Jin Yingzhen reminded everyone not to run, as if she understood the rules of these monsters. Everyone stopped, and the peach monster stopped chasing. However, Curly is surrounded by dozens of peach monsters who scream and urge her to eat them. After the curly-haired lady refused, the peach monsters bared their fangs and bit her until she bled. Everyone was frightened by this scene. Then, another old lady with double eyelids was also surrounded by the peach monsters. She tried to escape, but was caught up and bitten by the peach monsters, leaving behind a white skeleton. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Baici realized that everyone must go through this horrific game of God's taboo. The peach monsters crawled towards Lin Baici, and he was terrified. Did he really have to eat these monsters to survive? These peaches have scorpion legs and gaping fangs that look extremely scary, but the saliva that flows from the corners of their mouths exudes a sweet taste that makes people want to take a bite. Just when Lin Baici hadn't figured out what to do, the peach monsters suddenly paused, then turned around and crawled towards Chui Feng. Lin Baici breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that Jining Zhen was holding his jersey tightly, and she had obviously chosen to go forward and backward with him. Chui Feng was surrounded by peach monsters and started wailing. He pulled out the hatchet from his waist, held a torch, and slashed it on the ground, and the torch actually ignited. The darkness in the peach orchard was dispelled by the fire, and the peach monster screamed and retreated. Chui Feng was overjoyed, and the others were also excited. This torch was obviously a taboo object and could deter these monsters. The peach monster hesitated for a moment, decisively gave up Chui Feng, and crawled towards the Chong Sam ant. The ant hurriedly ran to Chui Feng for shelter, and the peach monster stopped under the intimidation of the torch. Everyone approached Chui Feng, trying to use his torch to save their lives. Chui Feng sure asked for 1 million from each person before he could take them out. This sudden request made the atmosphere awkward, but at the critical moment of life and death, everyone could only swallow their anger. At this moment, Chui Feng suddenly neurotically used a torch to light the Chong Sam lady on fire, and the flames instantly burned her to ashes. Everyone was stunned. Chui Feng had obviously been contaminated and controlled by the rules of the torch. He set another old lady on fire. The power of the torch was irresistible, and Chui Feng was eventually burned to ashes by his own torch. The torch fell to the ground, and everyone fell into despair. Wang Kuan bravely picked up the torch and lit it like Chui Feng did, but he was also engulfed by the flames soon after. The scene was extremely tragic. Lin Baici realized that he had to do something, otherwise it would be his turn. Lin Baici decisively picked up the torch, the flame was lit, and the peach monster was forced back again. He led everyone to rush out, the flames flickering, like a dragon galloping in the peach orchard, scaring away the peach monsters on the ground. The old lady was stunned. She didn't expect that the big boy would dare to take the torch when 2 people were burned by it. Isn't he too brave? She was overjoyed and hurried to catch up. If he could leave here alive, he should be worshipped as a longevity tablet. Sima Mu was shocked by Lin Baici's courage. He was a real man. Although his left hand was bandaged, it did not hinder his running. He cleverly kept a distance of 5 steps to avoid being accidentally injured by the torch. Kim Youngjin suggested that she should hold the torch instead, thinking that this would reduce the risk of rule pollution. Lin Baici refused and continued to wave the torch to light the nearby peach tree. He was always alert to make sure he had no physical discomfort or bad thoughts. The peach monsters quickly caught up, and a few of them charged boldly, causing the old ant to scream. Lin Baici waved the torch vigorously to force back the monsters, shouting at everyone to hold on as they were not far from the exit. The peach trees in the peach orchard suddenly twisted in unison, as if they were cursed. More peach monsters fell down, grew 4 legs, and ran towards the crowd. Sima Mu gripped his sickle tightly, ready to fight his way out. Lin Baici rushed out first, waving the torch like a dragon. The flames ignited the monsters, and the flying sparks were also extremely powerful. The wind blew, ashes fell. Lin Baici rushed out of the moon cave door and immediately looked back. Sima Mu and Jining Zhen followed closely behind him. The old lady fell behind because of her lack of physical strength. She cried for help, and Lin Baici quickly returned, grabbed her arm, and threw her out of Taoyuan. The peach monsters gathered in front of the moon cave, shouting, "Eat me!" But they didn't dare to come out. Jiningjin looked at Lin Baici with admiration, and the old aunt clasped her hands together, grateful. Jiningjin regretted that the last aunt could not escape. Sima Mu looked at the wound and felt that he owed Lin Baici a life. Lin Baici decided to extinguish the torch, but he was worried about how to deal with it. Thinking of the previous situation, he threw the torch out, and the torch went out in 10 seconds. Jiningjin admired his wit, but Lin Baici picked up the torch again, intending to use it to defend himself. They continued to explore, unable to leave without finding the divine remains. The four of them walked through the corridor and entered the monks' quarters, where Jiningjin suggested going to the abbot's meditation room. Sima Mu pushed open the door of the monks' dormitory and was startled by the sound, but he insisted on looking for clues. Entering a courtyard, they found a tea tree, and the voice of the god of tea sounded again, describing the magical effects of tea. Lin Baici decided to pick tea leaves, and Jiningjin and Sushio followed suit. However, Sima Mu suddenly discovered that there were vines wrapped around their necks. Lin Baici realized that this was another taboo of God, and they had to enter the meditation room to find a solution. Among the four, Sima Mu was the most anxious. He strode up the steps and pushed open the door of the Zen room. The Zen room is half the size of a basketball court, with several cushions on the ground and a faceless Buddha statue on the incense table on the north side. There is also an inner room on the west side of the room. Lin Baici glanced around the room and found 14 people. All of them had vine nooses wrapped around their necks. They looked desperate and had no intention of talking. Sima Mu roared and asked about the vines, but no one answered. He clenched his sickle, burning with anger. Lin Baici's stomach was rumbling, and he felt so hungry that he wanted to gnaw off the door frame. Old Aunt Sushio complained that she had not been reminded, but a pot-bellied man sneered, "Why should we remind you?" These words aroused Sima Mu's anger. When he was about to take action, a girl in a sailor suit, Hua Yueyu, spoke to persuade him to reconcile. Lin Baici recognized Hua Yueyu as a top anchor of Shark Live, but he was not her fan. Hua Yueyu briefly introduced the situation. She and others were trapped here. Whenever the vines around their necks tightened, they had to enter the inner room of the Zen room. Otherwise, they would be strangled to death. She said that from the beginning to now, the 7 waves of people who entered the inner room have never come out. Sushio hugged Lin Baici's arm, with hope and panic. Hua Yueyu explained that people who were strangled would quickly turn into ashes. Lin Baici asked the ghoul in his heart, and the answer he got was just, hungry. Just as he was trying to ask for more information, a man wearing sunglasses suddenly jumped up, and the other 10 unlucky people who were chosen walked into the inner room tremblingly, and the door was slammed shut. Lin Baici walked to the shrine and observed the faceless Buddha, thinking about strategies to deal with the crisis. Jiningjin boldly walked to the door of the inner room and listened, but heard nothing. Hua Yueyu sat down helplessly, hugged her knees, and talked to herself. Lin Baici was about to go to the yard to take a look when the vines around his neck suddenly tightened, causing him to feel pain and suffocation. Brother Gu was the first to walk into the inner room, and Hua Yueyu tried her best to cheer herself up and follow him. Lin Baici looked at the time and saw that 6 minutes had passed. He decided to go into the inner room. Kim Youngjin and the old lady followed closely behind, and the big-bellied man also followed. The inner room of the Zen room is not big, with only a cushion and an incense burner with 3 incense sticks lit in it. After everyone came in, the vine lasso loosened immediately. The incense burner seemed to be a taboo object, and the door closed automatically. Jiningjin noticed that the white smoke from the burning incense sticks turned into a line of words. "Sit cross-legged and listen to me," chanting the sutra. "Those who can remain silent as before and remain at peace with it can reach the other shore." The words appeared for 3 seconds and then quickly disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, trying to understand the meaning of this line of words. Hua Yueyu was the first to sit cross-legged. The cold floor made her shiver. Others followed suit, only to find that the vine noose was still tightening. Lin Baici understood that he had to follow the instructions. He demonstrated the cross-legged sitting position, and the big-bellied man finally succeeded in imitating it, and the noose around his neck loosened. At this moment, the melodious sound of chanting began to be heard in the Zen room. A language of an unknown race was heard in the chanting. Lin Baici could not understand a single word, but the pronunciation was full of beauty, pleasant, ethereal, and leisurely, giving him a refreshing feeling as if he was in an empty mountain after a rain. The feeling of hunger was diluted by the heavenly music of chanting, and his thoughts were immersed in it, as if he was reliving his life again. 7-year-old Lin Baici, carrying a small bucket and a small fishing net, ran barefoot along the stream, chasing the little loach that had just slipped away and picking up a green apricot that was so sour that it made his teeth ache. At the age of 17, he was sweating profusely on the court, writing furiously in the examination room, and secretly admiring the girls back by the classroom window. At the age of 27, he was full of energy and vigor in the company, drinking and eating skewers at roadside stalls, and making life plans in a rental house late at night. He felt that he could do anything. At the age of 37, he has accomplished nothing, is unemployed, has no girlfriend, no salary, no friends, and is afraid of the rising sun every day. At the age of 47, he was a walking corpse, lying in bed, waiting for death to knock on his door. Lin Baici couldn't help but curse. "This is my life? Are you kidding me?" He was filled with rage, when suddenly a sharp pain came from his stomach and the overwhelming feeling of hunger made him drool. Gurgle. His consciousness was pulled back to reality by the hunger, and he saw everyone lying on the ground, with distorted expressions, excitement, or anger. The vine lasso was slowly tightening, and Lin Baici's breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. In his mind, the voice of the god of gourd reminded him that the chanting would weave a dream. He roared in his heart, angry that the god of gourd had not said it earlier. Now, he had no choice but to finish listening to this passage and complete the god of gourd game. However, the distracting thoughts in his mind and the nervous feeling of being strangled made him unable to calm down at all. He grabbed the torch beside him and wondered whether to light it, but was afraid that he would anger the evil spirit and be strangled to death. Suddenly, he thought of the tea leaves in his backpack. The words formed by the white smoke from the incense sticks indicated that one should sit cross-legged and listen to the sutras. Those who could remain silent as before could reach the other shore, which meant surviving. The problem was that the sound of chanting sutras aroused all kinds of distracting thoughts, making it difficult to calm down. Lin Baici hurriedly opened his backpack, grabbed a handful of hollow tiguanyin and stuffed it into his mouth. He bit it hard with his teeth, and the juice burst out. The god of hunger once said that drinking this tea would make one lose emotions, become as cold as iron, enter the sage time, and eliminate distracting thoughts. He decided to give it a try. In just a dozen seconds, all the distracting thoughts in his mind seemed to be washed away by the heavy rain, and he no longer cared about the vine noose that was gradually tightening around his neck. The sound of the chanting was clear and audible to him. He sat cross-legged and listened to every word. The vine noose that had strangled him gradually loosened. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Others were not so lucky. The big-bellied man was in the worst health because he didn't pay attention to his health. At this moment, his face had turned blue, and he was about to suffocate to death. Lin Baici glanced at him, grabbed a handful of hollow tiguanyin, rushed to Jiningjin, and forced the tea leaves into her mouth. Then he rushed to the old lady and did the same thing. Then he fed Sima Mu and Hua Yueyu before going to get Jiningjin's tea and feeding it to Sister Li and Brother Gu. Finally, Lin Baici looked at the big-bellied man. Although he had a bad impression of him, he decided to help him. After feeding everyone tea, Lin Baici quickly sat cross-legged. After everyone swallowed the hollow tiguanyin, they gradually regained consciousness. The old lady looked confused, and Lin Baici told everyone to swallow the tea leaves, get into position, and listen to the sutra. Hua Yueyu felt a taste similar to Nutri Express in her mouth. She remembered that Lin Baici had just helped everyone and felt grateful. The big-bellied man was unable to sit in the lotus position due to suffocation and lack of oxygen. The vine noose around his neck tightened, breaking his cervical vertebrae. His body quickly became dehydrated, cracked, and weathered into dust. This horrifying scene made everyone shudder all over. They touched their necks and found that the vine noose had disappeared. A look of ecstasy appeared on the old lady's face, and Sima Mu also jumped up with laughter and proposed to become sworn brothers. Hua Yueyu looked at Lin Baici carefully and sighed that he saved everyone. Lin Baici explained that he was extremely hungry at the time and stuffed the tea leaves he picked in the yard into his mouth, but he didn't expect to wake up. Sister Li wondered what kind of tea it was, and Jiningjun interrupted to explain, and everyone suddenly realized. Sima Mu and others hurried out to pick tea leaves, and the old lady also expressed her willingness to help. Jiningjun acted quickly and was unwilling to give up the opportunity to please Lin Baici to others. Hua Yueyu formally introduced herself, and Lin Baici responded simply. Hua Yueyu covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining her real name, and Lin Baici responded with a smile. After thanking him, she also went to pick tea leaves. Lin Baici held the torch, ready to burn the incense burner to prevent it from harming anyone again. Of hunger sounded again, reminding him that there was a divine grace on the futon called reciting by ear, and eating it would give him this ability. Reciting by ear means that one can remember everything that has been heard once and repeat it immediately. Ghoul God contained a huge amount of information, which shocked Lin Baici so much that he was stunned. God's grace, as if he had obtained a magic weapon to improve his learning efficiency. However, how to obtain this God's grace became a problem. Just as he was thinking, a pair of translucent slender arms that looked like condensed starlight stretched out from his shoulders, grabbed the cushion in midair, and pulled out a ball of light as big as a fist from it. The ball of light looks like a colorful soap bubble, with a light golden ball inside, like a little sun. The desire to eat suddenly increased, and Lin Baici couldn't wait to open his mouth and feel the temptation of an unparalleled delicacy. The god instructed him to open his mouth and thrust the ball of light in. The pale golden sun melted in his mouth, like a cup of hot milk, flowing into his throat and warming his whole body. Some mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind, as if imprinted on his neurons, and he acquired the ability to memorize things by heart. Lin Baici felt full spontaneously, and he snapped his fingers, feeling extremely satisfied. At this time, Sima Mu and Jiningjin came back after picking tea leaves, and Lin Baici told them that he was fine. Jiningjin worriedly reminded him that the taboo object needed to be sealed in a black coffin to be safe, but Lin Baici decided to take the risk and take the futon away because it had become his precious trophy. Jiningjin explained the concepts of divine grace and divine hunters, and Lin Baici listened carefully. He realized that he might have become a god hunter. The radiation from the god's remains would contaminate everything, but a few items would mutate under the radiation and become the objects that the gods hate, and then give birth to the grace of the gods. The grace of the gods gave humans extraordinary powers, and hunters had this special profession in order to fight against the gods and obtain the grace of the gods. When everyone walked out of the courtyard, Lin Baici decided to rely on his hunger to guide him instead of risking going to the main hall. Soon, they smelled a sweet fragrance. Sister Li was the first to smell it and ran after it, followed closely by Hua Yueyu and Brother Gu. Lin Baici tried to stop everyone, but the fragrance was too tempting. Everyone ignored his warning and went to the source of the fragrance. 5 minutes later, everyone rushed into a large courtyard, panting, and stopped in front of a dining hall. Above the door of the dining hall hung the plaque with the words, Xiangji Kitchen. Lin Baici sniffed the air and found someone was indeed cooking porridge, with a strong aroma. Hua Yueyu and the others pushed the door open, and Lin Baici followed them in. With a bang, the door of the dining hall closed behind him. He tried to open the wooden door, but found it was locked tightly. The dining hall is very large and can accommodate 600 or 700 people at the same time. The kitchen on the north side wafts the rich aroma of porridge. The old lady found an empty seat and sat down, beckoning Lin Baici to come over. There were nearly 100 frightened people in the hall, and in front of each of them was a bowl of purple 8-treasure porridge with an enticing aroma. A bold female voice resounded through the dining hall, and Lin Baici felt as if he had entered a shady shop. Jiningjin and the others were all thinking about eating, so Lin Baici could only find out for himself. He politely asked an old man sitting diagonally opposite about the situation here, but the old man ignored him and just kept chatting with Hua Yueyu. Suddenly, the cook came out with a red lacquer tray with 7 bowls of porridge on it. She was 2 meters tall, with a strong back and strong arms. Lin Baici's pupil shrank suddenly. The cook's aura made people dare not act rashly. She smiled warmly and shouted, 7 bowls of fortune, longevity and happiness porridge, and quickly placed the porridge in front of Lin Baici and others. Jiningjin and others couldn't wait any longer and directly picked up the bowl and poured it into their mouths. Mouth twitched when he saw this. The cook was very satisfied, but when she saw that Lin Baici didn't move, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. Lin Baici said perfunctorily that the porridge was too hot, and he wanted to cool it down. The cook explained that it was better to drink it hot, so Lin Baici had no choice but to pretend to drink a mouthful, but actually secretly spit it back into the bowl. After the cook left with satisfaction, Lin Baici observed the others and found that everyone was forcing themselves to drink the porridge, and it was obvious that their bodies were full. The old man looked at Lin Baici with a gloating look. He was in a dilemma because he couldn't taste the ingredients in the porridge. The cook brought a new bowl of porridge, placed it in front of Sima Mu, and asked him if he could taste the ingredients in the porridge. Sima Mu shook his head and said he didn't know. The cook told him to drink slowly in disappointment. Lin Baici analyzed that it might be dangerous if he didn't finish the porridge. He tried to use wisdom to deal with it, saying that he was savoring the flavor of the porridge. The cook actually believed his lie and left to get a second bowl. The old man and other diners were stunned and felt that Lin Baici was ignorant and fearless. The cook brought another bowl and placed it in front of Lin Baici, telling him to drink it quickly. The old man gloated over Lin Baici's misfortune, expecting him to be embarrassed by not being able to finish the drink. At this time, Jiningjin and others drank half a bowl of wine. Their strong appetite subsided, their rationality returned, cold sweats broke out, and they felt a strange atmosphere. Jiningjin looked at Lin Baici eagerly, and everyone's fate depended on him. The same was true for the female anchor. The old aunt and sisterly Lin Baici became everyone's hope. Inside the kitchen, more than 90 tourists suffered no physical injuries, but were clearly feeling unwell from fear and fullness. Lin Baici calmly observed his surroundings and realized that he had to recognize all the ingredients in the porridge in order to leave alive. The old man's sarcasm and attempt to take advantage of others' suggestions aroused his vigilance. Hua Yueyu keenly exposed the old man's conspiracy, and Sima Mu and others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Jiningjun volunteered to go to the kitchen to check, but was stopped by Lin Baici. The little girl's reminder made her realize the danger of leaving the stool. She looked at Lin Baici with gratitude, knowing that he had saved her life. The old man was furious when he saw Jiningjun backing out, but there was nothing he could do. The cook appeared again, and the dining hall suddenly became quiet, with a tense atmosphere filling everyone's heart. The cook asked the young man in the plaid shirt about the ingredients in the porridge, but he was unable to answer and was mercilessly beheaded. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone was so frightened that they dared not breathe, and fear spread. When the cook passed by a young woman, she accidentally knocked over the bowl and was immediately beheaded. Everyone bowed their heads and prayed, avoiding the cook's gaze, but the cook walked towards the table where Lin Baici was. The old man was so bold that he kicked over the little girl's stool in an attempt to divert the danger. The little girl fell to the ground, and the cook stopped in front of her and asked her what kind of beans were in the porridge. The little girl was panicked, and her mother begged desperately. Lin Baici held the pine wood torch tightly in his right hand, picked up the porridge with his left hand, took a sip, and the sweet and soft rice was fragrant. He was calm and composed, attracting everyone's attention. Jiningjin and Hua Yueyu also noticed his actions, feeling both fear and admiration. Just when everyone thought the little girl was doomed, Lin Baici took a sip of porridge and praised loudly, attracting the attention of the cook. The cook turned to Lin Baici with a look of surprise on her face, then nodded with satisfaction. Lin Baici took the opportunity to ask for another bowl, and the cook readily agreed, with a smile on her face again. This sudden move made everyone feel relieved and temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. In the huge kitchen, the air seemed to freeze, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The 93 tourists trapped here all looked at Lin Baici. Everyone was puzzled. This young man actually took the initiative to provoke the terrifying cook. Is he crazy? This cook had arms as strong as stone pillars, and everyone had witnessed her beheading people with ease and cruelty, just like cutting watermelons. Now, this grown boy actually risked his life to protect the shivering little girl and caught the attention of the cook. Seeing this, Jiningjin stood up without hesitation and faced the danger together with Lin Baici. Hua Yueyu was not willing to be outdone and quickly stood up, excited and determined not to be outdone. Sima Mu clenched his fists, ready to fight at any time. Lin Baici made up his mind and decided to use the pinewood torch to fight. However, when he drank a mouthful of porridge, the voice of the god of glutinous rice sounded in his mind, detailing the ingredients and production process of Fu Lu Shou Shi porridge. This made Lin Baici immediately change his strategy and decided to use this as a breakthrough. He looked at the cook with a smile, praised the deliciousness of the porridge, and expressed his hope that more people could taste it. These words made the old man roll his eyes secretly and feel contempt in his heart. The cook was full of doubt, but finally decided to serve Lin Baici another bowl. Lin Baici sat down. Facing the ferocious threat from the cook, he showed no fear and displayed a strong aura. As the cook left again, the people around Lin Baici finally breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still uneasy. Jiningjin and Hua Yueyu's eyes were full of admiration and worry for Lin Baici, while other tourists looked at the young man with expectation or despair, hoping that he could bring a miracle. Not long after, the cook came back with a bowl of steaming porridge and placed it in front of Lin Baici. She stared at Lin Baici coldly and warned him that if he couldn't drink it, she would force him to drink it. Lin Baici calmly took the bowl and asked a key question. whether he could leave after finishing the porridge. The cook's answer was no. She said coldly that only those who truly knew the ingredients in the porridge could be regarded as confidants. Otherwise, they would have to pay the price of their lives. The cook gave Lin Baici a chance to leave as long as he could name all the ingredients in the porridge. Lin Baici listed the 28 ingredients without hesitation, his voice clear and firm. Everyone was stunned, whispering to each other, wondering if Lin Baici had really guessed it right. At this moment, the tense atmosphere in the dining hall reached its peak. After hearing Lin Baici's answer, the cook's stern expression gradually relaxed and she smiled widely, announcing that Lin Baici had passed the test and welcomed him to come and drink porridge again. The door of the dining hall opened in response, and everyone was stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment. Sima Mu and the old lady were very surprised, and other tourists also rushed in, with hope in their hearts. But Lin Baici did not rush to leave, but proposed to take others with him. After a brief thought, the cook agreed to Lin Baici's request, but on the condition that he told her how long the porridge would take to cook. Without hesitation, Lin Baici said 15 hours, once again demonstrating his calmness and wisdom. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the cook's response. Suddenly, the cook's serious face suddenly broke into a smile, as if the sun had just cleared up after the rain. She announced that Lin Baici had passed the test and could lead everyone to leave. The tourists' joy suddenly broke out, and cheers rose one after another. Amid the cheers, Lin Baici's calmness was particularly striking, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. He smiled slightly, and this smile made Hua Yueyu's heart beat faster, and she felt admiration in her heart. The old man came forward to apologize, trying to win over Lin Baici, hoping to get his protection. Although Lin Baici said that there was no need to thank him, his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Just when everyone was about to leave, Lin Baici suddenly stopped everyone. He looked at the old man coldly, determined not to give this selfish man any chance. The old man was terrified and began to beg for pity, trying to gain sympathy. However, the cook dragged him to the kitchen mercilessly, as if she wanted to turn this soft-hearted person into firewood. Everyone who escaped from the dining hall knew that Lin Baici's words could really decide their life or death, and they all expressed their gratitude to him. At this time, Lin Baici's heart was moved, and his eyes were cast towards the kitchen, where it seemed that a bigger secret was hidden. Lin Baici tightly grasped the pinewood torch and walked quickly towards the main door of the dining hall. The hunger in his stomach grew stronger and stronger. After entering the kitchen, he quickly glanced around to confirm that the cook was not there. The flames in the stove were burning a charred body. Lin Baici's eyes moved between the kitchen knife, the chopping board, and the iron pot, and finally fixed on a black bowl. He picked up the bowl, and the feeling of hunger disappeared instantly. This bowl not only purifies impurities and toxins in food, but also hides a mysterious granary inside. Lin Baici was pleasantly surprised to find that this granary could store a large amount of food, so he no longer had to worry about hunger. Even better, this bowl could also store other items, such as clothes, shoes, and socks, which greatly facilitated his adventure. Regarding this discovery, Lin Baici asked the ghoul god in his heart. But the god of hunger did not respond. Lin Baici recalled the mysterious hunger he had felt since middle school. Whenever he felt hungry, valuable lost items would appear nearby. Now he found that this hunger was even stronger when he was attracted by the taboos of the gods. As long as the taboos of the gods were within a certain range, he would feel hungry. The closer he was to the taboos, the more hungry he felt. Once he got the taboos of the gods, he would feel like he had had a full meal. Lin Baici waved his hand to signal Jingjin to come in. She immediately ran over, her long light golden hair flying, full of energy. Lin Baici took the vanilla cushion from her hand and muttered softly. A vortex-shaped halo appeared on the bowl, and the cushion was easily taken into it. Jingjin was amazed at the magic of the bowl and asked if it was divine, but Lin Baici shook his head. Nevertheless, the bowl's purification and grain storage functions were satisfactory enough. The little girl ran over, smiled sweetly, thanked Lin Baici, and handed him a piece of candy. Her mother and other rescued tourists also came forward to express their gratitude, and most of them hoped to team up with Lin Baici. Lin Baici stroked the little girl's head gently. Her face was pale, and she was obviously very weak. Lin Baici stuffed candy into her mouth and comforted her that he would be able to take her out soon. Brother Gu noticed Lin Baici's Rolex watch and marveled at his wealth, while Sister Li's eyes flickered and she admired Lin Baici more and more. Lin Baici told the truth. He picked up the watch. In this Longchan Temple, it was not uncommon to pick up valuable items. Suddenly, A shrill bell rang above Longchan Temple, and a majestic and deep voice ordered the pilgrims to go to the main hall to worship Buddha. The tourists looked terrified, and Jin explained that this must be some taboo object that had begun to pollute the rules, which was very dangerous. Lin Baici decided to go to the main hall and took Jin and Sima Mu with him. The main hall has flying eaves and shining golden glazed tiles, like a monster wearing golden armor. The mahogany gate was closed, and more than 800 tourists gathered in the open space waiting, creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, 18 steel monks rushed out of the main hall, and the tourists scattered in panic. The monks did not kill anyone, but just moved separately, apparently to hunt down the tourists who did not go to the main hall. Lin Baici was relieved to see the little girl and her mother rushing over. They had just escaped a disaster, and the little girl held her mother and insisted on following Lin Baici. Her gratitude was beyond words. Everyone gathered outside the hall, listening to the magnificent voice again, and Lin Baici decided to lead everyone into the hall. Inside the hall, the dome was high and spacious. On the Buddhist platform in front, a 9-meter-tall dark Buddha sat cross-legged, his right hand resting on his chin, his sharp eyes staring at these humans, as if welcoming these new toys into his territory. The light in the hall was dim, and there was an eerie atmosphere. The dark Buddha was so conspicuous that everyone saw it. A few timid tourists were still wondering whether they should kneel down and kowtow 3 times to the Buddha. Step forward. Bow down. Pray to the Buddha. The dark Buddha that looked like it was cast in brass spoke briefly and to the point, his voice revealing an unquestionable dominance. The tourists were restless and didn't know what to do. Baici, do you want to kowtow first? The old lady was afraid. It's just kowtow. It won't cost you a piece of meat. Let's kowtow first. Sima Mu also agreed. Appa, the rule pollution should have begun, but I don't know what the lethal effect is. Jin felt that the Buddha's aura was so terrifying that it could not be solved by just bowing. When there are a lot of people, there will be a herd mentality. More than 800 tourists were looking at each other. Kowtow is not a problem. The main concern is that if you kowtow first, something unexpected might happen. The big Buddha snorted coldly when he saw that no one moved. A ball of sparks spewed out from its 2 thick nostrils, then scattered and fell down like fireflies in midsummer. Hide. When Lin Baici heard this, he quickly moved to a corner. Stand back. Lin Baici reminded Jin and the others that there was actually no need for him to shout, as everyone was dodging the sparks instinctively. Sparks fell one by one, suddenly accelerated, and flew onto the head of the nearest person. Boom! A small flame ignited between their brows. What's this? It's a little hot. What should we do now? The tourists who were marked by the sparks were panicked. Don't delay, you might die. Hurry up and kowtow to the Buddha. A middle-aged man with short hair growled anxiously. There was no spark between his brows. He said this because he wanted these people to go first, and if there was thunder, these people would be the first to step on it. When the tourists heard this, they did not dare to delay and quickly ran to the Buddha, knelt down, and began to kowtow. Buddha bless. Buddha have mercy on me. I am a good person and have never done anything bad in my life. Please let me go. Visitors kowtowed, prayed, and many pledged to offer incense. The big Buddha held his face with his hands and looked at these people expressionlessly. Then suddenly he revealed a ferocious smile. Those who disrespect Buddha shall die. As the word death fell, the tourists with a spark between their eyebrows ushered in the end. The sparks suddenly burst into flames, igniting their hair and making them burn like candles. The fire spread so quickly that it engulfed their entire bodies in an instant. Boom! 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 There were suddenly so many torches in the hall, which dispelled a lot of darkness. But the surviving tourists felt like they were falling into an ice cave, and it became even colder. The old lady and Hua Yueyu hugged Lin Baici's arms. Shivering, the 75 unfortunate people who were set on fire screamed, wailed, and called for help. They ran around like headless flies, but only lasted a dozen seconds before they fell to the ground and were burned to death. The body had turned into charcoal, emitting smoke, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. Ugh, ugh. Many people vomited. Step forward. Bow down. Pray to the Buddha. The dark Buddha spoke again. This time no one dared to be negligent. Except for 2 or 3 kittens who were still standing, everyone else knelt down and kowtowed to the Buddha. Baici, kneel down quickly. When the old lady saw that Lin Baici didn't kneel, she quickly pulled him up. Brother Lin, don't worry about your face. What matters is your life. Brother Gu urged. Don't worry about whether it works or not. Just try it first. The tourists bowed their heads in submission, but the giant Buddha was not satisfied. It snorted again, and a ball of sparks spewed out of its nostrils. Everyone had seen how terrifying this thing was, so they dodged it anxiously, and some people pushed each other, trying to squeeze into the crowd and use others as meat shields. Sparks fly very fast, and their flight paths are irregular, making them difficult to dodge. It's purely luck. Another 60 or so unlucky people were attached to their foreheads by these sparks. Brother Lin. The photographer cried. He was unlucky. There was a spark burning in front of his eyebrows. Kowtow won't work. We need to quickly find the correct way to worship Buddha. Lin Baici analyzed and asked Ghoul in his heart, what should he do? But the mysterious voice did not respond. It seems I can only rely on myself. Lin Baici began to save himself and called on everyone. Don't waste time here. Search the hall carefully to see if there are any clues. In the main hall, in addition to the dark giant Buddha enshrined on the altar in the front, there are 18 small altars on each side of it. If Lin Baici guessed correctly, it should be the location of the 18 Arhat monks who rushed out just now. Behind the Buddhist platforms on both sides, there is a row of purple lacquered wooden racks, on which are placed a row of unlit bronze oil lamps. The main hall was paved with blue stone slabs, as smooth as mirrors, and engraved with scriptures. The dome was too high to be seen clearly. The surrounding walls are carved with colorful murals. A great Buddha descended to earth to save all living beings. There are devout men and women praying, reciting scriptures, and worshiping Buddha. The incense is burning, and the Buddha is always bright. On these murals, even an inconspicuous weed is carved vividly, and the expressions of every believer are vividly lifelike. There's nothing in this hall. Many people couldn't find any clues and became desperate. Lin Baici looked around and his gaze returned to the mural on the left wall. A group of devout men and women sat on cushions, chanting scriptures and worshiping Buddha. Do you want to recite the sutra? Hua Yueyu also noticed this and her eyes lit up. Does anyone know how to chant? Hurry and recite a few passages. The short-haired, middle-aged man shouted. I can. An old man stood up. He was old, in poor health and sick. In order to live a few more years, he began to believe in Buddhism. He enshrines a statue of Guanyin at home and recites a sutra every day. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up. The short-haired, middle-aged man urged. The old man knelt down, clasped his hands together, and began to chant scriptures. No one dared to breathe and just looked at him. The dark Buddha listened. It seems to be useful. The tourists were cheered up. The old man stole a glance at the dark Buddha and thought he had passed the test. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Buddha spoke. The wild dogs are barking and noisy. The big Buddha looked impatient, raised his left hand and pressed down into the air. A black Buddha's palm, condensed by light, suddenly appeared more than 10 meters above the old man's head, and then slapped it down quickly. Boom! Dust was flying and blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. When the black Buddha's palm disappeared, only a mass of flesh and blood was left, smeared on the green stone slab. The old man is dead and his body is nowhere to be found. Many people felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. Is it not okay to recite scriptures? The black Buddha glanced around. Those tourists with sparks between their eyebrows became anxious and kowtowed even harder. 2 of them even mutilated themselves to show their devotion to Buddha. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Boom! 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 Sparks exploded, igniting them. Yueyu. The photographer looked at Hua Yueyu reluctantly. He knew he was going to die and wanted to confess his love, but before he could finish his words, his whole body was ignited. Brother Gu. Hua Yueyu was in a bad mood. Brother Gu was serious about his work, had excellent photography skills, did not smoke or drink, and was a good man and a good partner. She did not expect that he would die in such a place. Step forward. Bow down. Pray to the Buddha. The Buddha spoke, his voice cold and indifferent. You asked us to worship Buddha, but why don't you tell us what to do? Someone shouted out in indignation. The big Buddha ignored him and snorted again, with sparks flying out of his nose. Swish. The tourists retreated in a hurry. Everyone knew that if they got involved with this stuff, they would die. Sparks exploded like a meteor shower, landing in front of some people's eyebrows. At this moment, no matter who you are, rich or poor, beautiful or ugly, it all depends on luck. A spark passed in front of Hua Yueyu and landed in front of Jin Engzhen's eyebrows. Appa. Jin Eng was really panicked. Do not give up. Lin Baici encouraged, his eyes wandering over the murals. while recalling everything that happened after the bell rang and the Buddha invited everyone to enter the hall to worship. The way to worship Buddha: kneeling, copying scriptures, burning incense, offering tributes, chanting scriptures. Chanting scriptures? Lin Baici had a flash of inspiration. Chanting scriptures. It is definitely a way of worshiping Buddha, but the Buddha is not satisfied. Is it because he doesn't understand? Lin Baici lowered his head and looked at the scriptures on the blue stone floor, which were written in an unknown language. He then recalled the chanting that sounded at the beginning of the main hall. None of them are Chinese. Ingzhen, follow me and recite a passage of scripture. Lin Baici quickly opened his backpack, took out a black bowl, muttered, drink porridge, twice, and took out the vanilla cushion. Hua Yueyu was very surprised when she saw this scene. If it were normal, she would definitely ask what this was, but now that he was about to die, he had no intention of thinking. By CI, chanting is useless. Uncertain. Lin Baici walked towards the Buddha. Hurry up. Jiningzhen hurried to catch up. Lin Baici placed the fragrant grass cushion and asked Jiningzhen to kneel on it. Then he began to chant. Thanks for the memorization. Let him listen to it once, and he will remember that passage of scripture. Jiningzhen listened to Lin Baici reciting a sentence, and she repeated it. Because of the blessing of memorizing by ear while kneeling on the cushion, Jiningzhen now has an excellent memory. Some tourists walked around the hall, never giving up the search for clues, while a few gave up and just lay down. They watched Jiningzhen chanting and felt that she was wasting her energy. That old man has proved with his life that chanting scriptures is useless. I'd rather be burned to death than be beaten into a pile of rotten meat. The old lady muttered. Soon, people discovered something was wrong. The big Buddha did not kill anyone. After listening to the oval-faced girl chanting, the murderous expression on its face also melted away. 5 minutes passed. After Jiningzhen finished reading, she looked at the Buddha with a nervous look on her face. Back off. The big Buddha waved his hand, and the spark between Jiningzhen's eyebrows exploded and disappeared. I survived. I survived. Jiningzhen jumped up excitedly, hugged Lin Baici like a koala, and kissed him hard. Appa, you are my Superman. Jiningzhen survived the disaster and was full of gratitude to Lin Baici. He saved me again. Can I recite the sutra? Then why was the old man killed? It seems like the scriptures they are reciting are different. The tourists were talking about it and gathered around Lin Baici, wanting to find out something. Everybody could see it. This girl, who looks like a member of a Korean girl group, was able to survive entirely thanks to this big boy. Chapter 15. Painting on the wall and reciting scriptures. He can live. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. What sutra are you reading? The middle-aged man with short hair pushed his way through the crowd and came in front of Lin Baici. Will you teach us? Those tourists with sparks between their eyebrows were more anxious than each other. When the door of this hall opened just now, didn't the sound of chanting begin? That's what I asked her to read. Lin Baici informed everyone. I see. The tourists suddenly realized. You actually wrote it all down? Hua Yueyu was shocked. What kind of magical memory is this? That's too awesome. Huh? Those with sparks between their eyebrows don't just stand there. Quickly kneel down in front of the Buddha and follow this handsome guy to chant. The middle-aged man with short hair took over the job. Judging from the current situation, if everyone wants to survive, they have to rely on this student. But no one can control whether he helps others or not. It all depends on his mood. So the middle-aged man with short hair wants to listen to him chanting again and hurry up to write it down. When the unlucky guys heard this, they immediately knelt down in front of the Buddha and then looked at Lin Baici anxiously. Listen. Lin Baici didn't care. It was just a matter of reading it one more time. Everyone read it haltingly, just like someone who has never learned English suddenly listening to a teacher reading a short article in English and having to recite it along. It's really too difficult. Even though Lin Baici paused after every sentence, some people still couldn't keep up, and many people's pronunciation was not standard. The dark Buddha frowned after hearing a few words. Is this chanting sutras and worshipping Buddha? This is clearly the buzzing of flies and insects, which simply defiles this passage of scripture. Then boom, boom, boom. These unfortunate guys were ignited by the sparks between their eyebrows and quickly burned into charcoal. At this time, there were more than 100 corpses lying in the hall. Very scary. Why were they killed again? Zhang Ju hugged her daughter tightly, totally confused. It should be that I didn't pronounce it correctly. Sima Mu thought to himself, if I were to hear this kind of chanting, I would also want to hit someone. The middle-aged man with short hair listened carefully to a few sentences, but found that he could not understand or remember them. This made him a little confused. How did the beautiful girl do it? Because no matter how you look at it, the other person doesn't look like a genius. The short-haired middle-aged man's gaze fell on the futon that Jiningjin was holding. Could it be related to this thing? Step forward. Bow down. Pray to the Buddha. The dark Buddha urged, still snorting and spewing sparks. It's the fourth batch. Swish. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not take the initiative to go, but this time, the sparks spewed out by the Buddha floated in front of his eyebrows, and Hua Yueyu did not dodge. Kneel on the mat and chant with me. Lin Baici asked the female anchor to take the vanilla cushion and get it ready quickly. In order to hear more clearly, the tourists all wanted to get closer to Lin Baici, so some people pushed and swore at him and even started fighting. Hua Yueyu was panicked and worried that she would not be able to remember it, but she soon found that she was worrying too much. She could remember Lin Baici's strange pronunciations after listening to them once. Am I really that smart? Hua Yueyu was surprised. Don't be distracted, Lin Baici warned. Hua Yueyu immediately straightened her back and tried her best to pronounce every word correctly. Until Lin Baici's voice no longer sounded, she came to her senses and finished reading. Then she looked up at the Buddha, waiting for the verdict. You two, back off. When Hua Yueyu heard this, she waved her fist excitedly. Great. Baici, thank you. Hua Yueyu has tears in her eyes. Brother Thai, thank you for taking me flying. The other 60 or so tourists with sparks between their eyebrows were panicked. The dark Buddha didn't mention them and was obviously dissatisfied. Handsome guy, help us? Before they could ask for help, the spark ignited them. Another lot of casualties. A burning smell was wafting around. It's definitely related to that futon. The middle-aged man with short hair ignored those who were burned and rushed to Lin Baici in a few steps. Hello, I'm Jiang Hong, the boss of Hongji Real Estate. I'll give you 10 million. When it's my turn to worship Buddha later, can you lend me this cushion? The middle-aged man came straight to the point. In fact, there were more than a dozen tourists who also noticed the vanilla cushion and wanted to borrow it, but the name Jiang Hong and the 10 million yuan stunned them. The middle-aged man was very confident when he said this. Hongji Real Estate is the leading enterprise in Guangqing City. Jiang Hong himself is the richest man in the city and is extremely famous. Who wouldn't give him face? 10 million, that boy would be knocked down by the hammer, right? However, this money cannot be given in cash. It would be most cost-effective to give it to him by using 2 houses at market price. Jiang Hong felt that the other party would definitely agree. 10 million? Lin Baici looked at the middle-aged man. So this is the black-hearted businessman my uncle mentioned? Since you have money, why don't you finish building your company's unfinished building? In order to prepare for his son's marriage, my uncle's family bought a house from Hongji Real Estate 7 years ago, intending it to be a wedding house. However, the building has been delayed until now and is still unfinished. I heard that many people cannot move into new houses and still have to pay mortgage payments every month. They are really cheated. Jiang Hong didn't feel embarrassed at all and instructed Lin Baici with the attitude of an elder. You don't understand business matters. Baici, I can take out 2 million in cash. You must help me? Old Aunt Su Xiu was sincere and wanted to use the money to buy her life. She was now afraid that she would become the same group as Jiang Hong. I'll give you money too, 1 million. Can I take up a spot first? I don't have that much cash, but I have a villa. I'll transfer it to you when I get out. I'll give you half of my cannery's annual profits. Some wealthy people began bidding, trying their best to offer a price that would impress Lin Baici and want him to help them first, but most of the people were poor and remained silent. With a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000, they don't even have the qualifications to compete. Aunt Sue, don't panic. I will help you if I can. Lin Baici comforted. Step forward. Bow down. Pray to the Buddha. The dark Buddha yawned, and this time, the ball of sparks he spewed out was very large, directly covering more than 200 people. The little girl, her mother Zhangju, the old aunt, Jiang Hong, and little sister Li all had sparks attached to their eyebrows. Fuck. Jiang Hong cursed, smiled, and continued to persuade Lin Baici. Little brother, please help me. I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. Hungry God brother. The little girl saw Lin Baici looking at her and waved her hand. Handsome man, please save my daughter?
Hang you creed.
Baici. The old lady is shivering. Sister Li didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of pleading as she looked at Lin Baici. If there was a glimmer of hope, who wouldn't want to live? Hua Yueyu and Sister Li are good friends. It is reasonable for her to hope that Lin Baici will help Sister Li, but the little girl is only 3 years old and has not even tasted the flavor of youth. Lin Baici is just a student who just graduated from high school. He should have had a happy summer vacation, then go to college, find a girlfriend, and enjoy his youth. But now he has to choose who to help survive. Those who are not chosen will surely die. Lin Baici hated this choice. Call. Lin Baici exhaled a breath of foul air and looked at the dark Buddha sitting high on the Buddhist platform, overlooking all living beings. Can I recite scriptures and worship Buddha on behalf of these tourists? Appa. Jiningzhen was shocked and wanted to persuade him not to be impulsive, but when she saw Lin Baici's eyes, she gave up. This? A hero, perhaps? Brother Lin, do you want to die? Sima Mu was anxious. There was no need to take risks for these people. Saving one person is the same as saving a group. There is no difference. Lin Baici waited for the Buddha's reply. Can. The dark Buddha showed a smile full of evil humor and pointed with his left hand at the devout men and women on the mural. As long as you can chant along with them and complete a ceremony of worshipping Buddha, I can forgive the disrespect of these ants. Good. Lin Baici agreed. Isn't it just chanting sutras? Even if it is longer, it is not a problem as long as you have it memorized by heart and a vanilla cushion. Don't be impatient, listen to me. If you stop chanting, you will die. The dark Buddha chuckled. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Brother Lin, don't take risks. Sima Mu urged. Save the one you want to save, just do your best. The dark Buddha looked down at Lin Baici with interest. Then, do you still want to chant sutras for them? Let's start. Lin Baici sat cross-legged on the futon, concentrating. Don't say anything. Who said I'd beat him to death? Zhang Hong roared. If you want to fart, hold it in too. It was a matter of life and death, and Zhang Hong could not afford to make any mistakes. When. After 3 clear chime sounds, the faithful men and women on the mural began to chant sutras. After listening to a few words, the tourists' faces changed. This sounds nice, but isn't it too difficult? It's like listening to a foreign language. Who can remember this? They looked at Lin Baici, and despair rose in their hearts. It's over. We are all blessed with the Dharma rain and the array of Sanskrit sounds, and we are all bathed in the Buddha's grace under the sound of chanting scriptures. What seemed impossible to others was accomplished by Lin Baici. Although he did not know what the scripture meant, he followed the believers and recited it word for word with precise pronunciation. Yes. The tourists were excited. Hua Yueyu and Jiningzhen were still worried because the chanting was getting faster and faster, as if thousands of words were being spit out in one breath. Fortunately, Lin Baici was able to keep up. After 15 minutes, Lin Baici's lips were numb, and he finally waited for the chanting to end. The moment he stopped, every tourist's face was filled with excitement and relief for having survived the disaster. With such a perfect chanting, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the Buddha statue, right? This guy's memory is too good, isn't it? Genius. Jiningzhen looked at Lin Baici with amazement. She had just used the sacred object, the vanilla cushion, and it was very powerful that she could memorize it by heart, but even if a person remembered it, they might not be able to speak it out. The futon does not have the function of automatically correcting incorrect pronunciation. Therefore, Lin Baici's language expression and imitation abilities are very strong. And you have to know that this is under the tremendous pressure of death if he fails. Lin Baici did it. This ability to withstand pressure is simply ridiculous. Is it ready? Lin Baici asked with a smile, rubbing his lips with the back of his hand. In order to improve his English listening skills, he recited a short article aloud every morning since his freshman year in high school. Over time, he became fluent in speaking. Chapter 16, Cursing the Buddha Infant. The tourists all raised their heads and looked towards the dark Buddha. Snort. The dark Buddha snorted coldly, obviously feeling that such attention was disrespectful to it. Many tourists shuddered and quickly lowered their heads. Lin Baici didn't look away. The dark Buddha held his chin with his hand, looked at Lin Baici playfully, and closed his eyes. What does it mean? The old ant is worried whether she can survive or not. Give me an answer for sure. It must have been a success. Didn't you see it stopped emitting those sparks? Sima Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Can we go now? Sister Li doesn't want to stay here any longer. It's too dangerous. Probably not. Hua Yueyu thought with her toes and knew that the trouble was not over yet. The tourists were discussing in low voices. Some wanted to leave, but no one wanted to be the first to leave. Thanks to you just now, I'll remember this favor. And when I get out, I'll transfer 10 million to you right away. Zhang Hong is a smart guy. He emphasized the words favor, 10 million, and immediately, praising Lin Baici to please him and using money to whet his appetite. This grown man, facing the crisis of death, was calm, wise, decisive, and most importantly, kind. This made him easy to deceive. Zhang Hong understood that if he wanted to survive this time, it would depend on the support of this big boy. So he had to win him over first and bring the two sides closer. This big Buddha suddenly closed its eyes. I don't know what it means. I think it would be better to select a few people and let them try to see if they can walk out of this hall. Zhang Hong suggested. Who to choose? Sima Mu looked at the real estate businessman. He is slightly plump, with a big belly, and his face is full of shrewdness. After the crisis just now, you saved everyone's lives. They will definitely listen to you. They have no objection to whoever you choose. Zhang Hong was humble towards Lin Baici and praised him very highly. Appa, don't listen to him. He's using you as a gun. Jiningshen thought this guy was hateful. The people who were chosen were just cannon fodder. If they died as soon as they walked out of the hall, it could be said that Lin Baici sent them to their death. Even if they were lucky enough not to die, they would never trust Lin Baici again. That's not what I meant. Zhang Hong lowered his voice and said, I have heard about the horrors of the ruins of gods. There are no god hunters here. If we want to survive and avoid the pollution of the rules, we have to risk our lives to take risks. Let me be frank. Although you saved them, many of them will surely die in this divine ruins later. Rather than dying in obscurity, it is better for them to be our stepping stones. Don't worry, when it's time to get your hands dirty, I'll get my hands dirty with you. Zhang Hong finished his speech and patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Hua Yueyu looked at Zhang Hong in shock. This person has such a vicious heart. Sima Mu didn't say anything, but glanced at Lin Baici and observed his attitude, because what Zhang Hong said was the best solution at the moment. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of this world. Moreover, you have already saved these people once. Wouldn't it be more valuable to do something with their lives? Zhang Hong was bewitched. The sparks that came out of the nose of the dark Buddha just now burned 4 groups of people to death, about 300 people. The 500 or so people who are still alive were all rescued by Lin Baici. The old lady felt that what Zhang Hong said made some sense. After all, these people owed Lin Baici a life. If you become the leader, some people will die, but some will survive. If you don't become the leader, then these people will definitely die. Zhang Hong didn't say anything. As the leader's confidant, his chances of survival are of course greater. Boss Jiang, everyone's life is their own. You can decide how to use it. I don't care. Lin Baici stared at Zhang Hong. Also, don't try to influence my judgment with words. I'm not that stupid. Zhang Hong smiled awkwardly, feeling worried. This kid. It's not easy to fool. It's a pity that I can't drink, otherwise after 5 bottles of Matai at the table, I can make you kneel down and call me daddy. Appa, look. Jiningshen pulled Lin Baici's jersey. An old woman in her 60s, probably frightened, stumbled towards the mahogany gate, trying to escape from the place. She stepped over the 1.5-foot high threshold and headed straight for the stairs. Just when everyone thought everything was fine and they could leave, a translucent Buddha's palm suddenly fell from the sky and slapped her to the ground as if slapping a mosquito. Boom! When the Buddha's palm disappeared, only a pool of blood and flesh was left. Sure enough, we can't leave the hall. Every tourist was glad that they did not run away rashly, but also felt helpless. What to do next? Everyone subconsciously looked at the student who had just helped them overcome the difficulties. But the next moment, they looked horrified and took a step back in unison. What's wrong? Lin Baici frowned. What do you mean? Why do my shoulders feel a bit heavy? Appa, your right shoulder. Jiningshen was shocked. What's wrong with my shoulder? Lin Baici turned his head and looked over his right shoulder, and a pair of big, dark eyes met his gaze. Oh my God! Lin Baici was startled. What is this? On his shoulder, there was a black Buddha statue the size of a baby, staring at him expressionlessly. Ah, Ingzhen, there's one on your shoulder too. Hua Yueyu trembled and looked around quickly, and found that there was a Buddha baby like this on the shoulders of many people. These Buddha babies were not wearing any clothes, their skin was black like asphalt, and they exuded a foul odor. What is this stuff? Zhang Hong reached out to grab the Buddha baby lying on his shoulder, trying to pull it off and throw it away. The Buddha baby opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, like a wild dog, biting his wrist fiercely. Ah! Zhang Hong cried for his mother in pain. In just a dozen seconds, These Buddha babies climbed onto the shoulders of tourists silently like ghosts, and no one was spared. Hua Yueyu felt sick and instinctively reached out to get rid of the ghost thing. Snapped. Lin Baici grabbed her wrist. "Don't move that thing on your shoulder." Lin Baici roared, his voice echoing in the main hall. Some people listened, but some people didn't. After all, who wouldn't be scared if possessed by such a thing? "Auntie, sisterly, don't touch it. This damn thing will grow." Lin Baici persuaded. "The rule pollution has started again. It is definitely impossible to get this damn thing off with your hands." Long. Only then did Jiningjin realize that the Buddha baby lying on the shoulders of Jiang Hong, old lady, and little sisterly was obviously larger than the ones on Lin Baici, Hua Yueyu, and Sima Mu. She quickly responded, "You mean, this thing gets longer the more you touch it?" "Should be." Lin Baici estimated that when this Buddha baby grew to a certain size, the player would die. There was panic in the hall, and the crying continued. Even though someone was burned to death just now, it didn't happen to them after all. Everyone was scared, but not panicked. But now it's different. Everyone has a Buddha baby lying on their back, which means they can die at any time. "Handsome, what now? You don't let anyone touch it. Do you know what it is?" Wow, I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough." Tourists swarmed around Lin Baici and asked him for help. "Stop making noise. Be quiet first." Lin Baici shouted several times before calming down everyone's panic. "I just found the key on the mural. Everyone go look for it. Also, search the hall again to see if there is any important information missed." Everyone immediately looked at the mural on the wall, as if they were playing a game of connect the dots, with their eyes wide open, carefully searching for clues. "Oil lamp." Hua Yueyu seemed to have discovered a new world and suddenly shouted, "Beside each person in this mural, there is an oil lamp." Lin Baici also saw it. "So what are you waiting for? Go get it now." Sima Mu urged. Behind the Buddha altars on the east and west sides of the main hall, there is a row of wooden frames painted with purple lacquer, on which are placed a row of unlit bronze oil lamps. Lin Baici ran to the wooden shelf but did not take it immediately. He wanted to observe whether there was any difference between these oil lamps. They all seemed the same. Jiningjin didn't take it either, but the old aunt and sister Li were not cautious enough and grabbed one first. "Well, there shouldn't be any difference." Lin Baici picked up one. These oil lamps are all in the same shape, with a tray at the bottom and an apple-sized lotus bud on top, made to look like a bud about to bloom. There was no lamp oil in the flower bud, only a wick as thick as a chopstick. Lin Baici's performance just now was eye-catching, and he was the main contributor to everyone's survival, so everyone was paying close attention to his every move. Now seeing him holding the oil lamp, everyone ran anxiously to the purple lacquered wooden stand, grabbing one first regardless of whether it was useful or not. "I saw this first. What are you robbing? Aren't they all the same?" "Fuck, who pushed me?" The tourists got into a conflict, quarreled and cursed over the oil lamps. If there hadn't been a Buddha baby lying on his back, some of the hot-tempered people would have definitely started a fight on the spot. The old lady held the oil lamp in both hands and asked everyone hopefully, "Has the evil thing on my back disappeared?"
No.
Sister Li was depressed, and it seemed that it had nothing to do with the oil lamp. Others also discovered that after getting the oil lamp, the Buddha baby lying on their backs did not disappear. "The oil lamps of these people in the mural are all lit." Hua Yueyu shouted, "Everyone light the wick and see." Not only Hua Yueyu, but others have also discovered this. Jiang Hong and Sima Mu both had lighters, but after they took them out, they did not light the wicks. Jiningjin glanced at Lin Baici. She remembered that after the two of them offered incense money and escaped from the hands of the Merit Buddha, they encountered corpses all over the ground, and Lin Baici picked up a lot of things. There were several lighters among them. Why didn't he take them out? Chapter 17, Adding Blood and Lighting Lamps. "Why don't you light the wick?" The old lady was surprised to see that Jiang Hong and Sima Mu didn't light the wick. "Aren't you afraid of death? Look, it's smaller. It's smaller." Some of the tourists shouted excitedly. Lin Baici turned around and saw a young man wearing glasses who lit the wick. The dim light was not scorching, but it made the Buddha child on his back begin to shrink, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. There is hope. The male tourists who had lighters began to light the wicks, etc. Lin Baici shouted and grabbed Sima Mu's wrist. "Don't worry, let's see what's going on." "What are you still looking at? This damn thing has shrunk in the light. Doesn't that mean the oil lamp is useful?" Some people are confused. Just because it shrinks doesn't mean it will disappear. Lin Baici's words made everyone's heart rise again. And there is another question. There is only a wick in the oil lamp, and there is no oil. So how long can this oil lamp be lit? The young man with glasses almost dropped the oil lamp because of his shaking hands. He looked down and saw that, sure enough, the wick was burning out very quickly. This made him break out in a cold sweat instantly. It's over. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why can't I control this hand? There were about 40 men. They were too quick to react and too afraid of death. When they saw the Buddha baby on the back of the young man with glasses shrink, they quickly lit their wicks. Now I am dumbfounded. Brother Lin, you are still very thoughtful. Sima Mu raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead in fear. Jiang Hong looked at the lighter in his hand and felt it was very hot. Don't scare me. I don't need any lamp oil at all. The young man with glasses was so panicked that he stuttered, but he did not give up. He tried to use an oil lamp to heat the Buddha baby lying on his shoulder, hoping to scare it away. But it didn't work. In less than a minute, the wick had burned out visibly. When the flames went out, the Buddha baby lying on the shoulder seemed to grow in revenge. It instantly expanded 7 or 8 times and hung on the back of the bespectacled young man like a junior high school student. Help me. The young man with glasses panicked. Go get another one. Lin Baici urged. Oh. The young man with glasses woke up as if from a dream and quickly ran towards the purple lacquered wooden rack. The more than 40 tourists who had quickly lit the wicks of the lamps now rushed to the wooden rack in a hurry, wanting to get another lamp to save their lives. The young man with glasses lit another oil lamp, but it didn't work. The baby Buddha lying on its back actually grew even faster. How? The young man with glasses wanted to ask Lin Baici what to do. Suddenly, the Buddha baby on his back opened its fangs and bit his throat, then tore it hard, pulling off a section of the throat with a piece of flesh still on it. Boom! The young man with glasses fell down and couldn't make any sound because his neck was broken. The Buddha baby lying on his shoulder was like a wild dog, squatting beside him and gnawing at his body. Those 40 or so unlucky guys who were quick did not survive either. When the oil lamps went out, the Buddha babies lying on their shoulders began to grow wildly, then bit and attacked, devouring their flesh and blood. This horrific and bloody scene made everyone feel cold all over. Everyone, go and see if there is any lamp oil.
Janong Roard.
There was a period of chaos and disorder. When Jiningjun saw this scene, she suddenly understood why Lin Baici didn't take out the lighter. If a person takes out a lighter but does not light the wick, but waits for others to do it first, it will appear that he is too calculating. For example, now, in the minds of others, Lin Baici is still that harmless and kind student. Only Kim Young-ji knows how meticulous this opera is. Not only does he take into account all the possible consequences of any action, he is even shaping his personal image. I'm afraid that Boss Zhang's words now are not as influential as Lin Baici's. He is rich, but Lin Appa can keep everyone alive. I can't find the lamp oil. The tourists walked around for several times, but found nothing. They were scared to death as they saw the Buddha baby on its back growing bigger and bigger. Lin Baici has already considered the problem of running out of lamp oil, so it seems he has to find a substitute. You're not going to use human oil, are you?
Janong Su dans l'Ispoc, Startlinu a YYQ.
What did you say? Hua Yueyu actually heard it clearly, but she couldn't imagine the consequences. Human oil, lighting sky lanterns, haven't you heard of it? Jiang Hong covered his mouth with his hand and lowered his voice. Maybe I'll have to use human oil to get through this level. Apart from this, Jiang Hong couldn't think of where else to get lamp oil. Jiningjun, the old lady, and Sister Li all turned pale just thinking about that horrifying scene. You're just guessing. What if the human oil doesn't work? Hua Yueyu retorted. No need to think of other ways. This damn thing keeps getting bigger. We don't have much time. Jiang Hong was willing to kill someone in order to survive. He looked at Lin Baici and asked, "What are you doing?"
No.
Lin Baici refused directly. If he kills someone for the oil, he will live with psychological trauma for the rest of his life. Well, if my method works, don't come to beg me later. Jiang Hong was decisive and ruthless, and immediately went to gather a group of people. You must be strong and able to fight. This guy is a scumbag. Hua Yueyu felt that Jiang Hong was too inhumane. Lin Baici did not give up. He was observing the oil lamp. The pattern on it is very beautiful. What is the use of a bronze oil lamp, no matter how beautifully it is made, if it cannot be eaten? Lin Baici was almost pissed off by Ghoul's words. Eat, eat, eat. All he does is eat. Can't he say something important? The cold night is bleak, Everything is quiet, the lights are lit, and the Buddha's light is always bright. Eating a vegetarian meal in this environment is a unique experience. The sigh of the God-Eater made Lin Baici's heart move. Add blood to light the lamp? Lin Baici captured a key word. Could it be that this oil lamp is not fueled by lamp oil, but by blood? Thinking of this, Lin Baici pulled out the hatchet stuck in his lower back, cut his finger, and began to drain blood into the oil lamp. Tick, tick. The bright red blood dripped into the bronze lamp, creating ripples. What are you doing? Hua Yueyu didn't understand. In addition to her, there was Sister Li, Jiningjin, Old Aunt Su Xiao, Sima Mu, Zhang Ju, and her daughter, and about 50 other people following Lin Baici. No one noticed that when Lin Baici was adding blood to the lamp, the dark giant Buddha on the altar, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Baici. Uncle, lend me your lighter. Lin Baici saw that the bottom of the lamp was covered with blood and was about to stop when the voice sounded in his mind again. Refill once and it can burn for 3 years. What does it mean? Lin Baici frowned. He actually didn't want to bleed anymore. This lotus bud lamp was not very big, but to fill it up, it would probably take 200 cc of blood. But if I don't fill it up, what if the light doesn't last long enough for that ghost thing to disappear? Lin Baici turned his head and looked at the dozens of corpses that were bitten to pieces by the Buddha infant lying on his shoulders, and suddenly gritted his teeth. Be steady. It's just blood. When I get out, I'll find a chicken to nourish myself. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Sima Mu wanted to say, if you have any discovery, don't do it yourself. Try it with cannon fodder first. Otherwise, if you die, what will happen to everyone? Lin Baici took the lighter and lit the wick. Call. The light is as small as a bean, but it warms the heart. Lin Baici suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. It's getting smaller. It's getting smaller. The old lady shouted happily. Zhang Hong, blood can replace lamp oil. Lin Baici shouted. Crash. The tourists gathered around. Really? Zhang Hong squeezed through the crowd and came to Lin Baici. He has already convinced 8 people. Look by yourself. Lin Baici held an oil lamp in one hand and a pine torch in the other. Unlike the panicked people, his face was full of calmness. The wick was burning, and the Buddha baby lying on Lin Baici's shoulder had completely shrunk behind him, not wanting to be illuminated by any light. Even so, its body is gradually getting smaller. It seems to be really useful. Behind Zhang Hong, a young man with an eagle nose spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Do I have to use my own blood? When everyone heard this, they were shocked. You just saw that each person can only take one oil lamp? What if you use someone else's blood and defile the lamp and can't light the wick? Lin Baici asked back. When Jining Jun heard Lin Baici's answer, she secretly praised his wit. This guy with a hooked nose looks like a ruthless person, the kind that won't listen to advice. If Lin Baici wanted to persuade him not to hurt others, it would definitely be difficult. But with this said, he would hesitate to act. After all, no one dares to gamble with his own life. In addition to Zhang Hong and Hooked Nose, some other people also thought about whether they could use other people's blood as lamp oil. But Lin Baici's question made them give up the idea. Forget it, let's be safe. The hook-nosed man pulled out a switchblade, snapped it open, and let the blood out of his finger. It's best to fill up the lamps at once. Lin Baici reminded loudly. Does it have to be full? It hurts. Hua Yueyu's eyes were filled with tears. Don't you guys release it once a month? Are you still not used to it?
Sima Mu teased.
Because of the death pressure brought by the Buddha baby lying on their shoulders, everyone moved quickly, and some even fought for lighters and knives. After a lot of trouble, everyone added blood and lit the oil lamps. Help me check. Has this thing on my back gotten smaller? It works. This method works. Boy, you are amazing. Why call him young man? That's rude. Call him pretty boy. Seeing that the Buddha baby lying on their shoulders was getting smaller and that they were able to survive, the tourists felt a little relieved. Lin Baici didn't care about these discussions. He only wanted to find the divine remains as soon as possible, destroy it, and let the ruins of the gods collapse. Otherwise, if this continues, there will be more lives to be lost. It looks like there won't be any more problems. As soon as Sima Mu finished speaking, he heard a girl scream. Why is my blood burning so fast? Chapter 18. Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Snapped. Sima Mu raised his hand and slapped himself hard. What are you doing? The old lady was startled by his sudden action and thought something had happened. What a crow's mouth. Sima Mu was depressed. This kind of rule pollution was really hard to guard against. Handsome guy, please help me take a look. The person who screamed just now was a girl with long hair and wearing a light blue dress. She ran to Lin Baici in a hurry with an oil lamp, asking him for help. My blood seems to be burning very quickly. What is fast? Isn't it always like this? No, yours is obviously much faster. When the tourists heard what the girl in the dress said, they all began to stare at the blood in the lamp. Some of them were horrified to find that their blood burned at different speeds, faster than what is visible to the naked eye. This scared them. You're burning so much that you can almost see the bottom of the lamp. Add some more blood. Hua Yu helped to give some advice. She looked at her own and fortunately, there was no problem. Oh. The girl in the dress nodded hurriedly, took the hatchet handed to her by Lin Baici, and cut her finger. Tick, tick. The blood flow is too slow. Make the wound bigger. Sima Mu urged. It's already this late. Are you still afraid of the pain? If you can't do it, I'll help you. The girl in the dress cried, endured the pain, and cut her finger again. But unfortunately the wound was still too shallow. Sima Mu couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed her left hand. The sharp sickle blade scratched the white palm, and blood gushed out. Ah! The girl in the dress screamed in pain. The tourists whose blood was burning too quickly were anxiously borrowing knives and rushing to add blood to the lamps. Hua Yueyu and Jiningjin looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. Why is it still so fast? The girl in the dress was shivering. The color on her face had faded, leaving her face pale and lifeless. Shit, what happened? Why did mine burn so quickly? Did I hold the lamp incorrectly? Handsome guy, what should I do? Wow, I don't want to die. There were probably more than 200 tourists, and the blood in the lamps burned faster. Hungry god brother. The little girl was holding one of Lin Baici's legs, and her mother Zhangju was standing beside her, holding an oil lamp in one hand. The blood inside is burning at a normal rate. Sima Mu glanced at his oil lamp and found that there was no problem. So he was as steady as an old dog and had the leisure to command others. Don't just stand there, keep adding blood. Looking at this, I can't find the cause, so it's useless to add more. Hua Yueyu felt that Sima Mu's suggestion was unreliable and was harming people. How much blood did you put into the lamp the first time? Was it full? Lin Baici looked at the girl in a dress with light makeup on and asked. He probably guessed the reason. Fill it up, right? The girl in the dress murmured. I want an accurate answer. Lin Baici raised his voice. No, a little bit. The girl in the dress burst into tears even more violently. It hurts. It hurts so much that I stopped bleeding. You guys whose blood burns too quickly, didn't you refill the lamps just now? Sima Mu has a loud voice. Buzz. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Is this the reason? Hold. If I had known this, I would have filled it up immediately. Now what? Someone asked urgently. Sima Mu didn't know, so he naturally looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. Lin Baici was silent because he felt that. No solution. Fortunately, when the ghoul god said, fill it up once and it can burn for 3 years, I was cautious enough and directly filled the lamp with blood. If I was afraid of pain, if I thought just a little would be enough, then it would be cool by now. Why don't you speak? Yes, tell us what to do. I beg you. The tourists, whose backs were carrying ever larger Buddha babies, could no longer sit still and surrounded Lin Baici, yelling at him. He said everything he should have said, but you didn't follow his instructions. Hua Yu saw that these people looked excited and crazy and was worried that they might do something extreme, so she quickly explained for Lin Baici. It's your fault. Jiningjin scolded. Those who listened to Lin Baici's reminder and filled the lamps with blood were now feeling very fortunate. Now the situation is clear. The blood can serve as lamp oil. Fill the lamp with it and light the wick. You can use the light to drive away the Buddha baby lying on your back. If you don't do this, the ghost thing will grow bigger and bigger until it matures and eats the person underneath it. Fortunately, these ghosts will not attack others. They will only eat the person under them. The old lady patted her chest and took a deep breath. It's stable. It's stable. Soon, within a few minutes, the blood of several tourists was burned out, and it was useless no matter how much blood they added to the lamp. The Buddha babies on their backs began to grow rapidly, and then attacked them like mad dogs, gnawing and biting them. Fuck, if I can't survive, neither can you. A young man wearing Puma sneakers, realizing that he was hopeless and unable to see others getting any better, suddenly pounced on a woman next to him and punched her on the head. Crash. The people nearby were afraid of being affected and pushed him away. It's none of my business, so just ignore it. Some people were instigated by the commotion of the young man wearing sneakers and wanted to follow suit and kill indiscriminately. They were going to die anyway, and neither the law nor morality could punish them. But at this moment, Lin Baici jumped out like a cheetah, rushed quickly behind the young man in sneakers, and hit him hard on the head with a pine baseball bat. Boom! The young man in sneakers instantly covered his face in blood and fell to the ground in a faint. But the next moment, he was bitten awake by the Buddha baby lying on his shoulder. Boom! Lin Baici raised his foot and kicked him in the mouth. What do you want to do? Lin Baici shouted and glared at these people. He is a tall man, over 1.80 meters tall. Although he has never exercised, his body has developed perfectly, his muscles are well proportioned, and he even has 8-pack abs because of that mysterious hunger since childhood. At this time, he was standing in the main hall, holding a torch in his hand, glaring. His aura was domineering and powerful, and quite intimidating. If you have the time to kill someone, why don't you run away quickly? Maybe you can survive. Lin Baici yelled. Those who were planning to drag others into the water were shocked instantly. This sentence gave them a glimmer of hope, and they began to flee out of the hall one by one. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. But Lin Baici knew that they were beyond help.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! Anyone who escaped from the hall would be beaten into a pulp not long after stepping over the threshold by the giant Buddha's hand that fell from the sky. The people behind were so scared that they dared not run away. But the oil lamp had burned out, and the Buddha baby on his back began to attack. The hall was in chaos. Appa, you were so cool just now. Jin was dazzled by what she saw. Lin Baici actually managed to calm down hundreds of people by himself. Otherwise, if these people started rioting, some people would definitely be in trouble. Hua Yueyu clenched her little pink fist and smashed the GoPro Sports camera on her collar in annoyance. If this thing could be used, she could have captured Lin Baici's domineering posture. Brother Hungry God is so awesome. In the crowd, the little girl, who was hugged tightly by her mother, looked at Lin Baici with her big, shining eyes. Dude, that big Buddha is watching you. Hooked Nose didn't expect this student to be so brave.
What?
Lin Baici was not scared yet, but Hua Yueyu and Jin were startled and subconsciously turned their heads to look at the dark Buddha on the altar. It looked at Lin Baici with an ambiguous smile on its face. In its eyes, you are already 60% cooked. You can eat it after removing the head, but it's rare to come across such delicious ingredients, so you can wait a little longer. Lin Baici frowned slightly. After another 15 minutes of anxiety, everyone suddenly discovered that the Buddha baby on their backs had disappeared. It's gone. It's really gone. I think it should be all right, right? Great. We're saved. The tourists who survived cried for joy. Lin Baici counted and found that there were more than 800 tourists entering the main hall. After the 2 purification procedures of worshipping Buddha and lighting lamps, there were still 271 people left. In just a short while, almost 600 people died. Jin felt numb when she looked at these survivors. Because we haven't found the taboo object yet, and the pollution of rules has not ended, this means more people will die. At this rate and proportion of loss, won't everyone be wiped out in the next round? Using blood instead of lamp oil, and having to refill it all at once, this is too much of a ripoff. If I had been afraid of the pain and backed off, I would have been done for. Hua Yueyu was scared. The pollution of rules was so terrible. The old lady nodded vigorously. Thank you, handsome guy. The survivors gathered around and thanked Lin Baici. Thanks to him, we are able to survive. Add blood to light the lamp, and the Buddha's light will shine forever. The dark Buddha spoke, his voice high, solemn, and cold, suppressing all the noise in the hall. But don't you think there is something missing in front of this Buddha? Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we'll give it to you. Some people begged, please let us go. I regard incense and offerings as dirt. Why would I want your money and property? The dark Buddha smiled and said, as the saying goes, borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha. All you need to do is pick a bunch of wild flowers and place them in front of the Buddha. Lin Baici didn't take this as the truth. He didn't miss a single word and kept it all in his mind. Go ahead. Go to the lotus lake in the east to get the flowers. The dark Buddha said this and closed his eyes. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do, and then looked at Lin Baici, waiting for him to take the lead. Is there any need to think about this? Let's go pick flowers. The hook-nosed man put his right hand into his hair and pulled it back. No one moved, or even looked at him, waiting for Lin Baici's decision. This made the hook-nose very embarrassed. By the way, Everyone please remember that the offering table is too small and can only hold bouquets for 30 people. The Dark Buddha suddenly blurted out something that confused everyone. What does this mean? Some people were still asking stupid questions, but some smartly ran out of the hall. Go grab the flowers. Sima Mu became anxious. What the Dark Buddha meant was that it would only allow the first 30 people who presented bouquets of flowers to survive. Chapter 19 Lotus Lake, Dock Boat. In Longchan Temple, the black fog has dissipated a lot, and it is easy to identify the direction. The surviving tourists were all running towards the east, trying to get to Lotus Lake as quickly as possible to pick wild flowers and offer them to the Dark Buddha. Can you guys hurry up?
Sima mu komplainet to Zhang Yu.
She was holding the child and was running too slowly. The old lady was not fast enough either. After running for a while, she started to pant. Sorry.
Zhang Yu apologised.
Is sorry useful? Sima Mu was very anxious. He was about to curse, but when he saw Lin Baici's gloomy face, he held his words back. Zhang Ju was a smart woman. She saw that Lin Baici had a kind heart, so she came over with her daughter in her arms. It directly became a burden. Hey, Xiao Linzi is still a student. He has never experienced the darkness of society. If he defends this kindness, he will suffer a great loss. Sima Mu sighed. He didn't dare to persuade Lin Baici to give up Zhang Ju, because doing so would make him appear inhumane. Carry her on my back. Lin Baici reached out his hand. If Zhang Ju was alone, he wouldn't care. He would lend a hand if he had the strength to spare. He didn't give up, but facing an innocent 3-year-old girl, he couldn't bear to do that. Besides, the little girl in the kitchen had reminded them not to listen to that sinister old man, because the monster cook would kill anyone who left their seat. This is a kind little girl. No, I'm fine. Zhang Ju refused. She still had some sense of propriety. She knew that following Lin Baici had already caused trouble for him. It would be too bad if she asked him to carry a woman on his back again. Give it to me. Lin Baici took the little girl in his arms and put her on his back. She was not heavy, only about 20 pounds. With Lin Baici's physical fitness, it had no effect at all. He still ran faster than the old aunt and Jiningjin. I should have known better than to help those people. It would be better if they all died. Sisterly regrets it. There are still about 200 people left, right? Sima Mu did not give an exact number. 271. If only 30 people can survive, that means only 1 out of every 9 people can survive. Jining is really fast at calculation. Hua Yueyu gasped and her scalp felt numb. That's not how it's calculated. No one knows what accidents will happen in the process of picking flowers. More people will mean more cannon fodder. Lin Baici's thought emerged in his mind. He saved people not only because of his years of education and morality, but also because of this thought. Many people. There are more opportunities for trial and error. Lin Baici and his 8 companions passed through an archway, entered a large garden, and ran wildly on the green grass. To the east, there is a big lake. The green lotus leaves are connected together, swaying in the breeze, like a cradle in a mother's hands, full of children's dreams. A few dragonflies landed on the pink lotus flowers, like a still ink painting. Are there no wild flowers here? The old lady panted and looked around with sweat on her forehead, but there were no wild flowers except green grass. On that island in the lake. Jiningjin had sharp eyes and saw that in this lotus lake, about 50 meters away from the shore, there was a small island in the middle of the lake, with a field of golden wild chrysanthemums on it. There is a faint ray of sunlight shining through the mist, sprinkling on it, squeezing out the scent of summer. How do we get up there? We can't just swim over there, right? Sister Li was panicked and anxious because she couldn't swim. Over there. Jiningjin pointed and said, there's a dock. There are 3 boats at the dock, 2 small and 1 large. The smaller one is a sampan, which can only seat 4 people at most, and the larger one is a whooping boat, which can accommodate about 10 people. The tourists were all running towards the pier. Those who arrived first had already started fighting for the 3 boats. After all, whoever got on first would survive. Let's go quickly. Sima Mu ran as fast as he could. Even though one of his hands was wrapped in bandages and hung in front of his chest, he ran very fast. Only 30 people can survive, so there is no need to urge them. The tourists are all trying their best. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach started growling again. Hunger arises. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Baici is in no hurry. The feeling of hunger appears, which means there is a taboo creature near the pond. If there is such a thing, it doesn't matter who runs faster or who picks the wildflowers. Lin Baici and his party rushed to the dock. Except for about 20 elderly people, All the tourists have arrived. The ownership of the 2 sampans and a whooping boat was also decided, and Jiang Hong and the guy with the hook nose got them. There were 15 of them, all young and strong, and they could be beaten just by looking at them. There were more than 20 injured unfortunates lying on the ground. Some of them were covered in blood and had no breath, which showed how ruthless these people were. "Little brother, let's go together," Jiang Hong shouted to Lin Baici. After he grabbed the boat, he did not leave, but waited for Lin Baici. "Brother, let's go." Hook Nose doesn't like Lin Baici, but this student in a Manchester United jersey is very powerful. With him, everyone's lives are more secure. Swish. The eyes of everyone on the shore were focused on Lin Baici. There is envy, jealousy, and anger. However, they admitted that Lin Baici was qualified. If they had a boat, they would also invite this big boy to join them. Baici. The old lady's voice was trembling. She was really afraid that Lin Baici would leave. Although Hua Yueyu had not spent much time with Lin Baici and did not know what kind of person he was, her intuition told her that Lin Baici would not leave. Ashiba. Jin Yingjun was depressed. "He was the first man I set my eyes on. You all should get away from me. How many people can I bring?" Lin Baici asked casually. He was using his hunger to find the location of the taboo object. "Brother, you can see that there are not enough seats for so many of us. In order to make room for you, some people have to wait for the second wave."
Janyong explained.
"Brother, be content with what you have." The hook nose glanced at Jin Yingjun and Hua Yueyu, and suddenly understood that Lin Bai had resigned. "I'm giving you 9 out of 10 for this type of thing. The 1 point less is because she's a pretty girl who's not my girlfriend, and I want to save her too. As for Miss Li, she looked okay, and even as an old lady she still had some charm, but when she stood next to Hua Yueyu and Jin Yingjun, she was completely ignored subconsciously. "You guys go, I don't want to sit." Lin Baici refused. Wow, Lin Baici's choice surprised everyone. "What do these mean?" The hook-nosed man's face darkened. "Do you look down on us?" Lin Baici didn't look down on them. He just didn't like their style of doing things and didn't want to be with them. And most importantly, the taboo object has not been found yet. Who knows if it will be dangerous if we get on the ship? These people couldn't wait to grab the boat and get to the island, just serving as targets for scouting. Of course, Lin Baici would not reveal this mentality. Otherwise, Jiang Hong and the others would definitely become suspicious, so he curled his lips. Hee hee. The meaning of this mockery is self-evident. You. The hook-nosed man was very angry, but thinking of Lin Baici's previous performance and his physique, he wisely chose not to cause trouble. "Paddle, let's go." The hook-nose spoke, etc. Jiang Hong stopped him. "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang?" The hook-nosed man was unhappy. If this guy had not promised to give him 10 million, he would not have taken on this burden. Something's wrong. Judging from this student's previous behavior, he doesn't seem like someone who would show his likes and dislikes on his face. So why did he mock you?
Janyong estique et brows wrinkled.
Could it be that this guy felt that there was danger on the island and was just looking for an excuse not to get on the boat? Brother Zhou, let's wait for the second group to arrive on the island.
Janyong persuaded.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the wildflowers back. The right thing to do is to leave this damn place. Hook Nose has a good physique, but now he feels dizzy and has the urge to vomit. His muscles are also starting to feel sore and numb, and he feels tired. He had heard some rumors that people in the ruins of the gods would be contaminated by the radiation from the gods' remains and eventually turn into a pool of rotten meat without consciousness. What if there's danger on the island? Jiang Hong was worried. The most dangerous thing is that only 30 people can survive. The hook-nosed man was very angry. If you pick the flowers and run away, it will only take a few minutes. It is less than 50 meters from here to the island in the middle of the lake. You can swim there easily. Besides, the island is not big and can be seen at a glance. There was nothing there except a field of golden wild chrysanthemums. Haha, that's right. Jiang Hong patted the hook-nosed man's shoulder and said, "Then start the boat." Everyone started paddling immediately. Jiang Hong was still uneasy. He turned around and saw Lin Baici's calm eyes staring at the island in the middle of the lake. His heart skipped a beat. This posture. What a scheming dog. He is waiting for someone to explore the way. Jiang Hong suddenly rushed forward and jumped onto the shore with force. Boss Jiang, what are you doing? Hook Nose was dumbfounded. I'll wait for the next one. Jiang Hong smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't give you a penny less than what I promised you. Hold. The hook nose knew that Jiang Hong obviously still felt safer with that student. I am convinced too. We have so many big men. Are we not as good as him alone? In Zhang Hong's mind, people like Hook Nose could definitely beat Lin Baici in a fight, but they might not be able to beat him in terms of brains. Boss Jiang, you are very smart. Do you think that the second wave of people going to the island will not take any risks and will be able to secure a place in the top 30? Sima Mu taunted. But have you ever thought about what if someone wants to swim over? Zhang Hong shuddered suddenly. Swim over? Oh no. Forgot about this. In fact, some people had already started taking off their clothes. Those who were impatient and confident in their swimming ability went straight into the water without even taking off their clothes. Crash. Crash. A total of more than 30 people entered Lotus Lake. Some tourists, who were originally still hesitating, became anxious and started to go into the water when they saw that the number of people exceeded 30. Why panic? After they come back from picking flowers, their energy will be almost exhausted. Then we can snatch their flowers. A man in his 30s with a ferocious look on his face. He wants to kill people in order to survive. Are you stupid? The big Buddha said that you have to pick the wildflowers yourself. Hua Yueyu was speechless. If Zhang Hong and the others hadn't figured this out, would they have rushed to land on the island? Wouldn't it be nice to stay on the shore and rob others? Many survivors on the shore had this dark thought, but when Hua Yueshui exposed it and realized it was impossible to carry it out, they were all dumbfounded. Some people quickly jumped into the water, and many others looked at Lin Baici together. Handsome guy, can you think of a solution? Chapter 20, Bodhi Messenger Robe. Lin Baici ignored them and looked at the black-sailed boat, paying attention to the lake near it. The strong feeling of hunger means that there must be taboo objects around, so rule pollution may happen at any time, or may have already happened. Crash. Crash. The sound of tourists swimming broke the tranquility of Lotus Lake. Row faster. Hook Nose saw those people who wanted to swim over and sneered. If these people were ignorant and ran ahead of him, don't blame him for being rude. The whooping boat was moving very fast and was only more than 10 meters away from the island in the middle of the lake. Bad luck. Wrong prediction. Zhang Hong was depressed. When he was struggling about what to do, the black-sailed boat suddenly flipped into the water and disappeared. Plop. Plop. The group of people with hooked noses fell into the water in an instant like dumplings. What happened? What the hell? Why did the boat capsize? The tourists on the shore were fine, but those in the lake were almost scared to death and quickly stopped. The whooping boat sank without any warning, just like a toy boat that was suddenly pulled into the lake by a giant's hand. The tourists on the two small sampans panicked. One boat was paddling hard, trying to get back to the shore quickly, but the next second, it sank into the lake with a loud splash. The tourists on it fell into the water and shouted twice, but then there was no further sound. Seeing this, the other boat tried its best to rush towards the island in the middle of the lake. After all, it was close, so it decided to go ashore first. However, it only rode less than 3 or 4 meters before it sank as well. Those tourists who were soaking in the lake and planning to swim across panicked, turned around and swam back desperately. But there is no chance anymore. Crash. Whoosh. They seemed to be being dragged into the lake by a water ghost. Help. Help. Do not kill me. The shouts, cries for help, and curses disappeared in less than 10 seconds, and none of the 50 people who had gone into the water could be seen anymore. There were only ripples slowly spreading out on the surface of the lake. Everyone standing on the shore felt cold all over. Dozens of people. They all died in an instant. This is too horrible. Zhang Hong, who had just been regretting not leaving, now felt grateful. God bless you. God bless you. Zhang Hong glanced at Lin Baici and realized that following this boy was indeed the right decision. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the whooping boat and the two small sampans surfaced again and slowly drifted back to the dock. But this time, no one dared to rob. Baici, what should we do? The old lady was sweating all over, and she didn't know if it was because of the heat, anxiety, or fear, but her clothes were soaked and stuck to her body. Go look around. There should be something taboo. Destroy it. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he walked on the green grass and wandered around the lake. The willow trees planted here are lush, with green branches and leaves, like new silk spun by spiders. Everyone hurried to follow. Lin Baici ignored them. He was relying on his hunger to find the taboo object. As long as his hunger level increased, it meant that it was nearby. What I am most afraid of now is that the taboo object is on the island in the middle of the lake, which would be troublesome. Sister Li wanted to speak, but was stopped by Hua Yueyu. Don't disturb him. Hua Yueyu turned around and advised, everyone go find the god's taboo. Don't follow him. No one moved. We are all worried. What if you guys go to the island by yourselves while we are away? Don't try to persuade them. They are all counting on Appa now. Jingjin looked up, trying to find if there were any wild flowers anywhere other than on the island in the middle of the lake. But after looking around, she found none. Lin Baici felt even hungrier. He turned his head and looked towards the 10 o'clock direction. About 30 meters away from the lake shore, there was a group of stone Buddha statues, about 30 in total. These stone Buddha statues are 1 meter tall, not even as tall as Lin Baici's waist. They have weak torsos and thin limbs, as if they are severely malnourished and starving to death. But it has a huge head, especially its eyeballs, which are bulging. This design is too disgusting. The old lady felt very uncomfortable. Lin Baici and his group approached. These stone Buddha statues bear traces of wind and sun. They won't suddenly move, will they? Hua Yueyu was worried. Don't scare me. The old lady began to tremble and leaned towards Lin Baici. Go in and take a look. Lin Baici saw that one of the stone Buddhas was different, as it was wearing a cassock. Everyone followed, but just as they approached the stone Buddha group, swish, all the Buddha statues turned their heads and stared at them. Ghost. Fuck. Run. Everyone was frightened, except for Lin Baici, who took a step back. Everyone else turned around and ran. Jingjin ran a few steps, and when she saw that Lin Baici didn't run, she stopped again. Appa? A group of big-headed stone Buddhas who are about to starve to death are full of murderous intent and greed for any food. But because they cannot move, they can only look but not eat. Can't move? Does that mean if we don't get close to them, we'll be fine? Lin Baici felt relieved, and his eyes fell on the red cassock. It was made of red cloth, the same as those worn by abbots in ordinary temples, except that this one had rows of golden symbols written on it, which should be some kind of text. Never mind, just burn it first. Lin Baici took a pinewood torch, approached a stone Buddha, and scratched it hard. Sizzle. The torch was lit, and the orange-red light dispelled some of the coolness. Everyone stayed where they were and watched Lin Baici walk into the group of stone statues. This? So bold. Suddenly, the big-headed stone statues raised their heads, pursed their lips, and screamed loudly. The strange tone spread throughout the entire Lotus Lake, and even ripples appeared on the surface of the lake due to the sound. It hurt so much. Lin Baici covered his ears with one hand. The others were even more miserable. The screams were like sharp iron spikes being smashed into everyone's heads by a giant with a hammer, piercing their brains. But what was even more terrifying was that along with the screams, there was a loud splash at the shore of Lotus Lake, and the lake water rushed up into the sky. A 3-meter-tall monster jumped out of it and pounced towards them. The monster should be a Buddha statue, with fleshy buns on its head, big drooping ears, and a string of prayer beads around its neck. But apart from these, no other Buddhist elements can be found. The monster's body was covered in knotty muscles, bulging completely, as if it had been fed with protein powder, with blood vessels and veins bulging out of its skin. And this guy was only wearing a pair of leather shorts, which were wrapped tightly around his body. As it came running, its muscles contracted and expanded, and its big feet stomped the ground. Every time it stepped down, dirt and grass flew everywhere, leaving a half-finger-deep mark. This posture is full of explosive power and visual impact. Crash. The tourists turned and fled. Are you kidding? This monster is so strong that he can participate in a bodybuilding competition. Even 1 minute would be too much to kill all the people here. Appa, run! Jingjin yelled. Lin Baici only took one look at the monster Buddha statue and immediately rushed forward. He was going to burn the robe. This damn thing must have been made by that thing. Boom! 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 The monster Buddha statue ran wildly and quickly approached Lin Baici. Fortunately, he was close enough to the robe and arrived in time. But when he stretched out the torch and was about to light the robe, the ghoul god spoke. This is a Bodhi messenger robe. Wearing it can summon a Buddha to help you wash clothes and cook, chop wood and feed horses. If you want to fight, it can also hand you a knife to bury the body. Ghoul suggested. As a professional gourmet, I need some servants to serve me. This Buddha messenger can be used for the time being. What the hell? Lin Baici can't do it anymore. Can this thing be a servant? When someone punches me, I don't have to cry for long. I just die. Lin Baici was determined. No matter what it was, he would burn it first. Otherwise, when this thing came over, he would be the one to die. Put on a cassock and you can enslave it. It's simple and easy to use. Ghoul's comment made Lin Baici move the torch away the moment he lit the cassock. So easy? Lin Baici couldn't believe it. He thought of the Dark Buddha in the main hall. If he had such a muscular Buddha fighter, he should have a chance of winning against that Buddha, right? Thinking of this, Lin Baici quickly reached out and pulled the robe off the stone statue. The monster Buddha statue rushed over, took a step forward, bent its waist, and smashed Lin Baici's head with its right fist like a meteor chasing the moon. Appa! Baici! Jiningjin and Huayueyu didn't dare to look anymore. Swish! Lin Baici shook his wrist and draped the cassock over his shoulders, just enough to cover half of his body. The golden scriptures are particularly dazzling among this group of willow stone statues. Call. The wind from the fists was so strong that it made Lin Baici's Manchester United jersey rustle. The monster Buddha statue's heavy fist stopped in front of his forehead. Oh my god, that's scary. Lin Baici only then realized how dangerous his action just now was. If the ghoul's comment was wrong, or if he was a little slower in putting on the cassock, then he would have seen brain matter and blood coloring the stone statues. The monster Buddha statue stood on its feet, straightened its body, then put its hands together, bowed slightly towards Lin Baici, and then its entire body faded and disappeared. Appa! Jiningjin rushed over and burst into tears. You scared me to death. Although the two have not been together for a long time, Lin Baici's wisdom, bravery, and of course, most importantly, his appearance, have already won the Korean beauty's favor. If he took her home at night, Jiningjin would definitely invite him into the bedroom to have a bowl of instant noodles. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and put on his robes. It is actually a piece of cloth, draped over the shoulders and left arm, and tied with a belt. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, everyone came over. Baici, don't do this kind of thing again next time, it's too dangerous. The old lady's voice was trembling. She didn't understand why Lin Baici was not afraid. Is that muscle-like Buddha monster the culprit who just killed those tourists who went into the water? Zhang Hong was very excited. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that it was safe to cross the lake now? What about that muscular Buddha? Surrendered by Lin Baici? Zhang Hong's eyes were fixed on the cassock on Lin Baici. This should be a good thing. 1. Appa, this robe is taboo to the gods. You might get contaminated if you wear it. Kim Young-jin is worried. No choice. Lin Baici estimated that he had a certain chance of resisting this kind of rule pollution, otherwise the ghoul would definitely not let him use it. Chapter 21. Invincible Power. What? Lin Baici paused. I am your servant, and you are my boss. Shouldn't I have some emotions? It's not too much to punch you occasionally, right? Ghoul's tone was matter of fact. The key is that this punch will kill me. Lin Baici was helpless. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Everyone rushed back to the dock. The lake is calm, with only lotus leaves in the air. Captain, hurry up. Zhang Hong is very thick-skinned. Although he is not familiar with Lin Baici, he still calls him affectionately. While greeting everyone, he ran towards the boat. Other tourists were also pushing and scrambling for a spot. Plop. Someone was pushed into the water. Get out of here. Zhang Hong jumped onto the black-sailed boat and yelled at the people who were crowded with him. No one is allowed to board the boat without the captain's permission. Who do you think you are? Some people were indignant, but more people rushed to grab the two sampans and avoided Zhang Hong. After all, he was the richest man in Guangxing and had a lot of money. That talented student named Lin could earn 10 million just by giving him a hand, so there was no reason for him not to make money. Lin Baici walked onto the dock, looked at the shouting Zhang Hong, and frowned. Get off. Ah? Zhang Hong was dumbfounded. Go down. Lin Baici couldn't stand people like Zhang Hong. Don't let me say it a second time. Zhang Hong was embarrassed, and his expression looked as if he had been constipated for 10 years.
Roll.
Sima Mu jumped onto the black-sailed boat and waved his sickle at him. Zhang Hong looked at Lin Baici and understood that the other person didn't want to team up with him. Why? Be smart and get off the boat to avoid getting beaten. Handsome guy, can you let me get on board too? The woman with dyed red hair was not dead. She begged Lin Baici with a flattering smile on her face. You guys take the sampan. Lin Baici picked up the oar and started rowing. On his boat were Jiningjin, Huayueyu, Sisterly, the old aunt, Sima Mu, and Zhang Ju and her daughter. Give me a seat. Zhang Hong used his ability to give out money. I'll give you the money. But unfortunately, everyone wanted to live, and after the men with hooked noses who were more capable of fighting were gone, the fighting power of the remaining people was about the same. So for a while, it was a mess, and everyone wanted to be the first to pass. The black-sailed boat docked, and we arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. A large field of golden wild chrysanthemums sways in the wind, emitting a fresh floral fragrance. Get off the boat and pick the flowers. Sima Mu jumped ashore. How beautiful! The little girl sighed. Only this flower field does not have the dark and spooky tones of Shinshu. You can also see bees flying among the flowers. How big a bouquet do you want? Hua Yueyu and his group got off the boat and walked into the flower fields to pick some beautiful wild chrysanthemums, etc. Lin Baici stopped him. Swish. Everyone stood still. What's wrong? The old lady was afraid. Is it dangerous? Have no idea. When Lin Baici got the Bodhi messenger's robe just now, his hunger was reduced, but it did not completely disappear. When he stepped onto the island in the middle of the lake, the hunger surged up again. It was so intense that Lin Baici's mouth was drooling. A field of wild chrysanthemums that was overnourished by divine power has mutated. Their roots will drag all life that enters the field into the soil and turn it into nutrients. Burn it. Don't keep it. Otherwise, pick some chrysanthemums and make tea, which has the effect of reducing internal heat. Ghoul God reviews. Burned? What about our mission? Lin Baici asked in his heart. The ghoul did not answer. It was only interested in food. Would you like to pick some flowers? Hua Yueyu only listens to Lin Baici now. There is no doubt about it. Don't pick it. Lin Baici took the torch, swung it on the side of the boat, lit it, then jumped off the boat and approached the flower field. Stay away. What are you going to do? Sima Mu panicked. Looking at your attitude, are you going to burn them? Right. Lin Baici looked at Sima Mu. Do you have any objections?
No.
Sima Mu smiled. Do whatever you want. Lin Baici lowered the torch and swung it a few times among the flowers. Whoosh, whoosh. The flames immediately started to burn and began to engulf the entire flower field. On the shore, tourists suddenly discovered that there was a fire on the island and became anxious. What happened? Thick smoke billowed up with the wind. The tourists on the two sampans rowed quickly over. Before they reached the shore, they heard screaming sounds coming from the flower fields, as if a monster was being burned to death. They looked at each other. Hua Yueyu and the others looked frightened. If Lin Baici had not stopped him from picking flowers, he would have been killed by the monster in the flower field. 10 minutes later, the island in the middle of the lake turned into a scorched earth and all the chrysanthemums were burned. Some tourists were unhappy, but they dared not speak out. The old lady originally wanted to ask Lin Baici what to do, but when she saw his gloomy face, she decisively shut up. After waiting for a while, some wild chrysanthemum seedlings broke through the soil. Sprouts. They grow wildly, taller, bloom, and stand against the wind visibly to the naked eye. Baici, you are truly amazing. Hua Yueyu exclaimed in admiration. Lin Baici is just a student? Who would believe that? He must be a god hunter, and a very powerful one. Lin Baici turned around and looked at the tourists on the sampan and those who swam over bravely. Let's take it first. Is that okay? No problem. No problem. You take it first. Whoever dares to say no, I will beat him to death. There were not many newly grown wild chrysanthemums, and not enough to make a few bouquets, but these people were tactful and did not dare to compete with Lin Baici for them. As a result, people like Hua Yueyu also took advantage. After picking a bunch of wildflowers, Lin Baici took a stroll on the island in the middle of the lake. What good stuff is there? Can't stop drooling? Since Lin Baici refused to leave, Hua Yueyu and the others had no choice but to wait. The little girl was squatting on the ground, picking up stones to play with. Inadvertently, she saw a crystal stone as big as a walnut in the mud. It was light blue in color, round in shape, covered with strange patterns, and glowing with light. So beautiful. The little girl immediately took her short legs and ran to Lin Baici. She held the crystal stone in both hands and handed it to him as if offering a treasure. Brother hungry god, this is for you. This is it. The moment Lin Baici saw it, he wanted to eat it quickly. In your human terms, it is called meteor stone, which is full of divine energy. After eating it, it can activate and nourish cells, allowing your body to evolve to the next level of life. Isn't this a meteor stone? Jin Jin exclaimed. You know? Lin Baici just needs some popular science. Never seen it. Jin Jin shook his head. Meteor stone is the most precious resource in the god ruins. It can be said that the god hunters took great risks to defeat the god Su just for the god's bones and it. The meteorite contains a mysterious energy that can be extracted through a special process and absorbed by the god hunter to strengthen the body and replenish divine power. Didn't I tell you before that the more divine grace a divine hunter possesses, the more powerful he will be? However, if the hunter's body is too weak, he may die suddenly when absorbing divine grace. In addition, using divine grace consumes divine power. Therefore, the meteor stone that can strengthen the body and replenish divine power is of great value. All of Jiningzhen's knowledge came from her brother. Can't you just eat it? Lin Baici frowned. Not to mention ordinary people, even if a god hunter eats it, if the stomach is not washed out in time within a few minutes, the mysterious energy contained in it will soon radiate and turn him into an unrecognizable form. Jiningzhen looked at the meteor stone with envy. In the hunter circle, this is the highest level currency. How much is it worth? Lin Baiци's eyes lit up. If you convert it into money, you will be financially free. After Jiningzhen finished speaking, he quickly reminded, but no hunter will exchange it for money. They will use it to improve their strength. If you are not a god hunter, you have no idea how precious a meteor stone is. Lin Baici put away the meteor stone. Let's go. After getting the money, he decided to give it directly to the little girl as a thank you for finding the meteor stone. In fact, it doesn't matter if he doesn't give it to her. After all, he saved the lives of mother and daughter. The whooping boat set sail and returned to the dock. After Lin Bai left, the tourists on the island immediately erupted in hostility. After all, only 30 people could survive. Eat it quickly, what are you waiting for? Ghoul urged. You'll die if you eat it. Lin Baici explained in his heart. Ghoul God doesn't care about that. If you don't eat it, I'll force it into your mouth. Jiningzhen said that this thing must be refined through a special process before it can be used. Lin Baici hesitated. He is still alive today thanks to Ghoul's food reviews. But is it too much to ask him to eat this kind of thing raw? The divine corpse in the main hall is impossible to kill in your current state. If you go there, it will be like a takeaway delivered to your door. Ghoul God sneered. You don't think these small fry companions around you can help you, right? How do I eat this? I can't even bite it. Lin Baici looked at the walnut-sized meteor stone and sighed. Actually, there is no choice. And this feeling of hunger was also stimulating him to eat. Just put it in your mouth. Lin Baici wiped the meteor stone with his jersey and put it into his mouth when no one was paying attention. The temperature in the mouth immediately rises, and the meteorite softens and becomes liquid. Gulp, gulp. Lin Baici swallowed it twice in succession and ate it. A stream of heat instantly exploded in the stomach and rushed to the whole body. White steam came out of Lin Baici's body and his skin turned slightly red. Everyone noticed the heat wave, turned around, and were shocked to see Lin Baici acting strangely. Baici, what's wrong with you? Sister Li was shocked and said, You are the hope of the whole village. Nothing must happen to you. Lin Baici didn't say anything. After about a minute, the steam on his body dissipated and his skin color returned to normal, becoming more delicate and firmer than before. So good that even women who used high-end cosmetics every day would be jealous.
Infine.
Lin Baici let out a breath of foul air. The black sailboat arrived at the dock. He looked back at the island in the middle of the lake and could clearly see the tourists snatching the wild chrysanthemums. He could also see the ferocious expression on Jiang Hong's face clearly. My eyesight has improved. Although Lin Baici is not nearsighted, his eyesight has deteriorated due to so many years of reading and studying, but now it is definitely 5.3, which is enough for him to pass the pilot vision test. Lin Baici recalled Ghoul's comments on the meteor stone. This stone is filled with divine energy that can enable humans to evolve toward the next level of life. Divine power? Lin Baici clenched his right hand. He could now clearly feel something flowing in his body. This thing is divine power. If you want to use divine grace, you must have divine power. Lin Baici understood that divine power was the blue bar of magic value of the characters in online games. Walk. Lin Baici jumped off the black sailboat and headed for the main hall. That big dark Buddha probably never expected that I would eat a meteor stone and come back wearing the robes of the Bodhi messenger, right? Chapter 22, Dark Buddha. The wild chrysanthemums grew wildly because the divine power in the meteor stone moistened the soil of the island in the middle of the lake and benefited the plants. Jiang Hong and his 5 newly recruited companions waited until the wild chrysanthemums finally grew. After each of them picked a bunch, they immediately jumped onto the sampan and rowed back. Quick, quick.
Jagnon urged.
Don't be so anxious. We don't know what will happen next. Let Lin Baici face the dark Buddha first, right? A bald middle-aged man was being lazy and not paddling hard enough. What do you know? Jiang Hong was unhappy. It's safest to follow that Lin Baici. Except for the bald man, everyone else thought so too. So they paddled very fast and soon reached the dock. Zhang Hong jumped down without waiting for the sampan to stop. Hurry up, Zhang Hong urged, but after running a few steps, he suddenly stopped. A huge and terrifying dark Buddha statue appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. It held a wooden fish and tapped it slowly. I ask you, is your heart sincere? The big Buddha lowered his eyebrows, glared at Zhang Hong angrily. Swish. Zhang Hong's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. My heart is sincere. My heart is sincere. Zhang Hong responded hurriedly, but Merit Buddha remained indifferent and asked again. I ask you, is your heart sincere? I am sincere. Zhang Hong roared, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of the Merit Buddha and kowtowed hard. He was extremely panicked, especially after hearing Merit Buddha ask again. He knew that he was finished. Really? The meritorious Buddha, who did not see Zhang Hong's sincerity, grasped the gavel and smashed it on his head. Boom! Zhang Hong's head was shattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and then the headless body tilted and fell to the ground. The Merit Buddha turned his head and looked at the bald, middle-aged man, and appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. I ask you, is your heart sincere? The bald man was frightened and turned and ran away. If that Lin Baici were here, he would definitely know how to prove his sincerity, right? The bald, middle-aged man only then remembered how good Lin Baici was. The Merit Buddha had a blank expression on his face and banged out the gavel. Boom! The bald, middle-aged man died and fell into the water, with blood spreading across a large area. The remaining 3 tourists fled separately. But it's no use. The meritorious Buddha threw the mallet casually, and it roared out like a flying hammer, smashing the heads of these impious tourists one after another. The meritorious Buddha wiped his gavel and looked at the island in the middle of the lake. There were figures moving there. So it boarded the sampan. When. The crisp sound of wooden fish echoes over Lianhua Lake. There are summer cicadas. The screams got louder. Although we have collected a bouquet, we don't know what will happen. Let's adapt accordingly. In front of the main hall, Lin Baici finished his instructions in a low voice, ran up the steps, crossed the threshold, and walked into the main hall. A gloomy and ghostly aura immediately hit his face. Everyone followed suit. On the lotus platform, the dark Buddha was still sitting there high and mighty, with his chin supported by one hand, overlooking these lowly ants. There was disdain, contempt, and deep sarcasm on its face. The first one to come back is you. The dark Buddha looked at Lin Baici, his eyes passing over the torch in his hand and the robes on his body. Hiss! The dark Buddha couldn't help it, so he stuck out his thick tongue and licked his lips. Even from this distance, I can smell your delicious taste. We've got the bouquet. The old lady smiled humbly and said, Can you let us go? She didn't want to stay here for even a second. Buddha, have mercy on me. The dark Buddha chanted a Buddhist name, stood up, walked down from the Buddhist platform, came to the old lady, and squatted down. You don't have to be afraid. Plop. The old lady knelt down immediately. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Her voice was trembling. The dark Buddha nodded, very satisfied with the old ant's attitude, and stretched out a finger to stroke Sushio's head. Will you be my believer? The dark Buddha's movements are gentle, as if a cat owner is petting his cat. The old lady subconsciously turned her head and looked at Lin Baici. What are you looking at it for? The dark Buddha asked. Don't you want to? Snapped. The dark Buddha pinched Sushio's head with 2 fingers. Ido. The old lady quickly gave in. The dark Buddha's pinch was too painful. You are a teachable kid. The dark Buddha praised, loosening his fingers. Just when the old lady thought she had escaped, the dark Buddha suddenly snapped his fingers and shot towards her forehead. Snapped. The old lady's head was shattered, and her brain, skull, blood, and flesh became a mess, splattering all over the floor. Ah! Zhang Ju was so scared that she collapsed on the ground, and the others were not feeling well either. No one expected that the dark Buddha was so moody and could kill people at will. Are you crazy? Lin Baici roared, his voice echoing in the hall. He knew he shouldn't be so emotional, but he couldn't help it. Ever since Longchan Temple was shrouded in dark fog and became a divine ruin, he has been facing the threat of death. The pollution of other rules is not a big deal, as long as he can survive. But this monster in front of him had already launched the God Taboo game 3 times, and yet he still wanted to kill people at will. To it, human life is no different from a toy. Appa. Jin Yingzhen winked at Lin Baici frantically, saying, "Don't confront this thing, or you will suffer a great loss. Baici, calm down." The female anchor persuaded. "Are you angry?" The dark Buddha smiled. "Just be angry." As soon as it finished speaking, it snapped its fingers again. Boom! The unlucky one this time was Sister Li. She had hunched her back and lowered her head, hiding like a transparent person, but she still couldn't make it. The dark Buddha exploded her head. Boom! The body fell to the ground. Lin Baici held the pine torch tightly. "If you want to live, what you should do is kneel down and beg me." The dark Buddha squatted in front of everyone and taught those who had not yet understood the situation. "I am a god, and I am the one who dominates you." It stretched out its fingers and pressed down Jin Yingzhen's head. "Will you be my believer? If you answer no, you will definitely die. If you answer yes, there might be a glimmer of hope." But Jin Yingzhen glanced at Lin Baici and replied fearfully, "I will do whatever Appa does." "I don't like that answer." The dark Buddha snapped his fingers, as if to explode Jin Yingzhen's head, when Lin Baici next to him suddenly roared, "Come and ask me." These 4 words are as powerful as the sound of thunder and gongs. Everyone looked sideways, shocked at Lin Baici's fearlessness. "Okay, I'll help you." The dark Buddha lowered his head, came close to Lin Baici, and looked directly at him. "Are you willing to be my believer?" "I wish."
Nima.
Lin Baici roared and stabbed the torch in his hand at the left eye of the dark Buddha at full speed. The dark Buddha sneered and was about to shoot Lin Baici to death with his hand and then eat him, when he threw a heavy punch, like a comet breaking through the air, hitting it hard in the face. Boom! The dark Buddha fell out, scraping the bluestone floor for dozens of meters before hitting his head against the wall. "Run!" After Lin Baici finished speaking, he pounced towards the dark Buddha. He rubbed the torch on the ground. Wow! The flame burned like Lin Baici's beating heart. The muscular Buddha in shorts was faster than Lin Baici. He stretched out his long legs and bang, bang, bang. He crashed into the dark Buddha like a giant beast. Boom! They fell out and became tangled. Lin Baici ran to the dark Buddha and, with all his strength, poked the torch into it. "Light it up for me." Lin Baici wanted to kill the monster by relying on the magical property of pine wood fire that can ignite anything and burn it to ashes in a very short time. "If it doesn't work, I'll be dead today." The right leg of the dark Buddha was touched by the torch and suddenly, it was immediately ignited. Then the flames spread and quickly engulfed it. Even the muscle Buddha was no exception. "Aunt, don't even think about hurting me." The dark Buddha was furious and wanted to kill Lin Baici, but was held tightly by the muscle Buddha. "It's just a food ingredient. Why is it so arrogant?" Ghoul taunted. "The dark Buddha is not a god at all. It is just a Buddha statue that has been parasitized by a piece of God's bones. And even this piece of God's bones is just a small part of the residue of the God's corpse. It's not enough for the ghoul to eat." The dark Buddha was set on fire, and the flames burning all over its body made it look like a torch, illuminating the hall brightly.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! The muscular Buddha pounded the dark Buddha's head. "It's useless even if you smash its brains." The divine skeleton is parasitic on its left forearm. Through the Bodhi messenger robe, Lin Baici can not only summon a muscular Buddha, but also issue some simple commands for it to execute. The only trouble is that you might be beaten to death by it. When Lin Baici heard what Ghoul said, he immediately gave the order. "Twist off its left arm." Lin Baici didn't come closer. The 2 Buddha statues were now burning, and the altars, cushions, incense sticks, and Buddha statues that they bumped into during the fight were also burning. Thick smoke billowed. "Appa, be careful. Kim Young-jin is worried." "Stop talking nonsense. Let's get out of here."
Sime Murord.
"We are just ordinary people, useless except getting in the way." Baici. Hua Yueyu was very worried and wanted to help, but she didn't know what she could do. Zhang Ju held her daughter in her arms and stumbled out of the hall. The old lady died beside her, with brains and flesh splattered all over her face, which scared her so much that her legs went weak. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have fainted long ago if she was still holding on. The dark Buddha was in extreme rage. It wanted to kill all these people, otherwise it would not be able to vent its anger. Now seeing Zhang Ju trying to run, it immediately swung its right hand towards the tribute table beside it. Boom! The altar was knocked away and hit the temple gate. "Careful!" As soon as Hua Yueyu finished speaking, the 7-meter-long altar table hit Zhang Ju's back with a bang. The little girl was luckier and was not hit head-on, but Zhang Ju fell and threw her daughter out. Take that little girl away. Lin Baici shouted and rushed to the dark Buddha. You bastard, don't you want to kill me? Come on. He was provoking, not only to give Hua Yueyu and the others a chance to escape, but also to attract the attention of the dark Buddha so that the muscle Buddha could take action more easily. Let's go. Sima Mu urged anxiously and grabbed Jiningzhen. That dark Buddha is already on a killing spree. If you don't leave now, you will die. The dark Buddha saw Lin Baici jumping around like that, thinking he was a clown. He was so angry that he clenched his fists and swung his arms, wanting to beat him into a pulp. Snapped. The muscular Buddha took the opportunity to hug its left arm, like a giant python strangling its prey, and his whole body suddenly tightened, twisted, and pulled. Crack. The dark Buddha's left hand was broken. Chapter 23. Escape. Having lost its divine remains, the dark Buddha's body began to disintegrate, with stone debris scattered all over the ground. Destroy it. Lin Baici urged. The muscular Buddha swung the arm that he had just torn off from the dark Buddha and suddenly smashed it towards Lin Baici. Call. Arms whizzed past. Fortunately, Lin Baici was fully focused and reacted very quickly. He tilted his head to the side and dodged the arm. Boom! The arm hit the wall and was shattered into stone powder by the burning flames. Only a palm-sized piece of black substance peeled off and fell to the ground. Lin Baici stared at the muscular Buddha, but the thing didn't attack him again. It seems that it is better not to use this robe casually. Lin Baici remembered Jiningzhen's popular science. Only after these taboo items were sealed in the black coffin could they be used without any worries. Otherwise, they would easily be contaminated by the rules. Let's start eating. Ghoul urged. Without Ghoul's reminder, Lin Baici couldn't help but walk towards the black substance and picked it up. This thing is very much like a piece of beef jerky that has been dried for many years. It has no moisture and is warm in the hand. Lin Baici can feel that this thing is radiating a kind of energy. Lin Baici didn't know that if an ordinary person came into direct contact with a piece of divine bones without wearing any protection, they would immediately lose their human form and turn into a pool of rotten meat due to the radiation contamination. What's even more terrifying is that this pool of rotten meat is still alive. What are you waiting for? Are you planning to grill it? Sprinkle some cumin on it? Lin Baici was very hungry, but he was still psychologically reluctant to eat this kind of dried meat of unknown origin. The most high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. For the god's bones, you can just eat them raw. The god of food provides professional food guidance. Lin Baici was still hesitating when a pair of translucent slender arms, as if condensed from starlight, stretched out from his left and right shoulders and grasped the divine corpse. Without waiting for Lin Baici to speak, he pried open his mouth and stuffed the dried meat into his throat. Thank God for the gift. It was unclear whether Ghoul was praying or teasing. Cough, cough. Lin Baici felt choked and uncomfortable, but soon, a divine power surged out of his body, exploded, and nourished his internal organs. It feels even better than eating a meteor stone. Suddenly, the severe pain attacked his brain, causing Lin Baici to clench his fist and raise his hand to hit his head hard. Bang! 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 After more than 10 seconds, the pain disappeared, and some mysterious knowledge appeared in Lin Baici's mind. 2 graces of God. Lin Baici was as familiar with them as if he had known them since he was born. Brahma sound? Floating life in the night rain. Wild Buddha blowing out the lamp? Lin Baici savored it for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up, as happy as if he came home from school and his dad suddenly told him that he was actually the son of a billionaire. I got 2 more divine graces, and they are very powerful. Don't go in. It's too dangerous. In the open space outside the hall, Sima Mu pulled Jiningzhen hard. After Jiningzhen sent the little girl out, she wanted to rush in to help. Hua Yueyu held the fainted little girl in her arms, her face full of self-blame and worry. It's not that she doesn't want to help, but she really can't do anything. With the destructive power displayed by the Dark Buddha, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. If they stay inside, they will surely die. Ashiba, let me go. Jiningzhen raised her long legs and kicked Sima Mu's crotch. Bang! Bang! Sima Mu was kicked so hard that his hand became numb, but he did not loosen his grip. Take my advice and don't get in the way. Sima Mu also has good intentions. At least I can be cannon fodder. At the last moment, Lin Baici asked everyone to go and stayed alone to fight the Dark Buddha, which moved Jiningzhen beyond words. Growing up, no one has been so kind to her except her mother. Baici. Hua Yueyu, who had been staring at the hall, suddenly had a look of surprise on her tearful face. Then she picked up the little girl and rushed towards the hall. That big boy came out alive. He won. Appa. Jiningjun was very happy. Fuck, did this guy really win? Sima Mu was shocked. Everything all right? Lin Baici looked at Jiningjun and the other three. Apart from looking a bit embarrassed, they were not seriously injured. But when his eyes fell on the little girl, he sighed. Why? The old lady, Sister Li, and Zhangju, they are so unlucky. Where is the divine skeleton? Sima Mu tiptoed and looked into the hall. It's destroyed. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He would never tell anyone about eating it. Ah? Doesn't that mean that this divine ruin will soon disintegrate and disappear, and we can get out alive? Jiningjun was so happy that she jumped onto Lin Baici and hugged him tightly. Appa, you are my Superman.
Mu.
Gao Limei kissed Lin Baici hard. The bear is so big. In this posture, Lin Baici felt it very clearly. The dark fog that shrouded Longchan Temple was dissipating quickly. Baici, thank you. Hua Yueyu said gratefully, from now on you will be my family. Every time we quarrel, I will give in to you. The female anchor was not joking. From today on, she decided to treat Lin Baici as her brother. After all, without this big boy, she would definitely be stuck in this temple. Etc. Baici should be younger than me. Am I considered an old cow eating young grass? Hua Yueyu is not tall, is thin, and has a flat chest. When she wears her school uniform, she looks like a junior high school girl, but she is actually a sophomore in college. We can talk later if you have anything to say. Let's get out of here first. Lin Baici wants to leave. He had a great harvest this time, obtaining several taboo items, and he didn't want to make any mistakes again. Yes, let's go first. Sima Mu looked up and said, don't go through the main gate. Climb over the wall and go down the path at the back of the mountain. Jiningjun and Hua Yueyu looked at Lin Baici. They are all girls who know their limits. In such occasions, they would not express their opinions carelessly and leave it all to Lin Baici to make the decision. Gone. Lin Baici led the way. As a local, he has been to Longchan Temple many times and is familiar with the place. According to Jiningjun's popular science, when a meteor just falls and forms a ruin of gods, the danger level is still relatively low. At this time, god hunters will come to destroy the ruins of gods, seal the taboo objects of gods, and collect the remains of gods. If you go through the main gate, you are likely to encounter them. Lin Baici didn't want the taboo object he had just obtained and hadn't even warmed up to his chest to be forcibly confiscated. Parking lot at the foot of Jufeng Mountain. A young man in his 20s stood on the roof of a tourist bus, holding a pair of binoculars and observing the top of the mountain. A few days ago, you could still see the purple bricks and red tiles of Longchan Temple, but now you can only see a large area of black fog, like the cave of the Demon King in Journey to the West, exuding a gloomy and spooky atmosphere. On that hot summer day, cicadas were chirping weakly. There was not a breath of wind, but the black fog on the top of the mountain suddenly began to dissipate. Huh. The young man was surprised. After he was sure that he was not mistaken and the dark fog was indeed becoming thinner, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of the bureau. As soon as the phone was connected, a roar was heard from the other end. Xiao Chun, how many times have I told you this? I don't have anyone to give you now. As long as the ruins of the gods don't spread, don't bother me. The rough voice coming from the receiver was hoarse, anxious, and deeply worried. No, Director Zhang, the dark fog is dissipating quickly. Qin Shurha hurried to report.
What?
Director Zhang perked up. Are you sure? The dark fog dissipated, indicating that the divine remains had been contained. The divine ruins would soon disappear, and the surrounding environment would return to normal. Certainly. Qin Shurha thought to himself, I'm not blind. Haha, God helps me. Director Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Longchan Temple is the most famous tourist attraction in Guangqing City, with many tourists. When the meteor fell and formed the god ruins, there must have been god hunters burning incense and worshipping Buddha inside. So they took the opportunity to collect the god's remains and destroyed the god ruins. It could also be done by an ordinary person. Chun Shurha's analysis. Fart. Director Zhang immediately responded, look at the time. It has only been 5 hours since the Longchan Temple's god ruins appeared. Can you tell me which ordinary person has the ability to quickly find the god's remains and contain them when they are contaminated by the rules of so many taboo objects? Qin Shurha was speechless. It is indeed impossible. Ordinary people will either die from the pollution of rules or be turned into dead flesh by the radiation of divine corpses. It took 5 hours to destroy a divine ruin. The divine hunter who did this must be at least a Lion King, and he might even be a dragon level. Director Zhang was very glad that, no matter what, the disaster at Longchan Temple was resolved. Hiss, dragon level? Qin Shirha took a breath and exclaimed in shock. Stop making such a fuss and go to Xiushui County to support Captain Li. Director Zhang ordered. Should I go into the temple and look for that dragon-level hunter and ask him for help? Qin Shirha suggested. Guangqing City was unlucky this time as 2 meteors fell at once. One of them fell in Xiushui County, affecting more than 200,000 people. There were at most 20,000 tourists in Longchan Temple, so Director Zhang sent all the god hunters in the bureau to Xiushui County, leaving only Qin Shirha and the 2-man team to monitor outside Longchan Temple. You are stupid. If the dragon hunter goes there, what else can we get? Director Zhang was so angry that he almost died. Objects taboo by gods, meteor stones, and god's bones. Although these things are dangerous, they are also valuable. If you hand them over to the headquarters, you can get a lot of benefits in return. After ending the call, Qin Shirha glanced at Longchan Temple, jumped off the roof of the bus, and got into his partner's Mazda. I wonder what kind of forbidden object that god hunter got? Is he a colleague? Qin Shirha was very curious. Every country has official organizations to deal with Shinshu disasters. Qin Shirha belongs to the Jiuzhou Shield Security Bureau Guangqing City branch. A god hunter who destroyed a god ruin in 5 hours is very powerful. Director Zhang doesn't want to offend him. Otherwise, with his petty personality, he will definitely come here to argue over the taboo objects and the bones of the gods. The partner joked, started the car, and rushed to Xiushui County. More than an hour later, Lin Baici and his 4 companions left Jufeng Mountain and appeared on the side of a nearby road. We walked for another 5 miles and finally stopped a taxi. To the Hilton Hotel. Jiningshan spoke. Hua Yueyu couldn't help but glance at the Korean girl. She didn't realize that she was a wealthy woman. The best hotel in Guangqing City is Hilton, and the most ordinary standard room costs more than 1,000 yuan a night. Chapter 24 Return with a full load. Everyone had been tormented by the game for 5 hours and had experienced life and death several times and was exhausted, especially the little girl, who had already climbed onto Hua Yueyu and was sleeping soundly. What about her? Hua Yueyu sighed. The little girl's mother was so unlucky. If she had just held on a little longer, she would have been able to get out alive. Send it to the police station? Lin Baici thought about sending the little girl home, but how to explain her mother's matter? When we get to the city, I'll get off and take her home. Sima Mu touched the little girl's head and expressed his gratitude to Lin Baici. In Shinshu, I didn't do anything. I only survived because I followed you, so let me do this, otherwise I will feel bad. Okay. Lin Baici did not refuse. Sima Mu was not a human trafficker, so there was no need to be on guard. Let's add each other as WeChat friends. I'll treat you to a nice meal in a few days. Sima Mu took out his cell phone. He planned to keep in touch with Lin Baici in the future. This kind of person has a bright future. If you build good relationships with them first, you will definitely not lose out in the future. Is your phone still working? Hua Yueyu was surprised. Her 3 mobile phones, SLR camera, and GoPro sports camera were all broken. Oh, I forgot. Sima Mu smiled awkwardly. Then leave me your phone number? Leave one for me to remember. Lin Baici is going to Haijing City to go to college, so he will definitely have to change his cell phone number then. 137-902-6768. After Sima Mu finished speaking, he saw that Lin Baici had no intention of taking note and became a little skeptical. Can you remember it? Don't worry, I'll never forget it in my life. Lin Baici smiled. When he memorized the number, he activated the divine grace to memorize it by heart. He would remember it very clearly for at least 10 years. We were forced to donate all our belongings to the Buddha statue with the donation box. Jiningshan explained for Lin Baici. Otherwise, Sima Mu would think that Lin Baici did not respect him. After all, he gave you his phone number and you just listened to it once. Anyone would think it was perfunctory. A donation box? A Buddha statue? Hua Yueyu was surprised. You guys also played other god taboo games? When Jiningshan thinks about it now, she still feels scared. If it weren't for Bai Ci Appa's help, her head would have been smashed and she would have become a headless corpse. Sharp. Sima Mu gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I thought you were already very strong, but I didn't expect that you would exceed my expectations. Even for a god hunter, participating in a god taboo game is a life-threatening crisis. The driver glanced at these people through the rearview mirror. I'm afraid I've attracted a bunch of psychopaths, right? In order to avoid causing unrest and panic among the citizens, the authorities will not report any news about Shinshu, so ordinary citizens know very little about this kind of information. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived in the city. Sima Mu got out of the car holding the little girl and said goodbye to Lin Baici and the other two. Contact me later. Sima Mu waited until the taxi drove away, then he found a mobile phone store, used a credit card to buy a mobile phone, and also got a new phone number. Afterwards, he made a phone call. Beep, beep, beep. After 9 rings, the call was connected. Uncle Gio, I went home to visit the graves this time and encountered a divine ruin. Sima Mu sat down at a roadside barbecue stall. Boss lady, give me 2 kilograms of skewers and 10 bottles of beer. Uncle Gio, I met a new person with great potential. The Hilton Hotel is located in the city center, and together with the adjacent provincial TV tower, it is considered a landmark building in Guangxing City. At night, the neon lights on the TV tower turn on, and the colors are colorful, giving off a bustling city vibe. As soon as the taxi stopped in front of the hotel, the doorman came over to open the door. Give the driver the fare and put it on my bill. Jiningjin instructed the doorman. TSK, could she really be the eldest daughter of a Goryeo Chaebol family? Hua Yueyu murmured in her heart that Jin Ingjin's attitude clearly showed that he often enjoyed the service of others and was used to ordering people around. As soon as we entered the hotel lobby, the 3 receptionists at the front desk all bowed and greeted us from a distance. Good evening, Miss Jean. Open 2 more luxury suites, buy 2 of the latest Apple phones, a Samsung phone, and get 3 more phone cards. Jin Ingjin casually said that such a small amount of money was not worth her careful calculation. By the way, he lost his ID card. Can he check in? Jin Ingjin was referring to Lin Baici. No problem. The lady at the front desk has a friendly smile. The person in front of me is a lifetime member of the Hilton Hotel. The general manager has instructed that he must provide comprehensive hospitality and satisfy all the guests' needs. Of course, lifetime membership is nothing. What's important is that she seems to be the eldest daughter of a Chaebol family in Goryeo. That's amazing. What is the origin of this boy? The lady at the front desk quickly glanced at Lin Baici. So high. And with this look, she is indeed qualified to be a gigolo. Is the room in this hotel very expensive? Lin Baici frowned. He had no money to give. Appa, this is not something you should worry about. Kim Young-jin smiles like a flower. The lady at the front desk was stunned. Isn't this attitude wrong? Why does it feel like this young lady from Korea is pursuing this older boy? I'll pay for my share myself. Hua Yueyu didn't want to take such a big advantage. Don't push it back and forth on such a small matter. Jin Ingjin doesn't care at all. Spending tens of thousands of dollars is as common to her as buying a bottle of mineral water. It took 2 minutes for the lady at the front desk to check in the room and check us in. After she handed the room card to Lin Baici and Hua Yueyu, she led the way to the elevator. Watch your step, 3 of you. The floor of the lobby is clean and flat, so no one would fall, but the lady at the front desk still gave a caring reminder. When she reached the elevator, she took the initiative to open the door and held it, waiting for Jin Ingjin and the other 2 to enter before she went in. She then closed the door and pressed the floor button. My goodness, this service is just short of treating the guests like princesses. Hua Yueyu exclaimed. Is this the enjoyment that rich people enjoy? This global chain of 5-star hotels is quite luxurious, and the lady at the front desk is also very beautiful. She wears a light blue suit, black stockings, and small leather shoes. She walks with a well-trained manner and looks very beautiful. Hua Yueyu couldn't help but take a few more glances, then stole a glance at Lin Baici and found that he was looking straight ahead and didn't take the opportunity to feast his eyes on the butt of the girl at the front desk. What a good man. Hua Yueyu felt that she had discovered another advantage of Lin Baici. If you need anything, you can call the front desk. After the lady at the front desk opened the room for the 3 people, she left tactfully, giving the guests enough private time. A girl who can be impressed with cash, only 3,000 yuan a night. Do you want to give it a try? The comment by Ghoul God is about this receptionist. Take a shower first, and we'll talk later. Jin Ingjin looked at Lin Baici. Appa, can I help you run the bathwater? Need not. Lin Baici quickly refused. Kim Young-jin was too enthusiastic, which made him feel uncomfortable. Lin Baici walked into the luxurious suite and stepped on the soft carpet, which felt great. He took off his dirty clothes and saw a landline phone on the desk. He quickly called his mother to let her know he was safe. He didn't go home directly because he was dirty and had some minor scratches, and he would be interrogated if he returned home. The call is connected. Lin Baici said he wanted to stay overnight at his childhood friendly Wei's house, and it was easy to get away with it. After hanging up the phone with his mother, Lin Baici immediately called Li Wei and asked him to be careful not to let the cat out of the bag. Where have you been hanging out? You haven't even come home yet. Li Wei has a loud voice. Cyber cafe. Lin Baici didn't say he was in the hotel, and even if he told his childhood friend, he wouldn't believe it. I say, Lao Bai, our summer vacation is over, but we are college students now. We can't stay out all night. We can only go to a hotel with a woman. What's the use of going to an internet cafe? Li Wei tried to persuade him earnestly. That's too low. You need to apologize to the people who stayed up all night in the internet cafe. Lin Baici thought to himself, does this count as checking into a hotel with a woman? And there are two of them. A very beautiful one. Lao Bai, let me be serious. I'm going to Haijing in the next 2 days to work a summer job and save some money. Otherwise, when I go to college, I won't have enough money to even treat a girl to milk tea. That would be too embarrassing. Do you want to come with me? Li Wei wanted to go with Lin Baici so that he could take care of him. Can I wait a little longer? Lin Baici is from a single-parent family, and his mother works to support the family. His family is relatively poor. Although Li Wei has both parents, his father suffered a work-related injury while working on a construction site in his early years and became disabled. Now he can only be taken care of at home, so Li Wei has very little living expenses. If it was yesterday, Lin Baici would have agreed immediately without even thinking about it. But after experiencing the ruins of the Longchan Temple, his thoughts changed a little. How much money can you earn by working? I am now a god hunter with 3 divine graces. We need to figure out how to monetize it. And to be honest, Lin Baici would rather be a up host and make money by shooting videos. Okay. Li Wei did not force it. Just spend another half a month and watch me, Li Wei. Show my skills and make a fortune. Then I will cover your abortion expenses for 4 years.
Roll.
Lin Baici laughed and scolded. After ending the call, Lin Baici walked into the bathroom that looked luxuriously decorated. When the hot water from the shower poured down on Lin Baici, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and the fatigue of the day seemed to disappear without a trace. As a rookie debut, the harvest is good. Ghoul was very satisfied. You are qualified to reward yourself? What are you? Lin Baici was curious. A divine grace? Ghoul did not answer. Forget it. You can say it if you want. Lin Baici felt that the ghoul had no ill will towards him, so he decided to take stock of his gains. 3 divine graces. They are respectively reciting by ear, the sound of Sanskrit, the night rain of floating life, and the Buddha blowing out the lamp. How to cash it out? Lin Baici wants to make money so that he can buy the latest mobile phones, computers, and sports cameras, and he will also have the confidence to chase girls. Objects that the gods taboo include pine torches, fragrant grass cushions, black altars and bowls, and the rather powerful robes of the Bodhi messenger. These taboo objects should be very valuable. It should be no problem to earn 1,000,000 RMB by selling any one of them, right? Even if I don't have any connections and sell the products rashly, will I be caught by the official organizations? Chapter 25 Goal: 1 million fans. After taking a shower, Lin Baici realized that he had no clothes to change. After looking around, he saw a white bath towel in the closet and wrapped it around his waist. There is a coffee machine on the table, and in the drawer, there are coffee and tea, all in individual small packages. Lin Baici also found a small refrigerator. There are cola, soda, beer, high-end mineral water, and some snacks, most of which are imported. He was a little thirsty, but he figured these things would cost money, so he didn't touch them. Really. He quickly found a house rules on the desk, which listed various precautions and some charges. $50 for a can of Coke? Why don't you just rob it? Lin Baici was speechless. He might as well go to the convenience store and buy some. Ding dong. Ding dong.
Doorbell rang.
Appa, are you done with your shower? Outside the door, Jean Ingjin spoke in a sweet tone. All right. Lin Baici hurried to open the door. Kim Young-jin was standing in the corridor wearing a tight vest and shorts, revealing her long white legs. As soon as the door opened, Gao Limei saw Lin Baici and immediately exclaimed, "Wow!" Although Jane Ingjin had seen Lin Baici's body when facing the Merit Buddha in Longchan Temple, but at that time she was in a life-and-death crisis, and she was too anxious to notice that Lin Baici had a great figure. Now look at it again. It was really explosive. The arms are long, the shoulders are broad, the waist is narrow, and the body lines are smooth, as if they were carved by the creator himself, especially the 8 abdominal muscles. Can I touch it? All the idol trainees of the entertainment company owned by my mother should practice like Lin Baici. With this body shape, what's the point of singing, dancing, and rapping? As soon as he takes off his clothes and stands on the stage, he automatically attracts a large number of female fans. Lin Baici didn't know where to look. Kim Young-jin is wearing something too hot. Under the shorts, 2 long legs stood straight, with a pair of flip-flops on the feet, and 10 white and tender toes moving playfully. The small vest on her upper body only covers her chest, revealing her fair belly with a mermaid line. The most eye-catching thing is the deep cleavage. This big one must be D, right? What the hell? What did I see? There was a sudden cry from the side. It's Hua Yueyu. She heard the noise and opened the door, just in time to see Lin Baici and Jin Ningxin. She was shocked by their figures. Kim Young-jin doesn't need to have any talent. Just relying on her face and figure, putting on a yoga outfit and striking a few poses, she can attract hundreds of thousands of fans. But she seems to be the eldest daughter of a chaebol family and doesn't need to make this kind of money. Xiaobai, how do you maintain such self-discipline? Although Hua Yueyu is petite, she is more than 1 year older than Lin Baici. She can't bring herself to call him Brother Lin, but calling him Baici seems too distant. The female anchor thought about it and decided to call him Xiaobai. Friendly and cute. Self-discipline? Lin Baici was surprised. Yes, to have a good figure like yours, you not only need to stick to the gym, but you also need to control your diet, right? Hua Yueyu felt that as a high school student, Lin Baici must have suffered a lot to be able to develop such muscles. Not at all. Lin Baici shrugged. He doesn't exercise at all and never cares about his diet. He eats a lot of cola, fried foods, and instant noodles, but his body is more perfect than that of an athlete. He didn't know the reason before, but now it seems that it should be the effect of the God Eater, a kind of divine grace. I just don't know when I absorbed this divine grace. You are too humble. Jin Ningxin feels that the body is the least deceptive thing. If a fat man says he is self-disciplined, even a fool would not believe him. Let's go into the room and talk. Lin Baici motioned for the two to come in. Hua Yueyu was wearing a bathrobe, but she was petite, and although she wasn't a flatbed, there was nothing to see, so Kim Young-jin still attracted the attention. You guys sit down for a while. I'll wash the clothes. Lin Baici had just picked up the dirty clothes when he was stopped by Jin Ningxin. Why wash it? Just buy a new one. Jin Ningxin picked up the landline phone and called several luxury brands that she often used to see if they had any branches in Guangqing City. If they did, she would send a tailor to customize a few sets of clothes for Lin Baici. Don't. Lin Baici hurriedly tried to stop her, and when he saw that Jin Ningxin didn't seem to be listening, he quickly snatched the microphone from her hand and said, I'm just an ordinary high school student. I can just buy some shorts and a vest and wear them. Lin Baici didn't care about his clothes, and he couldn't stand Jin Ningxin's lavish spending. Then asked the waiter to pick it up and send it to the hotel's laundry room for washing. Big hotels all provide this service, but it costs money. After Jin Ningxin finished the call, she walked to the small refrigerator, opened it, and took out the snacks and drinks inside. Would you like some wine? Lin Baici was convinced that rich people really don't care about price. This is what I'm fighting for. Hua Yueyu sighed. With her net worth, she could afford to stay in a hotel like this, but she couldn't do it so casually. Fish. Financial freedom. You can do it. Hua Yueyu clenched her fists and encouraged herself in her heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. The person who came this time was the general manager of the hotel, a middle-aged man. Ms. Jean, the dinner and cell phone you requested are here. The general manager is friendly. Jin Ningxin turned around and said, Appa, can I eat here? Casual. Lin Baici doesn't care. Then please send it in. After Jin Ningxin finished speaking, a young chef in a white uniform immediately came in from behind the general manager, pushing a food cart. Next to him was an older foreign chef. This is our head chef, Lauren. He's off tonight. But knowing that you haven't finished your meal yet, he came over specially to prepare this dinner. General manager introduction. The head chef was French and apparently knew Kim Young-jin's identity, so he greeted her using a few Korean words he had learned in a rush. Jin Ningxin spoke fluent French, which was so authentic. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the chef stopped eating, not daring to disturb the VIP's meal. Appa, take a look at the dinner. If it doesn't suit your taste, change it to something else. No matter how great a French chef you are, if Appa doesn't like it, just redo it. When the general manager heard Jin Ningxin's words, he couldn't help but look at Lin Baici. SK, what a great figure. Should be a rich second generation. After all, ordinary people don't have time to exercise. By the way, Miss Jean is very nice to him. It's a bit like giving in to someone else. Just eat whatever you want. If Lin Bai quit the election, he would just go to a roadside stall to eat skewers. He is not used to it being so grand and high-end now. Miss Jean, Our hotel specially gave you a bottle of red wine from the French Porto estate. I wish you a pleasant meal. The general manager also resigned. The wine was expensive, costing more than 3,000 a bottle, but there was no need to emphasize it because Jin Ingjin would understand at a glance. Are you hungry too? Eat. Jin Ingjin wiped the knife and fork with a napkin and handed them to Lin Baici with an attentive attitude like a tea girl. Is this meal expensive? Hua Yueyu felt like she had gotten a great deal and felt embarrassed. We live and die together, and the friendship we have built is priceless. Jin Ingjin had no intention of showing off the price of these things. She was just afraid that she had not treated Lin Baici well enough. The steak made by the chef of a 5-star hotel is indeed better than the frozen steak bought from the supermarket. It can be said that it allowed Lin Bai to give up foreign meat for the first time. Appa, what are you going to do next? Become a god hunter? Jin Ingjin was curious. Because the ruins of the gods have become a natural disaster. If the remains of the gods inside are not contained, the ruins of the gods will continue to spread and erode human homes. For example, Okinawa Island, which was covered by black fog, has completely turned into a sacred place for 10 years. It is said that gods live there. Anyway, the Sakura country has not been able to recover it until now, and more than 1 million people have died. Therefore, the importance and value of god hunters who can hunt gods and collect the remains of gods are self-evident. In order to avoid causing panic, officials from various countries do not publicly publicize any information about the god hunters and the ruins of gods, but privately, these hunters enjoy enormous privileges. Because the country needs them. No, go to college. Lin Baici worked hard for 3 years in junior high school and for 3 years in high school, and now he is finally liberated. Of course, he wants to enjoy the university life that his class teacher has praised to the sky. The most leisurely time in life is these 4 years. When you graduate from college and become a corporate slave, you will have to work like a slave and enjoy the blessing of 996. The premise is that you are not unemployed. That's right, you are still young. Why take that risk? Kim Young-jin expressed her understanding. God hunter is probably the profession with the highest mortality rate. But I'm planning to make a video soon, Yueyu. Do you have any suggestions? This is Shark Channel's top streamer and a first-tier anchor, with more than 5 million fans on all major platforms combined. Fitness videos are quite popular recently. With your figure, you can attract a lot of fans just by dancing to Compendium of Materia Medica. Hua Yueyu joked. Won't. Lin Baici was honestly saying that he really didn't understand anything about fitness. In fact, whether a video is popular or not depends not only on the operation, but also on luck. Hua Yueyu scratched her hair and said, it's not easy to make it in this industry. You might become famous after working so hard, but be forgotten the next day. Are you doing this for the money or for the fame? Jin Ingjin interrupted. Why don't you come to Goryeo to be a trainee? With your qualifications, my mother will definitely focus on training you, and you can debut in 1 year. I heard that the Korean entertainment industry is very chaotic. Hua Yueyu didn't want Lin Bai to leave. Hee hee. Jin Ingjin smiled in response. I, Lin Appa, am an idol. Who dares to mess with me? Do you think my Jin family is made of clay? Okay, got it. Lin Baici was embarrassed to say that he made videos to make money. He felt a little embarrassed to say such things in front of 2 beautiful girls. If you really want to make a video, we can work together. Hua Yueyu suggested. She wanted to use her popularity to directly take Lin Baici away, but there was a problem with this. Those fanatical fans who liked Hua Yueyu would definitely smear Lin Baici. At least one can't escape the label of living off a gigolo. No, I can do it myself. Lin Baici thought to himself, after all, I am a god hunter who possesses the 3 great divine graces. It is reasonable for me to make a video and gain millions of fans, right? By then, you can take advertisements to make a living and earn tens of thousands per month. By CI, which school did you get into? Hua Yueyu was looking forward to being in the same city. Jin Ingjin also pricked up her ears and said, I can ask my mom to help me go to the school where Appa is as an international exchange student. Chapter 26. Are you serious about eating it? Heikyo University of Technology. When talking about school, Lin Baici is still very proud because he did well in the exams. I performed exceptionally well this year. We are from the same city. Hua Yueyu was happy. I am at Haijing University, studying business administration. That's great. The new semester has started, and we can get together. Lin Baici knew that his childhood-friendly way liked to watch live broadcasts for free. If he knew that he met Hua Yueyu, he would definitely be very excited and clamor for a photo. Of course, Haijing is my territory. When you come, I will arrange wine and meat for you and prepare a dragon. Hua Yueyu is obviously a social expert. Maybe it's because she drank some beer, the atmosphere improved, or they became more familiar with each other, but her attitude became more and more casual. By the way, Staubai, do you have a favorite female anchor? I can help you make an appointment. Hua Yueyu could see that Lin Baici's family was relatively poor, but it didn't matter. He's so handsome. Moreover, he is a god hunter, a stock with great potential. If you don't die in the god's ruins. Not yet. Lin Baici shook his head. Don't be polite. Just tell me if you have any. Your sister Yu has a wide network of contacts. Hua Yueyu takes on everything. Shit, is this woman a pimp? She actually uses such means to please Appa. Jiningjin really wants to ask, how many female anchors are worthy of being on stage? I can call any member of a top girl group to drink with you. But that would seem superficial. The education that Gao Li received since childhood did not allow her to do this, so she smiled and changed the subject. Appa, what are you going to do with those taboo items of yours? Jiningjin reminded. Generally speaking, taboo objects can only be used after being sealed by professionals in a black coffin. Otherwise, there is a possibility of rule contamination and leakage. In fact, the entire Hilton Hotel now has huge safety risks because of Lin Baici's taboo objects. Maybe when you sleep at night, the muscle Buddha will be activated and start killing people indiscriminately in the hotel. How do I find a professional? Lin Baici frowned. These 4 taboo objects are like time bombs and are indeed a problem. Go find your Dahua official organization, or go to the underground black market in the Hunter Circle, but the black market is usually more deceptive. Jiningjun suggested, you are still a newcomer. If you don't have anyone to guide you, you won't be able to find the underground black market. Even if you find it, you will easily suffer losses. An official organization of Dahua? Lin Baici was curious. What's your name? Jiuzhou Shield Security Bureau. Jiningjin heard all this information from her brother. Will they confiscate Xiaobai's taboo items? Hua Yueyu was worried. Have no idea. Jiningjin only knew the name of an organization, but had no idea about its specific reputation. How much are these taboo items worth? Lin Baici wondered whether he should sell 1 or 2 pieces. Black altar bowls cannot be sold. Use it to hold food, and let it sit for just 1 minute to purify the impurities and toxins in the food. Food cooked with gutter oil, expired snacks, beverages mixed with chemicals, etc., can be eaten with confidence as long as they are placed in the black jar or bowl. In this era when food safety has become a stubborn problem, whoever holds this black bowl can live at least 10 years longer. Illness comes from the mouth? Never exists again. Of course, the most important function of this bowl is the granary inside it, which can be used to store any items. With it, whenever Lin Baici goes out, no matter how much stuff he has, he can just put it in the bowl, stuff the bowl into his backpack, and leave easily. Even the robes of the Bodhi messenger cannot be sold. Putting it on can summon a muscular Buddha wearing only a pair of leather shorts to help with laundry, cooking, chopping wood, and feeding horses. When a fight breaks out, it can even hand over a knife to bury the body. Apart from the fact that it occasionally gets mad and punches its owner, there is really no flaw to be found in it. Cattail grass balls, this seems to be quite useful as well. People who sit on it to study can stay focused, energetic, and memorize what they hear. Although he had absorbed the divine grace, other people could still enhance their memory and cure Alzheimer's disease if they used it for a long time. Pity. If this cushion can cure Alzheimer's disease in half a month, then you can make money just by lying at home. Finally, there are the pine torches. When it burns, it emits a pleasant pine scent and can ignite anything and burn it to ashes in a very short time. Lin Baici felt that there was no chance for him to use it. After all, arson would result in jail time. Moreover, this torch is too dangerous. Everyone who sees it wants to pick it up and play with it. While playing with it, they will have a strong urge to burn others, or themselves. In the Hunter Circle, meteor coins that are rich in divine energy are the hard currency. The raw materials are made from meteor stones. If you exchange them for money, you will lose a lot. Jiningjin licked her lips and said, if you want to sell it, can I ask my brother? I promise I won't let you suffer any loss. In fact, if she bought it with money, she would have the final say. 10 million or 20 million would be a small amount, but Lin Baici had saved her life, so she couldn't take advantage of him. I think you should stop selling it. Hua Yueyu believes that things that are taboo to gods are rare commodities, and it is not easy to buy them back after selling them. Appa, don't rush to make a decision. Jiningjin took a sip of juice and handed the newly bought Apple phone to Lin Baici and Hua Yueyu.
Thanks.
Hua Yueyu took it with both hands and thanked him. I'll transfer the money to you later. The phone is the Pro Max version with the best configuration and the most expensive one, which costs more than 10,000 yuan, but Huayueyu can definitely afford it. It's just a cell phone. Jiningjin would not take this money. She saw that Lin Baici did not take it. Appa? Too expensive. Lin Bai said goodbye and was embarrassed to take it. Appa, you saved my life. Jiningjin stood up, holding the Apple phone in both hands, bowed 90 degrees, and handed it to Lin Baici. Her attitude was much more serious than before. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. Just take it. Huayueyu persuaded. Don't be fooled by the shorts, vest, and flip-flops that Kim Young-jin is wearing, which make her look homely and not expensive. They are all luxury goods. The pair of purple slippers on her feet, if Huayueyu remembered correctly, should be Chanel. More than 7,000 yuan. It's just a cell phone. Jiningjin really doesn't care about this little bit of money.
Thanks.
Lin Baici accepted it. If he didn't accept it, it would seem too pretentious. And when I have money in the future, I will give Jiningjin a latest model of Apple phone as a gift. Appa, you don't have to be polite to me. Jiningjin sighed. Appa is such a good person. If it were those little puppies that her girlfriends knew, they would have been eager to accept the gifts and lick their faces and call them princesses. Huayueyu opened the box, took out the phone, and replaced the SIM card. Found out that it can be used. Yeah, this saves a lot of trouble. I don't have to change the SIM card. As soon as Huayueyu logged into WeChat, hundreds of messages popped up immediately, especially in the group of 20 or so rich fans. All of them were at her. After all, she suddenly went offline, which made everyone worried about her. Never mind for now. Huayueyu came close to Lin Baici. Stao Bai, are you done? Add me as a friend. Hold on. The mobile phone Lin Baici used before was a second-hand one that his mother had discarded, which cost just over 1,000 yuan. Now he's suddenly got an Apple phone, and he still needs to get familiar with it. I teach you. Huayueyu immediately turned into a tutor and taught Lin Baici how to use them. WeChat, Matewan, and other apps need to be downloaded from this store. The operation of the mobile phone is very simple, not to mention that Lin Baici has activated the memorize by ear function, so he can remember it in his mind after listening to it once. If Lin Baici activates this divine grace of memorizing what he has heard, he can remember clearly what he has heard for at least 3 years. If you don't activate it and just listen to it casually, you will start to forget it within half a month at the least, or even several months at the most. Maybe I can become a top student in the future. Lin Baici is looking forward to it. Stao Bai, do you have a bank card? Huayueyu guessed that Lin Baici didn't have it.
Without.
Lin Baici just graduated from high school and doesn't have such a thing. It's inconvenient not to have a bank card. Get one? The female anchor suggested. Ding dong. Lin Baici received a transfer message. From the little fish man. What are you doing? Lin Baici was puzzled. Xiao Yuran is Huayueyu's WeChat nickname, a new friend. I can only transfer 50,000 yuan per transaction per day. Don't think it's too little? Huayueyu was a little worried. After all, the money was too little. Lin Baici rolled his eyes, didn't accept it, and continued to fiddle with his phone. You accepted it. Huayueyu urged. You have to let me do something for you, right? Otherwise, I will feel bad. Aren't you going to arrange a feast for me? Lin Baici joked. That's not the same thing. Huayueyu was anxious. I have to do something to repay you. Just treat me as a friend and don't worry about these things. Lin Baici definitely doesn't want that. He saved people in Shenshu not for money. Huayueyu nodded. She would always remember this kindness in her heart. The two of them are gradually becoming more fond of you. If you work harder, you can eat them. Ghoul God suddenly spoke. You eat this, is it decent? Lin Baici was startled. He was still not used to the sudden sound of a voice in his mind. They are both very healthy and virgins. They are both excellent spouses for both recreational use and for procreation. Lin Baici felt like he had heard incredible information. It's a pity that we can't broadcast live in Shinshu, otherwise it would definitely be a big hit. Huayueyu got down safely and started thinking about work again. The game of Shunji was thrilling and exciting, and it definitely shocked all the fans. Chapter 27 Brother-in-law Yu and Potential Stocks. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the midnight is quiet. The three of them chatted until very late. Lin Baici asked a lot of questions about the ruins of gods, but Jiningjin was not a god hunter and didn't know much. Good night, Appa. Xiaobai, go to bed early. Jiningjin and Huayueyu said goodbye. Good night. Lin Baici turned off the lights and went to sleep, feeling very comfortable. Huayueyu returned to the room, sent a few messages to the fan group to report that she was safe, then logged into her account and started a live broadcast. Finally squatted. Mrs. Fish is here, fisherman. Wake up and have fun. Sister Yu, why did you suddenly stop broadcasting during the day? Hua Yueyu is a top anchor with great popularity. Even if she goes online late at night, her fans will immediately enter the live broadcast room if they see her. Let me tell you, I narrowly escaped death today. What I experienced could be made into a horror movie, and it would definitely make hundreds of millions at the box office. Hua Yueyu is very beautiful. She doesn't need to wear makeup or use beauty filters. She appears on camera without makeup, and she is better than many female anchors who use beauty filters at level 10. This is also one of the reasons why Hua Yueyu has so many fans, because everyone comes to see the cute girl. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Sister Yu, are you in a hotel? Looking at the decoration, it's very high-end. Wu Gang conquers Chang'e. My sister Yu's Shark Terrace is #1. Even the presidential suite is not worthy of her style. Sister Yu's ribs. Woo woo woo, where's Brother Bang #1? Come out and prove yourself that you didn't tell Sister Yu about the 1001 nights. The words Sister Yu's ribs quickly sparked a response among netizens. Money is hot. My friend and I are eating skewers on the street. After saying that, he gave a rocket as a reward. This person is a die-hard fan of Hua Yueyu. Thank you for the big rocket. I wish you great wealth. Hua Yueyu took a bottle of drink and originally wanted to sit by the window and live broadcast under the moonlight, but she thought better of it. Today's netizens are very smart. Just by looking at the night view outside the window, you might be able to find the hotel you were staying in. Money is too much and it's too hot. The live broadcast was suddenly interrupted during the day. Did something happen? Hey, I can't tell you. Hua Yueyu is worried that her live broadcast room will be blocked. Did something happen that minors can't see? Sister Yu, your figure is not good. You can't even hold up your bathrobe. Shut up. I finally got to see Sister Yu's bathrobe live show. If she changes her clothes, will you compensate me? I'm so scared. Is this something I can watch for free? The viewers were making all kinds of complaints and talking nonsense, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very lively. To be honest, today I finally saw what a real man is like. He faced his fears head-on and was brave enough to face death. He was fearless. I was so scared that I peed myself. That grown man actually dared to charge forward. What Hua Yueyu admires most is that Lin Baici can remain calm when facing monsters. He should know that certain actions will lead to death, but he still did it. Money is hot. It seems that you have a good impression of that man. This is the top guy on the list, and in front of so many fans, there are some things that should not be said, but Hua Yueyu still admitted. If I hadn't only known him for a short time, I might have pursued him. You Jez ribs, stop being a fan. Stop being a fan. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Sister Yu, you have changed. Wu Gang conquers Chang'e. Is that man really that good? How should I put it? This is not love. This is worship of the strong. Do you understand? For the first time today, Hua Yueyu felt what it felt like to feel safe. Is that man next to you? Shout out so we can see. Yeah. What kind of deity is it that Sister Yu speaks so highly of? Call out my brother-in-law. The netizens started to make noise again. No, at this time, the Chable lady from Goryeo might have gone to discuss the matter with him. I won't be a light bulb. Hua Yueyu turned the phone around the room. Did you see that? The Hilton Hotel, a 5-star luxury suite, costs thousands of dollars a night. And this Apple Pro Max phone was also bought by the Chable lady. Let me tell you, she's super big. As Hua Yueyu spoke, she gestured in front of her chest with her hand, drawing an exaggerated circle. Jin Ningxin did not go to see Lin Baici, but was making a long-distance call. She told her brother Jin Xian everything that happened today. After listening, Jin Xian thought for a few minutes and gave an order. The frequency of falling meteors is increasing year by year. According to predictions, it may reach a peak in the next 2 to 3 years. Our country is small and has a large population, and god hunters are very scarce. Once a disaster occurs in the ruins of the gods, the losses will be very serious. The Lin Baici you mentioned seems to have great potential. Do your best to win him over. I can promise him a lieutenant rank. The lieutenant Jin Xian was talking about was not the kind in the ordinary army, but the lieutenant among the god hunters. As for the annual salary, this was not a problem at all. Jin Xian was too lazy to even mention it because he was worried that Lin Baici would not quote a price. As long as he dared to ask for it, Jin Xian would give it to him no matter how much. New. Jin Ningxin was surprised that her brother had such a high opinion of Lin Baici. If he wants to sell the taboo item in his hand, I can buy it at a price 3 times higher than the market price, and I guarantee that he won't suffer a loss. Jin Xian is expressing his sincerity. An ordinary high school student could actually contain the remains of a god and destroy a god's ruins within 5 hours. In addition to luck, there must be some other support. Wild god hunters with high potential like this are the targets that every country strives to achieve. I got it. After Jin Yingzhen finished chatting with Jin Xian, she became worried about his situation. I heard from my mother that you were going to enter Shinshu again? The Busan ruins, which had been silent for 10 years, suddenly began to spread again half a month ago. We must destroy it this time. Otherwise, the neighboring city of Ulsan will be destroyed. Jin Xian's tone was solemn. This is the difficulty of a small country. The country's land area is too small, and there is no escape from natural disasters. You have to be careful. After Kim Young-jin ended the call, she lay on the bed, unable to sleep. The brother might be betting on Lin Baici's promising future by making an investment first. But Gao Limei thinks Lin Baici is very capable and will become a great man in the future. Therefore, for the sake of the country and compatriots, I have to dig him over. I don't know if it's because he ate the meteor stone and the divine skeleton, but Lin Baici woke up at 7 o'clock and was in very good physical condition. It was a sunny morning with a gentle breeze. Lin Baici got out of bed and didn't know what to do for a moment. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he prepared to memorize words, but then he thought that the college entrance examination was over. So he relaxed and started watching videos. At 8 o'clock, Xiao Yurun sent him a WeChat message. Xiaobai, are you awake? Let's go eat together? Woke up. Lin Baici replied, let's go to the screening together, shall we? Lin Baici sent a message, and Jin Yingzhen replied immediately. Wait till I take a shower. She had woken up long ago and had already run 5 kilometers in the gym. Are all the girls from Chaebol families so self-disciplined? No wonder they maintain such a good figure. Hua Yueyu suddenly felt a lot of pressure and decided to start exercising. The breakfast is buffet style and very rich, with both Chinese and Western styles. Lin Baici ate 2 buns, an egg, a few pieces of bread, and drank a large glass of milk. Kim Young-jin only drank milk and ate some fruit. Hua Yueyu picked out the one she liked and filled a whole plate. Her live broadcast started again. The buffet breakfast in a 5-star hotel is also a gimmick, but she is very polite, speaks in a low voice, and does not let the live camera scan other guests. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Where is that beautiful Chaebol girl you mentioned? Let us see if she is really beautiful. Sister, use ribs. Please identify them. The nemesis of the green tea bitch. This restaurant is so high-end. You can't look at it. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. After all, that's a girl you'll never be able to pursue in your lifetime. Hua Yueyu joked that this is her live streaming style, and she often makes fun of others. What about my brother-in-law? You can always watch this, right? No, I like men, and I'm afraid I'll fall in love with him. I dropped my soap. Who can help me pick it up? The netizens were noisy. Hua Yueyu didn't dare to pat Lin Baici's face, so she patted his hands and upper body. The people of my motherland did not laugh. Damn, these fingers are so beautiful. It would be a waste if they are not used to play the piano. Fat 3 pounds. Great figure. 3-legged man. Suitable for being a duck. The 3-legged prince has been banned. What the hell? The 3-legged prince wanted to send more comments, but found that he had been banned. Was it blocked by mistake? He often drives in Hua Yueyu's live broadcast room, even to the point where the wheel runs over his face, but he has never been blocked. Today, he didn't post any excessive comments. The 3-legged young master quickly appealed, and then the housing manager told him that it was Hua Yueyu who had banned him personally. Why? Just because I posted a message saying suitable for being a duck? The 3-legged young man didn't understand at all. Isn't Hua Yueyu too protective of her brother-in-law you? After breakfast, Hua Yu checked out. Sister Li and brother Gu are dead. Although they were only employers and employees, Hua Yueyu still plans to go to their homes to explain. See you in Haijing in the new semester. I will arrange a feast for you, and make sure you will never want to leave. Hua Yueyu patted his chest and made the promise. Lin Baici sent the female anchor away and checked out himself. Where do you want to go these days? I'll be your tour guide. After Lin Baici said goodbye to Jin Yingzhen, he got on the bus and rode for nearly an hour before returning home. My mother is not here. She went to work. There was 30 yuan on the table, left for Lin Baici to eat. Mom is working the night shift today. Lin Baici sighed, looking at this 60 square meter 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Thinking of his mother working hard every day and looking haggard, his desire to make money became stronger. Be sure to buy a big house as soon as possible. Moved out with mom. I've really had enough of living in this old and dilapidated community. Without further ado, Lin Baici immediately decided to shoot a video. Target: 3 months, 1 million fans. Chapter 28. Sanskrit Sounds. The sun is shining brightly in the morning. Under the 2 big banyan trees on the east side of the community, the sound of an old lady playing mahjong could be heard. Lin Baici took a diary and looked through it carefully. It's covered with words. This is a summary of the most popular content he has gathered from watching videos on various websites during his free time. The little sister is really nice. As long as she doesn't look ugly, the number of views of any video she records will not be too bad. It's a pity that Lin Baici is a man, by nature. Food videos are very popular and include 3 main categories: cooking, big eaters, and restaurant visits. Because her mother is busy with work and often works overtime, Lin Baici lives alone. She can cook, but only enough to eat. If it were to be photographed, it would definitely be much worse, and he didn't have the spare money to buy all kinds of ingredients. Besides, the shabby small kitchen at home was not suitable for filming. When making videos of big eaters, Lin Baici, because of the god of eating, can really eat a lot and does not need to induce vomiting like some other hosts. But the problem is that Lin Baici has no money to buy food, and he didn't want to destroy his stomach. It's not possible to visit restaurants either. Guangqing City is a food desert. The streets are full of chicken pots and Shaxian snacks. What is there to explore? And visiting stores is really expensive. As a poor student, Lin Baici couldn't afford it. Funny videos are also a big category, but in addition to fun ideas, they also require shooting techniques, dialogue design, and character gestures and expressions. Lin Baici has excellent Chinese grades and can write beautiful copy, but that's his only highlight. Give up. Lin Baici crossed out this category with a pin, mainly because he himself is not good at being funny. The same goes for street fitness. Lin Baici is thin-skinned. If he is asked to work out in the park and is surrounded by old men and women, he will be socially dead. What advantages do I have? Lin Baici was thinking. How about singing? During his 3 years of high school, Lin Baici performed singing at every class New Year's Eve party, and the response was good. His voice is very distinctive, like spring water in a mountain stream flowing over pebbles, mellow and cool, and he has ample lung capacity and can hit high notes. It's you. Lin Baici immediately opened Deities Cloud Music and started choosing songs. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This is a good song, with a nice melody and is inspiring. Lin Baici listened carefully. He had never studied vocal music and did not understand music scores, but with the blessing of God's ear-to-ear recognition, after listening to it once, he was able to hum the melody correctly. But that's not enough. Lin Baici didn't even go to the toilet the whole day. He kept playing this song on loop and singing along. Evening sunset. There was a sizzling sound from next door, and the sound of stir-fried vegetables could be heard. Lin Baici felt that he had practiced enough, so he found the accompaniment of the song and started recording it with his mobile phone. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear it clearly? The loneliness and sigh of the person looking up. A song is 4 minutes and 12 seconds long and was recorded very quickly. Lin Baici took a sip of water and listened to it again. Compared with the original singer, it can be said to be a good cover because he has memorized it by ear, he did not go out of tune, and the lyrics are correct. But the problem is,
No characteristics.
it's just a dream to think that you can gain millions of fans by this kind of video. You have to add a personal touch. Lin Baici thought. He had no singing style or stage style at all. Only his voice was somewhat recognizable, but he was not sure whether the audience would like it, etc. Why don't I sing with divine grace? After Lin Baici ate the divine corpse, he received 2 divine favors, one of which was called Brahma Sound Buddha Sound. When this divine grace is activated, the voice of the god hunter can be filled with Zen, and the words they speak can be refreshing and calming. It can dispel fear, cut off 3,000 worries, and make the listener become transparent and clear. Although it is impossible to achieve complete enlightenment, there will be a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Lin Baici does it as soon as he thinks of it. He replayed the accompaniment and activated the Buddhist chanting. When he spoke this time, his voice immediately became melodious, distant, and ethereal, just like the morning chanting at Longchan Temple and the ringing of fishing bells, revealing an air of tranquility and inaction. The song ended, and a few minutes later, my aunt's roar suddenly came from next door. Laozhong, what are you daydreaming about? The food is burnt. Oh. The man looked at the burnt iron pot and hurriedly cleaned it up while listening curiously. Wife, did you hear the song that the neighbor just played? This kind of old community has very poor sound insulation. No, what happened? That's a nice thing to hear. The man laughed. I think there's no such thing as overnight hatred between children. Since my daughter wants to get married, then let her marry. She doesn't need a dowry, so why bother arguing over such a small matter? Are you stupid? The auntie started to complain. 180,000, not a dime less. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take with you when you die. Why should you make your family unhappy over it? As soon as the man finished speaking, his wife spat in his face. Under normal circumstances, the couple would have certainly quarreled, but today, the man had no intention of arguing at all. After he cleaned up the kitchen, he went out amid his wife's scolding. Have a glass of wine, watch the sunset, feel the evening breeze, and enjoy the ups and downs of the city crowds. Life is not easy. You should be more open-minded. Lin Baici didn't know that the man next door had changed his mind after listening to his song. He thought the finished product was great and had his own personal style, so he excitedly turned on the computer, imported the video, and started editing. Lin Baici worked until 10 o'clock in the evening and finished the song. He was about to upload it to Bilibili, but after thinking about it, he registered a new account. New account, new atmosphere? Lin Baici touched his chin and looked at the screen. What nickname should he give himself? Ghoul? Forget it, just call Lin the Hungry Man. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Baici finished uploading the video. He leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, looking forward to the moment when the video would become a hit. Gurgle. My stomach is growling with hunger. Lin Baici cooked a bowl of instant noodles, ate it, and went asleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Baici got up on time. After washing up, he put the soybeans that had been soaked overnight into the soy milk maker, turned it on and ground it, then went to the breakfast stand outside the community downstairs and bought some fried dough sticks for 3 yuan. When I got home, I boiled 2 eggs in a pot of hot water and put some pickled vegetables my mom had prepared on a small plate. Only then did I have time to open my phone and watch the video I posted last night. The number of views was 98, less than 100, but there were 120 comments and over 10 messages. That should be pretty good, right? After reading the comments, Lin Baici felt a little shocked. Is it a cover by The Up? The voice is very distinctive, but it's not nice. It doesn't have the flavor of the original. Is this an inspirational song? Why does it sound like Buddhist scriptures to me? It's like I've entered a temple. There are 11 messages, 5 of which were posted by a user named Hua Kai Chan Mo. It's obviously an inspirational song, but after listening to you singing it, I felt like I could let go of everything and just lie down. In fact, lying down is not bad. What's the point of living such a hard life? In a few decades, when you are sent to the crematorium, nothing will be left except a handful of ashes. I forwarded it for you. I hope you can become one of the top 100 up hosts. This person in Huakwiki liked, coined, and collected the post, all 3 in one click. Is this my first fan? Lin Baici replied with a thank you and lay on the bed, thinking about the information revealed by these barrages and comments. Click, click. It was the sound of the door locking. Mom is back. Lin Baici got up immediately and went to the kitchen. Seeing her son bring breakfast to the table, Lin's mother smiled and said with some emotion, when you go to Haijing to attend university, you won't be able to eat the breakfast you made. Mother Lin is in her 40s. She has some gray hair due to heavy workload and physical fatigue, but she has a pretty face, and you can tell that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. I will try to save a lot of money before I graduate from college and buy a big house in Haijing. Then we will settle down in that city. If it were before, Lin Baici would not dare to brag about this, but now it is different. As a god hunter, he has the qualifications. It would be too much of a loss to sell these 4 taboo objects now. It would be better to rely on them to destroy another ruins of gods, collect a few taboo objects and meteor stones, and then sell them to Jiningjin to make a fortune. Lin Baici is not afraid of the dangers in Shinshu, but he doesn't want to take risks. What if he dies? Who will take care of his mother? And my mother will definitely be sad and might even commit suicide. After all, I am her only motivation to live. But seeing his mother's haggard appearance, Lin Baici felt so distressed. Okay, I'll follow you to enjoy the good times then. Mother Lin took a sip of soy milk and responded casually. Haijing is a super first-tier city. A house of dozens of square meters costs 7 or 8 million yuan, which is so expensive that people dare not even think about it. Even if his son earns $1 million a year, it would take him nearly 10 years to save even if he doesn't eat or drink. After they had breakfast, Lin Baici asked his mother to go to bed quickly. After washing the dishes, he returned to his room. This time, He chose a currently popular folk song and started to cover it. In the evening, after the recording of Ideal 30 was completed, Lin Baici logged into Lin Baici's account and uploaded it. The first video has more than 500 views, which is rising rapidly, but the evaluation is not high. Most of the comments are saying that it tastes wrong and feels weird. Ding dong. It was a WeChat message from Hua Yueyu. Little fish man. Sister Yu is doing her rounds, holding her head in her hands and squatting against the wall. Lin Baici smiled, with a curve overflowing from the corner of his mouth. There was a sense of familiarity in Hua Yueyu's words. Returning with the moon under the forest. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and you have become a sister? Little fishman. It's just a title. Don't worry about it. I can even call you daddy. Lin Baici was confused. He wouldn't answer this question. Fishman, dad, have you posted the video? If you have, please send it to me. Hua Yueyu is ready to mobilize her millions of fans to repost and like Lin Baici's collection. She is now eager to repay the favor. I, Xiao Yuren, never owe favors to anyone. Lin Baici thought about the pitiful number of views and was too embarrassed to send it to Hua Yueyu. Lin Xia Deyuegui, thank you in advance. Little fishman, we are brothers in this life. What is there to thank? The two chatted for more than half an hour, and it ended only when Hua Yueyu was about to start the live broadcast. During the conversation, Hua Yueyu was the one who took the initiative to bring up the topic, which made Lin Baici feel flattered. If it were any other girl, she would definitely not have the leisure to do so and would just say, I'm going to take a shower, and end it. Ding dong. Lin Baici had just put down his phone when he received another WeChat message. Open. A pair of white collarbones immediately came into view. Follow Big Bear. This is a selfie of Kim Young-jin. Ding dong. The Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, I couldn't sleep the day after I parted with you. Chapter 29. This video is going to be popular. Lin Baici looked at the message, not knowing how to reply. Apart from studying, he usually reads novels, plays ball, and plays games. He rarely chats with girls, so he has no experience in dealing with a girl like Kim Young-jin. There is also this selfie of a Korean girl. She is wearing too little. Is this something I can watch without paying? Princess of Monte Cristo. I feel like I've lost weight due to hunger these past 2 days. What do you think? Are you asking me to comment on her figure? Lin Baici pondered. At this time, I should generally praise you, right? Princess of Monte Cristo. These 2 days, I went to the embassy and visited several uncles and aunts, and finally got my passport and ID card processed. I was so exhausted. The Princess of Monte Cristo. That Buddha of merit is so annoying. Next time I see him, I will blow his head off and steal his merit box. Lin Xiadayu Gue, I will help you. Jin Ingjin looked at such a simple message and sighed. Appa, you don't know how to chat. No wonder you have such a handsome face but are single. However, the Korean girl soon became happy again, which shows that Appa doesn't have much contact with women and is still a simple boy. Let me, your elder sister, help you gain some experience points. Kim Young-jin raised her phone, found the right angle, and took a selfie. Good. 2/3 of the photo is filled with tight and round little vests. Would it be too exciting? Kim Young-jin clicked send. Lin Baici wanted to cry. Please don't test my bottom line. Okay? I will really save it. Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, what fun things to do in Guangqing City. What delicious food is there? When a girl asks this, she definitely wants the boy to accompany her. Fortunately, Lin Baici's emotional intelligence is not that low, and everyone has experienced life and death together in Shinshu, so he regards Jin Ingjin as a friend. As a local, I should play the role of a good host and take the Korean girl out for some fun. In fact, a small third-tier city has no appeal to a chaebol girl like Kim Young-jin who travels around the world. Jin Ingjin stayed purely to establish a good relationship with Lin Baici and to recruit him back to China. For the next 5 days, Lin Baici played with him the whole time. Jin Ingjin has great respect for Lin Baici, her savior, and has a high emotional intelligence. So when they get along with each other and take the initiative to take care of each other, it really makes people feel like spring breeze. In the amusement park, the Ferris wheel is spinning. Appa, how about it? Do you like me? Jin Ingjin sat opposite Lin Baici, holding an ice cream in both hands, eating it in small bites, her eyes fixed on him. It's no use liking it, you will return home. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He had a lot of fun these days. You can go back with me? Jin Ingjin's invitation seemed casual, but her heart was already in her throat. Lin Baici shook his head. Goryeo? Why should I go to that country? Do you eat kimchi every day? And we don't speak the language. Etc. I have memorized it by ear, so language is not a problem for me. I should be able to speak it fluently like a native in half a year at most. Jin Yingjin felt a little disappointed. Lin Baici really looked down on his own country. She didn't mention inviting him back to be a god hunter. Although his brother promised to give him the rank of lieutenant, Lin Baici might feel that he was deceiving him, right? After all, he didn't know how powerful his brother was. The Ferris wheel turned a circle and stopped. Lin Bai quit and stretched. Appa. Jin Yingjin looked at the sunset and said, if there is a job with an annual salary of 1 million, would you do it? Yingjin, why do you think I'm worth 1 million? Lin Baici could tell from the way Gao Limei spent money during this period that she was extremely rich. He didn't know that Jin Yingjin's brother wanted to poach him. He thought Gao Limei mentioned this annual salary in order to find a reasonable reason to give him money to repay him. Appearance, courage, physique, potential. Jin Yingjin counted on her fingers and listed them one by one. Lin Baici had never been praised like this by a girl since he was a child, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Okay, don't think about repaying the favor anymore. We are all friends, don't be so formal. Lin Baici sent Jin Yingjin back to the hotel and took the bus home. Gao Limei wanted to treat Lin Baici to dinner, but he refused. He couldn't accept letting the girl spend money, but he was too short of money to pay. During the few days they played together, he also took the initiative to buy tickets and snacks, and also treated Kim Young-jin to dinner. I spent 760 yuan of my pocket money on this. It really costs a lot of money to chase girls. Lin Baici felt that if he had not saved Jin Yingjin, the two of them would never have been able to play together. Because the family conditions are so bad. The 2 facial masks that Jin Yingjin uses every day cannot be bought with Lin Baici's monthly living expenses. We still have to make money quickly. After dinner, Lin Baici washed the dishes and returned to his bedroom. Turn on the computer, log into Station B, and check the data. The first cover video, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, has been viewed over 10,000 times, received 500 comments, and received over 100 messages. The second Ideal 30 had slightly worse data, with only more than 10 comments. Lin Baici looked at them one by one. Can a folk song sound like this? It's weird. Your voice is unique. Keep up the good work. My love is dead. When I heard the UP host sing this song, I was no longer moved. I don't want to chase that girl back. I just want to become a monk. Ba. Most of the comments say that the UP host voice is unique, but his song selection is average. Huakai Chianamoli. Folk songs are niche, classy, and easy to attract fans, but you need to sing in your own style. Come on. Huakai Chianamoli. I feel that you have a good lung capacity. How about trying the dolphin sound? Huakai Chianamoli. Why don't you release new covers? Only persistence can bring rewards. Although you don't have a good start, I believe there will be a good result. There were only a few messages in total, but Huakai Qianma posted many of them, so Lin Baici saw them all at a glance. This is the first fan to follow her. Lin Baici opened her personal space and saw that it was a girl with very little information. Flowers blooming in the fields. Have you given up? Disappointment. This message was sent this afternoon. Lin Baici has been busy accompanying Jin Yingjin these days, and the poor response to his cover video has also dampened his enthusiasm. Thank you. I will not give up. Lin Baici lay on the bed, rethinking this path. If I keep singing like this, it won't work. Am I going to make a funny video? No talent. Lin Baici read the comments and messages over and over again. There are users who comment that the singing skills are not good, but not many. The comments mainly focus on the characteristics of the voice, the weird atmosphere, and the incompatibility with the song. Folk songs are not good, and I don't like rock music very much, so what should I sing? Lin Baici grabbed his hair with both hands. So annoying. Or just recite the scriptures. Lin Baici sat up suddenly. Sanskrit chanting and Buddhist music are originally related to Buddhism. Maybe chanting sutras can complement each other? Try it. If you fail, it's just a waste of time. Lin Baici turned on his computer and searched for Buddhist chanting songs, but found very few. He searched for some more scriptures and finally chose the Heart Sutra. The full text expounds the 5 aggregates, 3 categories, for noble truths, and 12 links of dependent origination, and tells the Buddhist principle that self-nature is empty. It believes that prajna, or great wisdom, can overcome all suffering, attain ultimate nirvana, and realize the fruit of Bodhi. Master Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty translated this sutra, but Lin Baici planned to sing the Sanskrit version. Anyway, he had memorized it by ear and could learn it after listening to it once. Not difficult. The most important thing is that Sanskrit has style. Lin Baici found the Sanskrit version of the Heart Sutra, listened to it twice, learned it, and then found a piece of relatively ethereal, light, and natural music as accompaniment, then activated the Buddhist and Sanskrit sounds and began recording. Because it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Baici didn't dare to speak too loudly. In addition, he felt that the chances of this chanting video going viral were slim, so he didn't take it too seriously. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. When practicing deep prajnaparamita, seeing that the 5 aggregates are empty, overcome all sufferings, Lin Baici finished recording and listened to it once. I felt it was pretty good. He imported the audio into his computer, added 2 pictures of Buddha statues, and edited it. Upload. When clicking to publish, Lin Baici suddenly had a sense of evil taste. It might be more appealing if he used a photo of a muscular Buddha as the background. Boom boom. Mother Lin knocked on the door and pushed it open. Baici, go to bed early. I'll take a rest tomorrow and take you to buy some clothes. See if you need anything else and make a list. There are less than 10 days left before reporting to the university. No need to buy clothes. I can still wear the ones I have. Lin Baici knew that his family was not rich and didn't want to spend money indiscriminately. When you go to college, you'll be in a new environment and meet new classmates, so you'll definitely need some nice clothes. Mother Lin did not allow Lin Baici to refute her because she did not want her son to feel inferior in college. Lin Baici was very busy in the next few days. In addition to buying clothes and preparing luggage, every day his good classmates would invite him to go out and play for the last time. Playing games, climbing mountains, reading comics. There are also people walking on the street eating popsicles. In the last few days, Lin Baici actually received WeChat messages from several female classmates asking him to go to the movies. This surprised Lin Baici a lot. He was not an unknown person in the class, but he was not the center of the circle either, and he didn't talk to the girls very often. It seems that I am quite popular. Lin Baici didn't know that if he was bolder and took the initiative to confess his love, he would be able to have several relationships and have his first kiss during the summer vacation after graduating from high school. After all, Lin Baici is tall, has fair skin, and is very good-looking. Hua Yueyu and Jiningzhen also often sent messages to Lin Baici to keep in touch, especially Gao Limei, who always started with a selfie of, "Is this something I can see for free?" Lin Baici was very busy, and apart from occasionally watching the video of chanting the Heart Sutra, he didn't have time to pay much attention to it. After all, the number of views increased very slowly, especially in the days leading up to reporting to the university, and he had completely stopped logging into his account. So he didn't know that after a week of fermentation, the reputation of this video became better and better, and the replay rate and collection ratio were frighteningly high. Chapter 30 Listening to God's Gospel. Haijing Academy of Fine Arts, Teaching Building B, Art Room on the 3rd floor. It was a quiet night outside the window. The light from the energy-saving lamps was slightly pale, and the various colors of paint on the walls gave the classroom an atmosphere of a horror movie. A tall girl sits in front of a drawing board. Her long black hair was wrapped into a big bun with a silk scarf and tied behind her head to avoid being stained by paint. She swept the bristle oil brush in her hand, splashing a turbulent blue torrent on the canvas. This torrent spun and roiled, forming a crazy nebula, like a devil's mouth, about to swallow up the entire city under the night sky. The girl painted Van Gogh's Starry Night, which is 90% similar. The only thing missing is the aura. Snapped. The girl suddenly dropped her painting brush and began to stare at the ceiling in a daze. Her dark pupils were like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. After a while, the girl picked up the Huawei phone beside her and opened Bilibili. The phone is very old, which causes the interface to be a bit laggy. That guy called Linda Hungry Man. He won't really give up, right? The girl was worried and opened the follow list. There is only one up host in it. Alone, like an abandoned stray dog. Updated? The girl's eyes lit up and she immediately clicked on the video. Huh, it's actually the Heart Sutra? Without headphones, a male voice as gentle and pure as a clear stream began to echo in the art room. The sound of the chanting was neither solemn nor serious. It was like an elegant and easygoing friend whispering about some of the things he had seen and heard on his journey to obtain the scriptures. The girls listened quietly. The Heart Sutra is not long, and that's it. The girl didn't move. She just savored the scene slowly. After about 10 minutes, she clicked on the loop function. In the morning, the golden morning light sprinkles on the campus, as if it were coated with a layer of gold. School is about to start. Some senior students have returned to school early and are busy working on their graduation projects. Li Jing got up early, bought a pancake, and ran to the art room. If she didn't finish her work quickly, it would be difficult to find a job. What's this? Reciting scriptures? It sounds so good. Li Jing climbed up to the third floor and heard the sound of chanting. She quickly walked to the 302 art room and found that the door was unlocked. Crunch! Li Jing opened the door and, like a hamster, stuck her head into the classroom and took a look. Shun Xian? You came so early. Li Jing knows this girl. In other words, as a painting genius who held an art exhibition in Paris, France during her sophomore year, everyone in the Haijing Academy of Fine Arts knew her. The principal is said to have begged her to stay in school. Disturbed by the noise, Shun Xian frowned slightly. Shun, classmate Shun, can I ask you some questions? The opportunity was rare, so Li Jing decided to seize it. She quickly took out the half-finished painting and asked Shun Xian for advice. Excellent painting skills, but no soul. Shun Xian glanced at the Sistine Madonna that Li Jing had modified. If you just want to find a good job, then choose a work that can demonstrate your painting skills to the greatest extent. For example, Kramskoy's The Unknown Girl. Li Jing was shocked. She didn't expect Shun Xian to guess her thoughts just by taking a glance at her work. When she applied for the Haijing Academy of Fine Arts, she was very ambitious and prepared to create a school of her own, but now, feel sorry. She just wants to draw vertical paintings for those big game companies, the kind that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Thanks. Li Jing quickly thanked her with a sweet attitude. Shun Xian put away the drawing board, arranged the paints and oil brushes, and untied the silk scarf on her head. Her waist-length black hair immediately poured down like a waterfall. Shun Xian lowered her head and clicked on the comment area. After scanning it, she started to leave a message. Huakai Ki Emily, congratulations, you have found your way. Flowers are blooming. The fish will eventually find the sea where it can fly freely, and the bird will fly into the sky where it can spread its wings. I'm so happy that you didn't give up. Huakai Ki Emily. Come on, hungry people. Shun Xian installed her mobile phone and prepared to leave. Classmate Shun. Li Jing couldn't help but speak again. Shun Xian stopped, turned his head, and made a nasal sound. That. Being looked at by such a genius made Li Jing a little embarrassed. Can you tell me about the Buddhist music you just listened to? I think it sounds great.
Li Jing Shuayuba.
What happened? Does this girl have such courage? Go to Station B and search for the hungry people. After Shun Xian finished speaking, a faint smile finally overflowed from her expressionless face. Fushui City, Shirwan Shangyuan Community, Building 12. A big fat man slapped the keyboard crazily. Shinema, add blood. Do you know how to play? Damn it. Raven dies and the screen turns to black and white. The fat guy was so angry that he immediately tapped on the keyboard, swearing at his teammates one by one. Did you eat shit? Your mouth stinks so bad? Stupid thing. Fuck. The teammates didn't hesitate and fought back immediately. The fat guy became even more excited and was ready to use his hand speed, which had benefited from being single for 18 years, to engage in a debate with the group of scholars. Snapped. The computer screen is black and the battery is out. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then started to sob. My love is gone. I can't win the game. And now I want to scold someone. The power company is against me. Believe it or not, I won't have to pay the electricity bill next month. The fat guy's surname is Zhang Mingjing. He graduated from high school this year. He felt that he might not have any chances in the future, so he confessed his love to the goddess he had been secretly in love with for 3 years. Before I could even open my mouth, I saw the goddess and the school hunk coming out of the hotel. That moment, Zhang Jing felt that her life was broken and that living was meaningless. Xiao Jing, what are you howling for? Xiao Pai is here to see you. Zhang Jing's mother is full of energy. Tell him I'm dead. Zhang Jing jumped onto the bed, and the nearly 200-pound weight made the bed creak under the heavy weight. What are you doing, kid? A boy who was as thin as a monkey pushed open the bedroom door and said, You have been staying at home for half a month. What's wrong? Xiaoxianer? Pizzi, I'm so in love. Zhang Jing's eyes were filled with tears. Li Piwang is a childhood friend, so Zhang Jing is not afraid of making a fool of herself. Come on, when has your love ever lived? Li Piwang pressed the power button of his computer twice, but found that it was out of power. What's so good about women? They only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Zhang Jing was lying on her back on the bed, tired of heart. It would be fine if the goddess rejected me, but the problem is that I saw her coming out of the hotel with my own eyes. It's such a huge blow. I feel like the victim in the cartoon. Seeing Zhang Jing like this, Li Piwang knew that he had been hit hard this time. He sighed, opened Bilibili, and sent him a link. Listen to this. What the hell? Zhang Jing clicked on the link and jumped to Bilibili. Buddhist scriptures. Li Piwang would watch the young lady's dancing video before going to bed every day. However, he accidentally heard this Buddhist scripture last night and immediately lost all interest in the young lady. He was so scared at that time that he thought he was completely ruined. Even if Sakyamuni himself chanted Buddhist scriptures for me now, it wouldn't work. Zhang Jing haha, click to play. When the chanting sounded, just the first sentence caught Zhang Jing's ears. So comfortable. The original feelings of irritability, anxiety, and resentment suddenly disappeared like a fire mountain extinguished by ice and snow. Wait till you finish listening. There was only peace left in Zhang Jing's heart. He even clasped his hands together and muttered, Ba. How do you feel? The phone rang. Li Piwang turned on his phone and prepared to conquer the Valoran continent. I want to become a monk. Zhang Jing told the truth that he did have the urge to be free from worldly concerns and become a monk. Haha, I felt the same way after just listening to it. Li Piwang skillfully flipped through the folder and found the short film. This section of chanting is very skillful. I guess it was performed by a high monk from some temple? Zhang Jing originally wanted to say, are there still great monks now? But when he thought of the Buddhist chanting that was full of Zen rhythm, he closed his mouth again. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Zhang Jing suddenly said, Pizzi, come with me to travel to Shaolin Temple? School is about to start. Why go to Shaolin Temple? Li Piwang thought his childhood friend was sick. Listen to the sutras, worship Buddha, pray. Zhang Jing originally wanted to ask for a marriage partner, but suddenly she felt that it didn't matter if she didn't have a woman. Don't just lie there, get up and watch together. Li Piwang urged. Not interested in. Zhang Jing listened to this passage again, liked it, added a coin, and collected it, and then left a message after clicking 3 buttons. Zhang Sanrishan, Master Lin, is there an MP3 version? Please download it. Zhang Jing wanted to download this passage of scripture to her player so that she could listen to it whenever she felt upset. He took a look and saw that many people were asking to download it.
Linda Hongriman?
This name doesn't sound like a great monk's. Zhang Jing clicked on the follow button. After thinking about it, I changed it to special attention. September 3rd, 6 a.m., outside Guangqing High-Speed Railway Station. Mom, go back. Just drop her off here. Lin Baici got out of the taxi carrying a lot of luggage. I'll wait until you get on the train before going back. Lin's mother originally wanted to send Lin Baici to report to the university, but she was too busy at work and her boss would not approve his leave. Moreover, Lin Baici also said that he was old enough and could do it alone, so Lin's mother decided not to send him. But just before departure, when she thought about her child going to live in a place more than 1,000 miles away for 4 years where he was unfamiliar with the place, Lin's mother began to worry again. No, I can't lose it. Besides, you can't get in without a ticket. In addition to feeling sorry for his mother, Lin Baici also felt very uncomfortable carrying so much luggage. I could obviously stuff it into the black jar bowl, but because my mother was under her watchful eyes, I didn't dare to do so and could only carry it on my back. Otherwise, given my mother's personality, she would definitely ask questions to the end. By then, the matter of the Longchan Temple's divine ruins could no longer be concealed. She would definitely be worried and would forbid herself from going to destroy the divine ruins again. Lin Baici also planned to get a few more taboo items and sell them to make a fortune. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Mother Lin was still worried. She regrets now that she should have accompanied her son to report. Mom, let me be independent and exercise. Lin Baici kept asking, you can't take care of me forever, can you? Mother Lin was finally convinced. Then be careful and keep your wallet and phone safe. Don't lose them. Mother Lin warned. Lin Baici waited in line for half an hour and passed the security check. Seeing his mother still outside the high-speed rail station, he waved at her through the glass. Mom, let's go back. Lin Baici sent a WeChat message. He knew that his mother would not leave until he could no longer see her back, so he took the elevator and went to the waiting hall on the 2nd floor. The hall was bustling with people, many of whom were students who were about to go on a long journey. Lin Baici looked around and was about to find the A12 ticket gate when he suddenly felt hungry. Chapter 31 Lost Coast. The waiting hall was very noisy. A train was arriving, and the announcement reminded passengers to check their tickets and enter the station quickly. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. It is 8:20 now. There is still more than an hour before the G1955 train departs. You came too early. The train station has a large passenger flow, so naturally there are many people who lose things. Lin Baici guessed it was a wallet or luggage, so he didn't pick it up. After hesitating for a moment, he went to the bathroom. He prepared to put the luggage into the black altar. All the bags, big and small, weigh over 50 kilograms. Not only are they heavy, but they are also troublesome to carry. There shouldn't be any surveillance cameras watching me, right? Lin Baici was worried that he would be spotted by the surveillance cameras at the train station when he went into the restroom with a bunch of stuff and came out with only a backpack. But it was too heavy to carry, so Lin Baici decided to take a risk. However, Lin Baici still played a little trick. He did not look for those remote toilets in the corners. Instead, he chose one with heavy traffic and walked in. There is a blue toilet cleaning ball in the urinal, and the smell is slightly pungent. The floor was cleaned very well by the cleaners. There were quite a few people waiting to poop, and Lin Baici waited for a few minutes before a seat became available. He walked in, locked the door, and took out the black altar bowl from his blue backpack. The bowl was oval in shape, like a jade box used to hold go pieces, and was pure black, as if the moonless night had solidified on it. There was a circle of gold rim at the bottom and the rim of the bowl. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so beautiful. Lin Baici wiped it lovingly, then put the bowl to his mouth and muttered softly, "Drink porridge." As soon as Lin Baici finished reading, a vortex-shaped halo appeared on the rim of the bowl. The granary is opened. Lin Baici placed the suitcase on the rim of the black altar bowl, and it sank into the lake, causing the halo to sway and creating layers of golden ripples. After Lin Baici put his travel bag in, he felt relieved. The black altar bowl contained so many things, but its weight did not increase by 1 ounce. Cool. Lin Baici was happy. The backpack contains a charger, diary, wallet, umbrella, tissues, water cup, and other commonly used and important items that I have to carry with me. However, it only weighs 3 or 4 pounds, so it is quite light. Lin Baici packed his luggage, pretended nothing had happened, walked out of the cubicle, went to the sink and washed his hands. When he returned to the waiting hall, he felt a sense of happiness when he saw the passengers carrying a lot of luggage. The black altar bowl is indeed a must-have artifact for long-distance travel. Gurgle. If the feeling of hunger still exists, it means that the lost item has not been found by the owner. Since it was still early, Lin Baici prepared to go look for it. Do good deeds and accumulate good karma, so that the next 4 years of college life will be more enjoyable. Lin Baici hummed a tune and started to move. After so many years, he has become quite skilled at finding things. Hunger is like a radar. The hungrier you are, the closer you are to the lost item. When you drool so much that you need to swallow, it means the lost item is nearby. Lin Baici walked to the northwest corner of the waiting hall. There are very few people here. There is a supermarket selling local specialties, and there are 2 customers inside. Lin Baici looked around. The cleaner was very diligent and cleaned the floor very well. I didn't see any wallets, cell phones, or anything like that. Lin Baici also paid special attention to under the chair, but there was nothing there. What are you looking for? A rough question suddenly sounded. Lin Baici looked up and saw a man in his 30s looking at him with a frown. The other person had a flat head, was wearing a suit, and had a cigarette in his left hand. Lin Baici didn't answer. What's so great about being a member of society? I am still a god hunter. The man in the suit took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Lin Baici, his face full of scrutiny, as if Lin Baici was a fugitive. This guy is arrogant and treats you like a fresh-faced student. Can you tolerate this? Cut him. After killing him, I suggest you burn him to charcoal and feed him to the dogs. Ghoul God opened his mouth and started to fight and kill. Lin Baici ignored Ghoul and his eyes fell on the chair next to the man in the suit, where a black suitcase was placed. This time the hunger seemed to be caused by this box. What's inside? Hey, what are you looking at? The man in the suit had a companion, a young man in his 20s with a big nose. He got annoyed when he saw Lin Baici staring at the laptop. Lin Baici turned and left. Cavalry. The big-nosed young man stood up and stared at Lin Baici's back. This guy came here suddenly and left again. Something seems wrong. Should we interrogate him? No need. He must have lost something and came here to look for it. It has nothing to do with the lost coast. The man in the suit was called Ma Yuan. He looked at Lin Baici's back and took another puff of his cigarette. He's just an ordinary student. Don't worry about him. Let's focus on the target. He's carrying an A-level divine taboo item with a pollution intensity of 5.0. We must not make any mistakes in our actions. After Lin Baici saw the black box in the suit, his hunger was greatly reduced, which made him certain that there must be a taboo object in it. If it was valuable items like gold or antiques, Lin Baici would not feel hungry even if they were stolen by the man in the suit. I don't know if those two are wild god hunters or official ones. Lin Baici found the A12 ticket gate. There are quite a few people sitting in the 4 rows of seats nearby. Haijing is a super first-tier city, and many people from Guangqing work there. So this train is very popular. Lin Baici wanted to find a seat to sit down. There was a young woman in her 20s who was very eye-catching. She was wearing a denim miniskirt, revealing her long white legs, and a pair of beige riveted high heels on her feet, which was very sexy. Her upper body was a tank top with a hollow back. On her left-hand side was a small red suitcase. The men around her would steal a glance at her from time to feast their eyes on her. I advise you not to sit next to her. She has HIV.
What?
Lin Baici had no intention of sitting next to the woman, but Ghoul's words still surprised him. You don't even know about this? AIDS, get it? Ghoul explained. No, I know what HIV is. I mean that woman looks healthy. Lin Baici was surprised. If he had only looked at the appearance, he would never have thought that such a glamorous and beautiful girl had this infectious disease. What's the use of looks? The god of Ghoul thinks Lin Baici is so naive. The eyes cannot see the truth. The young woman was scrolling through her phone boredly, and when she glanced at Lin Baici, her eyes suddenly lit up. What a handsome boy. His face is still young and immature, so he must be a college student, right? However, the young woman was not sure, because the other party did not bring any large luggage, just a backpack, which was too casual. Huh, what is this guy doing? The young woman's tattooed willow-shaped eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She is very confident about her looks and figure. Most men don't have the courage to approach her, but they will walk past her and take a few more glances at her. But this big boy actually avoided it. What? I am a plague. The young woman was unhappy, but when she thought of her own situation, her face suddenly froze. Could it be that he studied medicine? Can you tell I have HIV? Wrong. It has been less than 5 months since I contracted the disease, and I have yet to show any obvious physical symptoms. Lin Baici found a seat, sat down, and began to observe the passengers waiting for the bus. Because the Ghoul will comment. A man with a bad temper who often beats his wife. He is currently hungover. His wallet was stolen when he entered the station. You'd better stay away from him, or he will blackmail you. He was a man in his 30s, with baldness, swollen eyes, and looked like he had not yet woken up. A hardworking and optimistic woman. Don't be fooled by her plain and worn clothes. Her son was admitted to Peking University. She is a good mother who gave her child love and everything. The gluttonous god was talking about a woman who had 2 snakeskin bags beside her, which were stuffed with bedding and were bulging. In order to earn money for her son to get married and buy a house, she has been working in Haijing for more than 10 years. Although tired, but very happy. Now she just hopes that her son will get married soon and give her a big fat grandson. My mom is nice too. Lin Baici thought of his mother and became more motivated to make money. A man who has kidney disease and heart disease due to overwork has not discovered it yet. If he does not receive treatment, the best treatment period will be over. He was a man in his 30s with dark circles under his eyes. He had a Huawei laptop on his legs and was typing away at code. He yawned occasionally and took a big sip of the coffee next to him. Are the situations you described accurate? Although he asked this, Lin Baici felt that it should be correct. Ghoul was too disdainful to answer such a boring question. The train station is indeed the place that best reflects all aspects of life. Some people are full of energy and look forward to the future, while others are worn down by the hardship of life and just want to earn a few coins to support their families. Some people are willing to risk their lives for love and remain loyal, while others enjoy daily foot massages and never want to leave. Everyone's bitterness is different, and everyone's sweetness is also different. Lin Baici listened for a while, then lowered his head to read a novel to pass the time. Ding dong. Lin Baici received a WeChat message. Little Fishman, where are we? When Hua Yueyu was chatting with Lin Baici yesterday, she learned that he had reported for work today. She had already asked for leave and was going to Haijing Institute of Technology to see Lin Baici, help him complete various admission procedures, and familiarize himself with the dormitory and school environment. Certainly, the most important thing is to have a welcoming banquet. It is the responsibility of the senior students to make the junior students feel at home. Chapter 32. Comments from the God of Ghoul. Steaming recommended. Linxia Deyuegui. Waiting for the bus. It will arrive at around 3 p.m. Little Fishman. I'll pick you up at the station. Linxia Deyuegui. No need. It's too much of a bother for you. Besides, the school has arranged a bus to pick up new students. Little Fishman. Humph. I think you want to hook up with the senior? The moon returns to the forest. Little Fishman. The senior girls in the senior year are all wolves. You must protect yourself. Huayue Yu felt that with Lin Baici's face and figure, he would definitely not lack girlfriends during his 4 years in college. If he were a bit of a scumbag, he would be able to get 5 girlfriends in 1 semester. Time flies when you have someone to chat with. Passengers, please note that the G1955 train from Guangqing Station to Haijing South has started checking tickets. Please go to gates A12 and B12 for ticket checking and get on the train at platform 16. When riding an escalator, please stand firmly and hold on. When boarding, pay attention to the gap between the platform and the train. When the station broadcast sounded, the passengers who were originally sitting, like a school of ornamental fish in a pond attracted by tourists feeding them, all moved and gathered towards the ticket gate. For long lines immediately snaked out. Lin Baici glanced at his phone. 9:37, time to depart. Lin Xia brings the moon back. Ticket check. Fishman, be safe. Haijing is waiting for you. Followed by a hug emoticon. Lin Baici put away his phone, stood up, put on his backpack, and saw that everyone was carrying a lot of luggage. The least they had was a trolley case and a handbag. This made Lin Baici feel a sense of happiness. He didn't immediately join the queue, but walked towards the programmer with dark circles under his eyes. After the programmer put away his laptop and hurried to line up, Lin Baici stood behind him. Handsome guy, how about going for a physical checkup? Lin Baici knew that this kind of chat was very abrupt, and if he said that the other person was sick, he might get beaten. But saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so he decided to say it anyway. The programmer looked back, confused. Your complexion and condition don't look right. You must be sick. Lin Baici's words were full of sincerity.
Thanks.
The programmer thanked him politely, but didn't take it seriously. He had been feeling unwell recently, but with the 996 work schedule and staying up late every day, there was no way he could be healthy. After I finish this project and take a year off, maybe things will be fine. When Lin Baici saw the other person's expression, he knew that he didn't take it seriously, so he told a white lie. I'm a medical student, and my grades are pretty good. Lin Baici smiled. His 8 white teeth, handsome face, sunny and gentle appearance made people feel very fond of him. When the programmer heard that Lin Baici was a medical student, he took his words to heart. Thank you. The programmer decided to go to the hospital for a physical examination after the business trip, just to be safe. You're welcome. Lin Baici is just doing good things to accumulate good karma. Young man, please take a look at me. Am I sick? A middle-aged woman in her 50s next to her suddenly spoke. Obviously, he wanted to get a free checkup. If you are a diabetic patient and you don't control your diet and eat whatever you want, you will suffer in 2 years. Auntie, you have to avoid certain foods. People with diabetes should pay attention to their diet. Lin Baici persuaded. Oh my God. The old lady looked surprised and said, I was diagnosed with diabetes less than 5 months ago. How did you know that? The passengers queuing nearby hadn't noticed this side at first, but after hearing what the aunt said, they all looked over here. The programmer was also surprised. Lin Baici smiled. Cool, that's awesome. This must be some powerful divine grace. Young man, can you please leave me your phone number? Which school are you studying medicine in? The aunt thought that Lin Baici's medical skills were good, so his teacher should be even better, so she could go and visit him. Handsome boy, can you show me what's wrong with me? Young man, I have no appetite recently. What's going on? I've been having headaches for months. I did a CT scan but couldn't find anything wrong. Can you help me take a look? Those who talked to Lin Baici were all elderly people. They didn't want to get something for free, but they felt that it was a rare opportunity to meet such a great doctor. After all, who doesn't want to be healthy and live a long life? Lin Baici was very troubled. If he had known this earlier, he would not have said anything more. Fortunately, the ticket inspector checked tickets very quickly, and within a few minutes it was Lin Baici's turn. He swiped his ticket and strode quickly to the platform. The high-speed train entered the station, bringing with it turbulent airflow. When the car slowed down and was about to stop, Lin Baici immediately jogged towards carriage 07. Please stand outside the 1-meter yellow line. The station attendant used a loudspeaker to remind everyone to be safe. The train door opened, and after all the passengers had gotten off the train, the people who had been waiting for a long time crowded towards the train door like a school of sardines fighting for food. The main reason was that everyone was carrying a lot of luggage and the car door was not wide, so it was difficult to get in. Lin Baici is over 1.8 meters tall. After eating the meteor stone and the divine skeleton, his strength increased dramatically. He can bench press 100 kilograms with ease. But he didn't squeeze. Everyone was afraid of not being able to get on the bus, so they moved quickly. Lin Baici didn't have to wait long before he was the only one left on the platform. He raised his foot, stepped forward, and entered the carriage. The passengers had not yet settled down, and the aisle was crowded with people putting away their luggage. It was very busy, and Lin Baici waited for a while at the connection between the carriages. The train started moving. People gradually quieted down, and most of them started playing with their phones. 18F. Lin Baici frowned when he found his seat with the ticket. The woman in a denim skirt and beige, studded high heels whom he had seen in the waiting hall before was sitting in his seat. Lin Baici didn't dislike her because she had HIV, but because she seemed to be sitting in his seat. There are 3 seats, C, D, and F. Seat F should be by the window. Lin Baici lowered his head, glanced at the ticket, and then checked the seat number on the train. Beauty, you seem to be sitting in the wrong place. Lin Baici showed his ticket. I'm on the 18th floor by the window. Handsome guy, my name is Songli. I want to see the scenery outside. Can we change seats? When the young woman saw Lin Baici, a look of surprise appeared on her face. I didn't expect that I would have such a chance to sit with this handsome guy.
Lin Baici didn't care.
He put his backpack on the luggage rack and sat down in seat 18C near the aisle. The passenger in 18B is a boy, sandwiched between Lin Baici and Songli. He looks to be 18 or 19 years old, and is also a college student who is about to go on a long journey. Songli was very beautiful and dressed very sexily, which made 18B feel very awkward and excited. She fantasized about something good happening along the way. Thank you, handsome. Songli smiled and said, Are you a college student? What's your name? Lin Baici nodded, but he had no interest in giving his name to the stranger. The 18B boy thought this guy was seriously ill. A beautiful girl approaches you, but you ignore her? You are wasting resources, do you know that? If it were me, I would tell her everything my ancestors did. Lin Baici's indifference made Songli look a little embarrassed. The spirit of not admitting defeat surged in her heart, and she smiled at 18B. What about you? You look like a college student too? 18B was flattered and nodded immediately. Yes, I took the college entrance examination in June and got an admission letter from Haijing Normal University. Amazing! Songli showed an envious expression at the right time. No, it's very ordinary. Although 18B said this, her face was already full of pride. Handsome guy. Which university are you from? Songli deliberately squeezed Lin Baici. If his school was not as good as Haijing Normal University, he would definitely be very depressed. This woman is puing you. I suggest steaming her. The ghoul was murderous. Sister Song, please understand. If someone doesn't want to talk about it, don't ask. 18B looked at Lin Baici and smiled. Many people in our class did not do well in the exam, and they don't want to answer this kind of question. Young men who have just entered puberty cannot control themselves when they see a fashionable and charming woman like Songli. They are like male peacocks fighting for mating rights and can't wait to show their most beautiful feathers to the other party. Lin Baici is not made of clay. Especially after he had seen life and death in the Devour of Longchan Temple, he now has sharp edges on his body. I don't care if you pick up girls, but do you want to use me as a stepping stone? No way. Is Haijing Polytechnic inferior to Haijing Normal University? Lin Baici asked seriously. Well, 18B was speechless. Just kidding. Haijing Polytechnic is one of the top 5 schools in Haijing City, and the admission score is more than 60 points higher than that of Haijing Normal University. This is the college entrance examination score. A 1-point difference can eliminate tens of thousands of people. Songli was not familiar with the rankings of these universities, but judging from the situation, it seemed that this 18B was inferior, and the difference was not even a little bit. Fuck. He's so handsome and his grades are so good. Is there any justice in the world? The more Songli thought about it, the angrier she became. The most important thing was, why didn't the other party pay attention to her? Sister Song, would you like some potato chips? 18B took out a bunch of snacks from his Nike backpack and handed them to Songli.
Thanks.
Songli was absent-minded. Under normal circumstances, if 18B flattered her like this, Songli would also take the initiative to chat and add WeChat. It's not difficult to keep a bootlicker anyway, but today, compared with this cold big boy, she lost interest, etc. Could this kid be playing hard to get? Songli suddenly became excited. Are you trying to play this on me? You are still young. Songli started chatting and laughing with 18B. An hour passed and the cold boy was still looking at his phone. Oh shit. It's still the newest and most expensive Apple phone, etc. The watch on his left wrist is a Rolex. Rich man. Songli felt that she might have made a wrong judgment. The other person was not playing hard to get. He was just not interested in her at all. Lin Baici didn't have much data on his phone, so he didn't want to watch videos. He was also tired of reading novels, so he planned to close his eyes and take a nap, but after closing his eyes for less than half an hour, he felt so hungry that his stomach cramped. Chapter 33, The Power of Divine Grace. What the hell? Lin Baici frowned, straightened up, and looked around. The train stopped at a station 5 minutes ago. Could it be that some passengers who got off forgot to take their luggage? That's not right either. Such a strong feeling of hunger cannot be caused by throwing away things worth thousands of dollars. Is there something taboo on this train? Lin Baici rubbed his stomach and didn't intend to figure it out. It was past 11 o'clock, and some people started to make instant noodles and prepare for lunch. The rich aroma of the seasoning packet made Lin Baici unable to sleep, so he put on headphones, listened to Jay Chou's songs, and continued reading his novel. Songli is not the kind of person who would pester others. After seeing that Lin Baici had no interest in her, she gave up and started chatting with the men, sending them a few selfies, acting coquettishly, and feeding them dog food. The unlucky one was 18D. He took the initiative to talk to Songli several times and treated her to snacks and drinks, but she just responded with perfunctory "Tim." It was almost noon, and the sounds of children shouting, passengers talking, and music from TikTok videos mixed together, making the carriage as noisy as a vegetable market. Suddenly, the roar of an old lady cursing on the street drowned out all the noise. This is a public place. Why can't I watch TikTok? The aunt was in her 40s, with dyed red hair, and curled it. She was wearing a lavender skirt and had a gold necklace hanging from her loose skin around her neck. You can watch, but please wear headphones. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Under normal circumstances, he would have endured it, thinking less trouble is worse than more. But today his wife was not feeling well and was carsick. Plus, she was more than 8 months pregnant and needed plenty of rest, so he wanted the lady in the front row to lower her voice, but she did what she wanted. So the two of them started arguing. It's my freedom to wear headphones or not. The aunt was very tough. And wearing headphones has caused my hearing loss. Are you responsible? So you don't care about others? Men with glasses are not good at quarreling. If you think it's too noisy, you can change seats with others. The old lady spoke very quickly, spraying like a machine gun. Others are not afraid of noise, only you are. You are so hypocritical. Are you a flower in a greenhouse? It's not me. It's my wife who's been affected. The man with glasses explained. In fact, everyone was annoyed by the middle-aged lady who played TikTok loudly. The volume was so loud that the whole car could hear it, but no one took the initiative to say anything to her. After all, there is a possibility of a quarrel. Look at your wife's belly. She's 8 or 9 months pregnant, right? Why is she running around instead of staying at home to take care of the baby? Isn't this discomfort her own fault? The aunt retorted. Stop fighting. The pregnant woman's face was full of pain. She pulled her husband's arm and asked him to sit down. We are going back home. The man with glasses' parents are in his hometown, so if he has a child, there will be someone to take care of him. You're already an adult, and your wife is pregnant, yet you still travel thousands of miles and can't even afford to rent a car or take a plane home. You're such a fucking failure in life. The aunt started making personal attacks. How do you talk? The man with the eyes suddenly turned red. This sentence hit his sore spot at once. When people reach middle age, what they fear most is being told that they have accomplished nothing and have made very little money. What? You want to hit someone? The old lady jumped up, stood on the chair, and was even more arrogant than the man with glasses. If you dare, come here and hit me. The aunt patted her face. If I don't make you lose everything, I'll lose. Some of the passengers nearby watched the fun, while others advised the man with glasses to give up. You can tell at first glance that this middle-aged woman is not a good person. If the quarrel continues, the man with glasses will definitely suffer. The man with glasses had never quarreled with anyone in public before. He felt embarrassed, ashamed, and anxious, and his entire face turned red. I will expose you on the internet. Hurry up, take a picture of me, expose me as much as possible, and post it on multiple websites. The aunt was not afraid at all. My son is a famous lawyer in Haijing. If you dare to expose me, I will sue you in court. The old lady was not stupid. She saw a passenger taking pictures of her with his mobile phone, so she said this to intimidate him. Stop fighting. Pregnant women feel very uncomfortable. The man with glasses stopped moving, like a stray dog with a broken leg, his back hunched, his expression even more dejected. As the winner, the old lady crossed her legs proudly and continued to watch the short video with the speaker on. Lin Baici took off his headphones. If it was before going to Longchan Temple, Lin Baici could not care about this kind of thing, but now, I'm a god hunter. Lin Baici stood up and walked towards the ant. Song Li and 18D looked at Lin Baici. What is this kid going to do? Do you want to be scolded? The two people seemed to have seen Lin Baici sneaking back in a panic. Auntie. Lin Baici stopped beside the old lady with a neutral attitude, not even willing to call her Auntie politely. Swish. Everyone looked over. Who are you calling Auntie? The old lady really responded. Are you blind? Am I that old? Lin Baici chuckled and stopped calling the old lady. He bent down, leaned one hand on the back of the chair, activated the Sanskrit sound of the Buddhist instrument, and talked to the old lady in a low voice. You are already this old. Can watching short videos help you live longer? You should recite more scriptures, do good deeds, and work hard to accumulate virtue, so that you may live a few more years. With the blessing of the Buddhist sounds, Lin Baici's words became wise, rational, and full of zen. The old lady's head was like being awakened by the Buddha's words. Yes, watching these short videos won't increase my lifespan. I should listen to the sutras, do good deeds, and accumulate virtues. The ant's eyes lit up. If Lin Baici wasn't too young, he would have called him master. Not causing trouble to others is the simplest good deed. Lin Baici patiently persuaded. For example, playing loud noise disturbs others. Yes, I was wrong. The ant quickly muted her phone, and the pride she had just felt in her heart for winning the argument also disappeared. She felt so childish. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Baici smiled slightly, turned and left. It is worthy of God's grace, so amazing. The divine grace of the Buddhist chant can make the voices of the god hunters full of zen, allowing the words they speak to clear their hearts and minds, dispel fear, and cut off the 3,000 worries. At the same time, it can also allow the listener to let go of everything and have no desires or demands. To put it simply, it means entering the sage mode. Of course, the influence of Buddhist sounds on the listeners is only temporary, lasting at least a few tens of minutes or at most 1 or 2 days, and then the influence will disappear. Lin Baici had no intention of asking the old lady to become a nun, as long as she kept quiet during this journey. The people nearby looked at Lin Baici in surprise. What did this big boy do? That obviously difficult to mess with middle-aged lady actually listened to him and muted her phone? So amazing. Lin Baici returned to his seat and sat down. Song Li and 18D were confused. What did you tell her? Song Li's curiosity is enough to kill 100 cats. The passengers in the front and back seats also pricked up their ears. Nothing, just talking about reason. Lin Baici was perfunctory. Are you kidding me? Song Li obviously didn't believe it. The man with glasses tried to reason with her and even threatened to take a video and expose it, but he was criticized badly in the end. What right do you have? It can't be that she's just good-looking, right? Lin Baici shrugged. It was almost noon and many people started to eat. The box lunches on the high-speed train are quite expensive. The cheapest one costs 40 or 50 yuan, and few people buy them. Most people eat the instant noodles they bring with them. Some people find it troublesome and just eat some bread, ham, biscuits, etc. to fill their stomachs and eat after getting off the train. The dining car passed by, and the attendant asked everyone if they wanted box lunches. Give me one. The 18D boy refused to compromise himself, and this was in front of a beautiful girl, so he couldn't show that he was poor. Which set would you like? The flight attendant stopped and introduced the types of lunchboxes. Let's have some chicken rice. 18D opened WeChat. He had good eyesight and saw the price, 45 yuan, which was not only expensive but also the cheapest type of lunchbox. It's a bit deceptive. After scanning the code to pay, 18D looked at Lin Baici again. There was no expression on his face, but his heart was full of superiority. The flight attendant left. 18D opened his lunchbox, mixed the vegetables with rice, took 2 bites, and a girl stood in front of him. Handsome, can we change seats? 18D looked up subconsciously and was startled. So big. It blocked 18D's view of the girl's face. Lin Baici turned his head and looked over, also shocked. He originally thought that Kim Young-jin was invincible, but he didn't expect this girl to be even more powerful. Is it because all the fat in her body is accumulated here? Change seats. 18D finally saw the girl's appearance clearly. About 20 years old, with a pure appearance. At first glance, she looks very much like Yui Aragaki. Her mouth is not big and her eyes are very bright. Especially when she looks at people, she exudes a seriousness that makes people feel a sense of power. She was wearing light blue and pure white sneakers. Her long legs were wrapped in a pair of loose, narrow-leg sports shoes. Her upper body was a sun protection jacket with an unzipped zipper and a flesh-colored sports vest underneath. Yes, change seats. The girl is full of energy and has a sweet smile. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, which bounced up and down as she turned her head, very energetic. This is a very beautiful girl. She was also the most beautiful woman 18D had ever seen in his 18 years of life, so he felt embarrassed. If it were any other time, 18D would definitely agree without hesitation, but today, he turned his head and glanced at Songli. At least let me get her WeChat before leaving. 18D feels that if he works hard, he can win this woman and make a good start to his wonderful 4-year college life. Lin Baici saw 18D's reluctant look and couldn't help but shook his head. If you knew she had HIV, you would probably stay as far away from her as possible. The girl hesitated when she saw 18D, but she didn't force it. She looked at Songli and said, "Beautiful lady, can we change seats?" Songli's intuition as a woman told her that this girl must be here for Lin Baici. She didn't want to change, but the other party's next sentence made her agree. Chapter 34 Rule Pollution begins. $100 for a different seat, okay? The girl smiles and looks sunny. Songli nodded. She thought Lin Baici was quite handsome, and she was bored during the journey, so she could talk to him. Who knows, she might have another bootlicker plus ATM by her side. It's just that Lin Baici was too cold, which made Songli lose interest. Can you earn $100 just by changing seats now? It's a huge profit. We chat to you. The girl took out her phone and gave the money to Songli. I'm in carriage 05, seat 12. Songli took the suitcase off the luggage rack and glanced at Lin Baici before leaving. He went back to reading his novel, not caring at all about what was happening around him. Songli smiled at the girl, muttered in her heart, "I hope you fail," and walked away with a clatter of her sexy riveted high heels. The two long white legs attracted a lot of attention. 18D felt depressed as he watched Songli walk away. Logically speaking, 18D should be happy that there is a prettier girl around him, but he is not, because he knows that he is not qualified to pursue this girl with a high ponytail. Songli has a wild nature, which is why 18D dared to talk to her. The girl with a high ponytail put away her luggage and stretched out her fair right hand towards Lin Baici through her 18D breasts. "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Xia Hongyao. Hongyao. You know, it's not some kind of medicine. I know, another name for the peony flower." Out of politeness, Lin Baici gently held Xia Hongyao's fingers. To be honest, it was his first time experiencing this kind of adult etiquette when he was out and about, and he felt a little excited and curious. 18D this was obviously ignored, which made him feel very embarrassed. Not many people know this. Xia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. That look was like a little girl on the beach who had picked up a rare shell and wanted to collect it and put it in a fishing bucket. She is a god hunter, with A in both strength and speed, D in intelligence, and likes detective novels. This girl has been exercising for many years and has an excellent body. She is an excellent mating partner. Ghoul God's comments. It is recommended to keep her as a monopoly. When survival supplies are scarce, you can use her as a backup source of milk. Lin Baici didn't care about the inappropriate complaints from Ghoul God. The 4 words, God Hunter, made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. But on the surface, Lin Baici's expression did not change at all. Baici, pay attention to the details. Don't let the other party realize that I have discovered that she is a god hunter. Lin Baici warned himself in his heart. He didn't know what the meaning of this girl named Xia Hongyao coming to him was. Could it be that it is because of God's taboos? Damn. The first time I used divine grace and upheld justice, I was targeted? Isn't this too unlucky? Does anyone need a packed lunch? The flight attendant pushed the dining cart and walked through the aisle. There are also melon seeds, peanuts, and drinks. 2 lunch boxes, please. Xia Hongyao called out and saw that there was happy water on the dining car. Give me 2 more bottles of Coke. The lunchbox includes beef rice, chicken rice, and noodles with soybean paste. The flight attendants serve with a smile. 2 beef rice bowls. 68 for 1 portion, plus 2 bottles of Coke. A total of 156. The flight attendant handed over the payment code. 18D I was surprised. This girl is quite slim. I didn't expect she can eat so much.
Thanks.
Xia Hongyao paid the money and took the lunch boxes, placing one on the small table in front of her and handing the other to Lin Baici. You haven't eaten yet? Xia Hongyao's attitude was very calm and generous, as if she was talking to a friend she had known for years, without any shyness at all. 18D felt like his knee was stabbed hard, and the $45 chicken rice in front of him suddenly lost its appeal. He used to think that Lin Bai was poor, and he felt superior because he could eat the expensive boxed lunches on the high-speed rail. Now, he has it too. Not only the 68 yuan one, but he also doesn't have to pay for it himself. Oh shit. It's amazing that he's handsome. I wish you to be a gigolo in your next life. Thank you. I have bread. Lin Baici didn't answer. Why are you being so polite? We are all gods. Xia Hongyao stopped talking halfway because the term God Hunter was not suitable to be spoken in public. Eat, it's my treat. Xia Hongyao forced the lunchbox onto Lin Baici, hummed a little tune to herself, opened the lunchbox, picked up the disposable chopsticks, stirred the food, and started eating. After I finish this lunch, I won't pass out, and when I wake up, I'll find that my kidneys have been choked, right? Lin Baici 18D feels that Lin Baici is unreasonable. If a beautiful woman gives me a box lunch, even if it contains a bit smelly masala, I can eat it. Why do I need your kidney? Xia Hongyao shoveled rice into her mouth, speaking incoherently. She doesn't care about her image at all. Xia Hongyao had just returned from a business trip and was bored sitting on the high-speed train. So she walked around, looked around, observed the passengers, and exercised her reasoning skills. It would be even better if you come across a fugitive or something and can uphold justice. Xia Hongyao heard the man with glasses and the old lady arguing, so she came over, stood at the connection between the carriages, and watched for a few minutes. When the man with glasses was scolded to the point of becoming autistic, she was about to take action, but unexpectedly a big boy came out. Then he talked to the bad old lady for a few words and easily dealt with her. As a god hunter, Xia Hongyao could naturally see that Lin Baici had used the grace of God, which made her very interested. The other party did not have a badge on his collar, and he did not understand the Security Bureau's code words that he was saying, which meant that he was not a member of Kyushu Shield. A wild god hunter, not uncommon, but at such a young age, it is very precious. Because entering the ruins of gods, clearing various god taboo games, obtaining God's grace, collecting the gods' remains, breaking through the ruins of gods and coming out alive is a very difficult thing. If there is no experienced god hunter to help, the mortality rate of ordinary people trapped in the ruins of gods is as high as 100%, let alone becoming a god hunter. He is not an officially registered hunter, so he must be a member of an organization. And what is the grace he used to convince that old lady? Xia Hongyao transformed into Xia Sherlock Holmes and began to reason. Lin Baici is not a coward. If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. So he thanked him and started to eat his lunch. Xia Hongyao did not continue the conversation to get Lin Baici to say something, but put on headphones, closed her eyes, and continued to reason with her intelligence D-brain. After lunch, most of the passengers in the carriage quieted down and began to rest. Lin Baici also closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. 18 carriages. Captain, when do we act? The big-nosed young man whom Lin Baici had met in the waiting hall looked anxious. He was worried that the target would discover them, and they would lose the advantage of taking the initiative. Keep waiting. There are too many people on the bus. If a fight breaks out, innocent people will be hurt. Ma Yuan grabbed the tie with his right hand and loosened it. Plop. The sudden sound of someone falling into the water made Ma Yuan confused. He turned around and saw a sleeping male passenger next to him slipping into the sea, but the passenger did not react at all, as if he was a corpse sunk into the lake by a mob. Where does the sea water come from? Ma Yuan muttered something, then was startled and stood up suddenly. Damn it! It was Black Shark 3 who activated the divine taboo and began to pollute the entire train with rules. Team leader. The four big-nosed men looked anxious and solemn. As expected of the god hunter of the Lost Coast, the attack came so quickly and strangely that it caught people off guard. The sea water flowed silently, causing the water level to rise rapidly, soon submerging everyone's waists. The most terrifying thing was that the sea water also had an anesthetic effect. Any ordinary people who came into contact with them fell into a deep sleep and could not be awakened no matter how loudly the big-nosed young man shouted. Hurry up and kill Black Shark 3 as soon as possible and take back the forbidden object. Ma Yuan rushed out and said that if the pollution of rules was not stopped quickly, everyone on this train would die. Where's my dragon? Where's my huge dragon? Hua Yueyu cried very sadly and apologized to Lin Baici. One dragon is gone. Let me serve you? No, I'm fine. Lin Baici refused. Don't worry, I have great skills. I guarantee you'll be in heaven in 3 seconds. Hua Yueyu approached Lin Baici with a smile and suddenly shook her hands, unfolding a rope. The next moment, she put it around his neck and strangled him. Lin Baici suffocated instantly and began to kick his hands, and feet wildly. Gurgle. Lin Baici took several gulps of seawater. Cough, cough. Lin Baici coughed, opened his eyes, and saw himself soaking in the sea water. He struggled frantically, trying to stand up. Wake up, this is not a dream. It is rule pollution. The warning from the ghoul god made Lin Baici shudder, and he broke out in a sweat. The touch of the seawater is real, cold, wet, and when it pours into my mouth, it has a salty taste. Lin Baici, who originally thought he was dreaming, immediately woke up, grabbed the back of the chair, and stood on it. Why does regular pollution occur on high-speed trains? Lin Baici frowned. Inside the carriage, the seawater had risen to a height of 1 meter and 2 meters, and was still rising rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Most of the passengers were sleeping and slumped in their chairs. After a while, the buoyancy of the sea water would make their bodies float up gradually. There were also a few unlucky ones who slipped into the sea. Their long hair was spread out like a bunch of messy seaweed, and they looked like they were dead. Lin Baici felt heavy in his heart. I want girls. 18D mumbled in his sleep, turned over, and tried to lie down more comfortably. But as a result, he slipped off the chair and slid into the sea. He didn't react at all. Lin Baici quickly reached out, grabbed 18D's collar, and pulled him out. Hey, wake up. Lin Baici yelled. This guy is quite heavy. There are anesthetic components in the seawater. Ordinary people will only wake up after their bodies are severely stimulated. What counts as intense stimulation? Lin Baici asked, but Ghoul didn't answer, so he waved his hand and slapped 18D's face 4 times.
Bang, bang, bang.
18D shuddered and woke up in shock. When he saw the situation around him clearly, he was completely stunned. What the hell? What is this? He subconsciously wanted to hold onto Lin Baici's arm, not wanting to fall into the sea. Chapter 35 Seawater Train. Stand firm on your own feet. Lin Baici immediately let go and looked at Xia Hongyao, who was sitting next to the window. This girl with a high ponytail is a god hunter and should be able to become a teammate. Just as Lin Baici was about to wake her up physically, Xia Hongyao opened her eyes by herself. As expected of a god hunter, his resistance is stronger than that of ordinary people. Rules pollution? Xia Hongyao frowned her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows, and then an excited look appeared on her face. I, Xia Hongyao, finally got the chance to become famous in one battle. Wait and see. Within 3 years, I will definitely become a Kyushu Dragonwing. Hey, do you know what's going on? Lin Baici asked Xia Hongyao, reached out to take the backpack from the luggage rack, unzipped it, and put his hand inside. There are god hunters on this train. It is very likely that the god-forbidden objects they are carrying have been accidentally unsealed. When Xia Hongyao reached this point, she suddenly shut up and stared at Lin Baici warily. This guy is also a god hunter. Don't look, it's not me. Lin Baici was speechless. If I were a bad guy, the first person I would kill would be you. Xia Hongyao was shocked. Oh yes. This kid actually woke up a few seconds earlier than me? This means that he either has better physical fitness and is more resistant to rule pollution than himself, or he is very experienced and discovered the problem in advance and took precautions. No matter which one it was, Xia Hongyao was inferior to her by a small margin. This made her a little depressed. What? Is 18D next to him awake too? Are you kidding? Look at that guy standing on the chair and holding onto the luggage rack. He looks so cowardly. He doesn't look like a strong man. And there are 5 finger marks on his face, which shows that he was beaten awake. Oops. Hongyao, your reasoning ability is getting stronger and stronger. You are worthy of being someone who often reads the Sherlock Holmes stories. What do you usually do when you encounter this situation? Lin Baici didn't want to expose the black altar bowl, so he took out the pinewood torch under the cover of his backpack. When 18D saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly. What the hell? Why do you have a torch in your backpack? Are you a savage? Wait, this torch is obviously longer than the backpack. How did you put it in? God's taboo? Xia Hongyao's eyes lit up. She knew she was not mistaken. This guy was indeed a god hunter. Which organization are you from? Guangqing No. 2 Middle School. Lin Baici took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He thought of the man in a suit with a black leather suitcase whom he met in the waiting hall. No. 2 Middle School? Xia Hongyao was confused. Is there such an organization in the hunter circle? Have not heard. Is it newly formed? When Lin Baici saw Gao Ponytail's expression, he knew she was wrong and was speechless. As expected, he has an intelligence level of D. All the talent points have been put on the big bear, right? I just graduated from high school and accidentally became a god hunter this summer. Lin Baici explained. Next, you will definitely have to use the taboos and grace of God. If you can't hide it, it's better to tell the other party in advance, which can also give the other party a good impression of being frank and honest. Xia Hongyao didn't believe it. Such a young wild god hunter? You are kidding. There is no experienced hunter leading the team in Shinshu. Your body is now full of maggots. Of course, now is not the time to argue about these things. This big boy does not seem to be the source of this rule pollution. You stay here and don't move around. I'll go and take care of the enemy. Xia Hongyao looked towards both ends of the carriage. Pollution of rules? God's taboo? 18D was stunned when he heard these words. He had seen such posts before when he was surfing the internet, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes now. 18D subconsciously turned his head and looked at Lin Baici. Damn it, this kid is actually a hunter who can hunt gods? Do you know where the enemy is? Lin Baici perked up. I can help. Have no idea. Xia Hongyao was very confident, but it can be deduced. Lin Baici felt that this girl was not very reliable. There is very little information now. How do you deduce? And judging by the speed at which the seawater is rising, it will fill up the carriage in 10 minutes at most, and all the passengers will die then. Smash the window, Lin Baici urged. Ah? Xia Hongyao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, are you trying to lure the enemy over here? Very good. This kid is braver than I expected. I appreciate it. What the hell? I asked you to open the window and let the water out. Lin Baici looked around vigilantly, even underwater. Oh. The reasoning was wrong and Xia Hongyao was embarrassed. At this moment, the seawater has spread to the car windows, about 5 centimeters beyond the bottom edge of the glass. If the car windows are smashed, the seawater should flow out. Xia Hongyao clenched her 5 white fingers together and punched the car window. Boom! Crash! The glass was broken all over the floor. Lin Baici's eyelids twitched. This is a high-speed train window, and she broke it with just one punch? What kind of strange power is this? But in a moment, Lin Baici no longer had the time to worry about such things, because the seawater did not flow out of the broken car window, as if it was blocked by an invisible window. What's going on? 18D was panicking. If the seawater couldn't flow out, wouldn't everyone be drowned? Xia Hongyao was not surprised. Rule pollution has enveloped the entire train. If we want to remove it, we must find the taboo object as soon as possible. Ghoul, give me some information. Lin Baici shouted in his heart. The ghoul did not respond, but the hunger came over him. Very strong. Lin Baici instinctively raised his head and looked towards the front of the car. It seemed that there was something delicious tempting him over there. Go to the front of the car. Lin Baici went into the water. The seawater suddenly reached his navel, making it difficult for him to take every step. Fortunately, the passengers were all asleep. If they had struggled to escape, they would have blocked their way. Xia Hongyao pulled out a black dagger with a straight blade more than 1 foot long from her backpack and immediately followed, asking questions with great curiosity. Why choose this place? Intuition. Lin Baici would never tell others that his hunger was like a radar that could indicate the approximate location of valuables. Hey, where are you going? 18D was anxious. Don't leave me. You stay here and wait for our good news. Xia Hongyao comforted her. 18D didn't listen and lunged forward. Crash. Got into the water. What if I'm stupid? It's safer to follow 2 god hunters than to stay alone, right? 18D looked at Lin Baici's back as he held an unlit torch. There was a lot of envy and admiration in his eyes. I envy him because he is a mysterious and powerful god hunter. I admire that he didn't just run away for his own life, but stayed like a superhero to solve the pollution problems and save the people on the train. It would be a shame not to eat the delicious food delivered to your door. There was excitement in Ghoul's voice. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach is growling. He is hungry. In the ruins of Longchan Temple, I felt so hungry that I wanted to cook the soles of my shoes. The second coming. There's no meteor falling now, so there shouldn't be any divine remains on the train, right? Lin Baici didn't walk fast, not because he was not in a hurry, but it was too difficult to move in such deep water. The 3 people walked, causing the seawater to surge out into circles of small waves, which hit the carriage and rolled back again. A female corpse was pushed in front of Lin Baici by the waves. Her eyes were wide open, but had lost their luster. Lin Baici had seen many corpses in Longchan Temple, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. He pushed the body aside with his hands and continued to move forward. 06 carriage has arrived. Some snack bags, instant noodle boxes, food scraps, and even a pair of lady slippers were floating on the water. Lin Baici did not enter rashly, but stood at the connection between the carriages and looked inside. What's wrong? Xia Hongyao stood side by side. Observe. Lin Baici is very cautious. Someone. 18D raised his hand and pointed, exclaiming. In the front half of carriage 06, around seat 6 or 7, a young man wearing headphones threw away the things on the luggage rack and lay on it. A human with good resistance. When everyone encounters the radiation from the divine remains and the pollution of rules caused by the divine taboos, the speed at which they turn into dead flesh varies. The slower it is, the higher the resistance is and the higher the survival rate is. The man with headphones was frightened and panicked, but when he saw Lin Baici and the other two, he immediately shouted. What happened? Finally saw a living person. The man with headphones is excited. Have you ever heard of rule pollution? It's happening now. Come over here. Let's stick together and survive. 18D didn't tell the man with headphones out of kindness, but because he thought that one more person would serve as bait when danger came. The man with headphones obviously didn't have such an intention, and he had also heard about the horror of rule pollution, so he was tempted and moved his body to get down from the luggage rack. Lin Baici continued to move forward, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. After swallowing the meteor stone and the divine skeleton, not only did his physical fitness become stronger, but his eyesight also improved a lot. From more than 30 meters away, he saw a dark shadow swimming in from the opposite carriage under the water. Don't move. Lin Baici growled, scaring the man in the headphones. What's wrong? 18D is like facing a formidable enemy. There seems to be something in the water. Lin Baici explained.
What?
18D's whole back tensed up, and he wanted to stand on the chair. Do not move. Lin Baici turned around and glared at 18D fiercely. He was behind him, only 5 meters away. If he attracted the monster, he would most likely be affected as well. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Hongyao comforted him, but she still approved of Lin Baici's caution. The things that the gods and demons taboo are strange and terrifying, and it is impossible to guard against them. You can never be too careful. 18D and the guy with headphones didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Their whole limbs were very stiff. More than 20 seconds passed.
No monster se tact.
Did you see it wrong? 18D doubt. The sea water is rising so fast. The man with headphones was so anxious that he wanted to cry. We have to get out quickly. Lin Baici glanced at the man with headphones, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. The education he received and his moral standards did not allow him to deceive the man with headphones and use him as cannon fodder. But if the man with headphones seeks death himself, then it has nothing to do with me. It's pretty fast, let's go. 18D is also urging. Lin Baici nodded, slowly took a step forward, and then quickly stopped. He was trying not to cause any ripples. The man with headphones didn't have such a meticulous mind. He stepped down from the luggage rack by a chair and stood on the floor. He walked forward anxiously while calling out to Lin Baici and the others, hurry up and open the door. Let's go. Xia Hongyao was about to leave, but found that Lin Baici didn't move. Just as she reached out to push Lin Baici, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the seawater beside the man with headphones and pounced on his face. Chapter 36 Lin Holmes by C.I. Monster. 18D screamed so loudly that her voice broke, and she hurriedly hid behind Xia Hongyao. Stand still. Lin Baici growled a warning. He had been staring at the man with headphones, and with his outstanding dynamic vision, he could see clearly when the black shadow pounced on the man with headphones at an extremely fast speed. It was a gray octopus with ring-shaped markings and some raised tumors on its body, and it looked disgusting. Its head is oval, like a big coconut, and its tentacles, when spread out, are more than 1 meter long. Snapped. The octopus jumped out of the water and pounced on the face of the man with headphones like a cannonball. Its 4 tentacles swung and tightly grasped the man's head with headphones, leaving no gap. 2 tentacles wrapped around his neck, strangling him tightly. Save! The man with headphones struggled hard, grabbing with both hands, trying to pull the octopus monster off his face. But the suction cups on the monster's tentacles were too strong, and the man with headphones couldn't pull it off at all. The most troublesome thing was that the octopus's body covered the mouth and nose of the man with headphones, making it impossible for him to call for help or breathe. The octopus monster's remaining tentacles reached into the water, hooked the seat, and began to exert force. Plop. The man with headphones was dragged and fell into the sea. Gurgle. A string of bubbles came out. Xia Hongyao's sense of justice was overflowing. She gripped the dagger tightly and was about to rush over to save him. Don't move, he's doomed. Lin Baici stopped Xia Hongyao. The moment the man with headphones was dragged into the sea, Lin Baici heard a snapping sound. It should be that the man's cervical vertebrae were broken by the octopus monster. He's dead. 18D's hair stood on end, and he got goosebumps all over his body. In the seawater, the man with headphones stopped struggling with his hands and feet and slowly sank to the bottom like a dead fish. This is obviously dead. Don't panic, I'll take care of it. Xia Hong was so reckless that even though a living person had just died in front of her, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she became even more eager to fight. Stop moving, Lin Baici growled. Do you know how this monster searches for enemies? All its attack methods? And how many there are? And do you have any tactics to deal with it? This girl with a high ponytail is very brave, but bravery doesn't mean committing suicide. Well, Xia Hongyao was speechless. Lin Baici's question stumped her. If you see a monster, just kill it. Why consider these things? If you don't have any, just stay still. Lin Baici is taking a big risk when he speaks now. If you make a wrong judgment, this octopus monster can not only sense its prey through ripples on the water surface, but also search for enemies through sound, so you will be attacked. After killing the man with headphones, the octopus monster crawled under a chair and hid. Where did the monster go? 18D was trembling and wanted to leave the carriage, but he didn't dare. You already know what you are asking me? Xia Hongyao stared at the water and asked Lin Baici. As Lin Baici spoke, he held the torch tightly in his right hand and slashed it hard on the top of the carriage. Boom! The torches were lit, and the orange-red light brought a touch of warmth. This is the advantage of height and long arms. Lin Baici is over 1.8 meters tall. If he were shorter, the pine torch would not rub against anything if he tried to light it without moving his body. There is a reflection of fire on the water. Xia Hongyao didn't feel anything, but 18D's attention was immediately attracted by the light of the torch. He couldn't take his eyes off it, and he had an urge to pounce on it and hug it. You lied to me, didn't you? Xia Hongyao didn't believe it. How long has this monster been around? About 10 seconds? How is it possible that you can gather so much intelligence? You think you are Sherlock Holmes. The first black shadow I saw was this octopus monster. I didn't let you move out of caution. At that time, we were not attacked. After waiting for a while, the man with headphones on the opposite side went into the water, and the octopus monster immediately launched a surprise attack and killed him. Now we don't move, and the octopus monster doesn't attack us either. This is enough to prove that it searches for enemies by moving the target and causing waves in the sea. Lin Baici explained. I see. Xia Hongyao suddenly understood and felt that what Lin Baici said made sense. By the way, this guy has a strong ability of reasoning. A little bit better than me. What should we do now? We can't just stand here and wait for that octopus monster to leave, right? 18D is worried. Now that everyone is not attacked by monsters, it means that Lin Baici's analysis is correct, but we can't just stand there and do nothing. The seawater is rising all the time. The passengers on the chairs, some of whom were shorter, had the seawater already reaching their mouths and noses, and the children, in particular, were completely soaked in the water. But because of the anesthesia, they were all drowsy. Lin Baici suddenly reached out, pulled a trolley case from the luggage rack, and threw it into the sea. Plop! A big splash of water. Circles of waves immediately spread out, hit the carriage, and then surged back. The passengers nearby were also swayed slightly by the waves. What the hell? What are you doing? 18D was almost scared to death. Lin Baici ignored him and stared at the water. The monster, which was hiding somewhere, did not appear. It seemed that it could distinguish whether the person who fell into the water was a human or luggage. Trouble. Xia Hongyao understood that Lin Baici wanted to lure the monster out, but it was obvious that the monster was very smart. It should be able to sense and distinguish the target's body temperature, right? Lin Baici guessed, then pulled down another small backpack from the luggage rack and threw it at the balding, middle-aged male passenger who was standing near the aisle 2 meters in front of him. Boom! The bald passenger who was unconscious in his seat was hit. His body tilted, and he fell into the water. Plop! Water splashing everywhere. What are you doing? Xia Hongyao was shocked. Before she finished her words, a dark shadow swam down from under the water. Then it broke through the water with a splash and entangled the head of the middle-aged passenger who had not yet completely sunk into the water. Lin Baici moved, taking a step forward with all his strength, approaching the bald traveler. At the same time, He stretched out his hand and stabbed the octopus monster with the burning pine torch like a spear. The octopus monster sensed the danger and shot out a tentacle towards the pine torch. However, as soon as it touched the torch, it ignited like an iron octopus soaked in gasoline. Lin Baici immediately waved the pine torch with all his strength to prevent the octopus monster from approaching, so as to prevent it from becoming desperate and dying together with him. But he obviously overestimated the monster's courage. After being ignited, the octopus monster's first reaction was to run away and stay away from the torch. It let go of the bald traveler and swam quickly into the deep sea, hiding and trying to extinguish the flames with seawater. But it didn't work. Anything that is lit by a pinewood torch will not go out when exposed to water. In just a few seconds, the octopus monster was burned to ashes and washed away by the sea. Lin Baici grabbed the bald traveler, pulled him out of the sea, and threw him back onto the chair. The bald passenger's body was so stimulated that he woke up, but he just looked at the sea water in the carriage with a confused look on his face. This dream is so real. The bald passenger wiped his face and saw the short female passenger next to him, soaked in the water with a pale face. He was almost scared to death. After Lin Baici got rid of the octopus monster, he breathed a sigh of relief, then opened his backpack, took out the Bodhi messenger robes, and put them on. 18D looked confused. Why do you think of cosplay now? But everyone generally chooses a superhero, at worst an Ultraman, right? Who are you cozying in this monk's robe?
Tang San Yang.
God's taboo? Xia Hongyao didn't expect that this grown boy had a magical item, but she didn't know what its effect was. Gone. Lin Baici extinguished the torch, called out to Xia Hongyao, and quickened his pace. He didn't wear the cassock before because it was too conspicuous. Even a fool would know that Lin Baici was a god hunter, and that he had to be doubly careful. But the appearance of the octopus monster forced Lin Baici to choose to be fully armed. Fuck, that's awesome. 18D looked at Lin Baici's back as he walked forward and thought he was so cool. This is a real man. Xia Hongyao originally thought that Lin Baici was too cruel to use people as bait, but on second thought, the bald traveler did not die, but woke up instead, so he at least had a better chance of survival than the others. Besides, if Lin Baici dares to do this, he must be sure that no one will die. And you said that he used people as bait because he was afraid of monsters, which is totally untrue, because there will definitely be more monsters next, but Lin Baici went forward alone. If it were any other cold-blooded god hunter, they would have woken up a few passengers by now and used them as cannon fodder to clear the way. The bald traveler saw the beautiful Xia Hongyao walking by and couldn't help but stretched out his hand. Xia Hongyao narrowed her eyes, swung the dagger in her hand, and hit him hard on the mouth. Boom! The bald passenger screamed and fell on the chair, blood and teeth spurting out of his mouth and falling into the sea water, spreading out. Rubbish! Xia Hongyao glared at the bald traveler. Liu. 18D sneered, this is not a dream. The bald traveler was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, and he splashed the sea water with his hands a few times. Oh shit, is it really sea water? Watching the three people leave, the bald passenger glanced around the carriage and saw that many short people had been completely soaked in seawater. The bald traveler shuddered, shouted, wait for me, and hurried to catch up. In carriage 04, Lin Baici and his 4 companions did not encounter the octopus monster and passed safely. It's over. How do we get off the bus? 18D was so worried that he felt desperate. He stood at the connection between the carriages and saw through the blurry window that the train was still moving at high speed. Even if the door was opened, jumping out would be a dead end. Go stop the high-speed train first. As soon as Lin Baici stepped into carriage 03, his hunger instantly increased. The taboo of God is here. Lin Baici was cheered up, but he glanced at the carriage and found nothing unusual. The passengers were all unconscious. The guy who caused all this was very cunning and cautious. He pretended to be unconscious and blended in with the passengers, making it impossible to find him out. Then hurry up, the bald traveler urged. If you can't find the enemy, stop the high-speed train first, otherwise it will crash into something and you're doomed. Xia Hongyao suddenly realized that Lin Baici would not go to the rear of the car, but came directly to the front. Maybe he had already considered this. She raised her hand to stroke her high ponytail, looked at Lin Baici's back, and had the idea of recruiting him into Kyushu Shield. Chapter 37 Octopus Balls, Coral Sea. High-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Ghoul commented, but did not give any more information. Lin Baici turned around and looked at Xia Hongyao. What's wrong? The girl with a high ponytail was puzzled, and instinctively turned around and took a look.
Fine.
Lin Baici curled his lips slightly. This girl with A in strength and speed and D in intelligence did not notice anything unusual about the carriage, which made her somewhat dissatisfied with the god hunter of Kyushu Shield. You guys aren't all just eating for free, are you? Forget it. It's good that no enemy was found. At least I don't have to worry about you alerting them. Go ahead. What are you waiting for? The bald traveler urged. The sea water kept rising and was up to his chest. So scary. Hurry up. Xia Hongyao was also urging them to hurry up because many passengers were sitting and the seawater had already reached their heads. If he had waited another minute or two, he would have drowned. Lin Baici didn't move. Since the enemy is here, there must be an octopus monster, right? Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely keep 1 or 2 monsters for self-defense. Because in Lin Baici's opinion, the seawater and the monster were all created by the enemy. So the other party must have a way to control the octopus monster. To kill the octopus monster with one strike, you must use a pine torch. Lin Baici extinguished the torch in order to lower the enemy's vigilance. Otherwise, if someone was holding a burning torch on the high-speed train, anyone with a decent brain would definitely think there was something wrong. But now, Lin Baici has no choice. So he raised his arm and swung the torch across the roof of the car. Call. The torch was lit like a large match. During this process, Lin Baici kept staring at the entire carriage, trying to see if any passenger showed any unusual symptoms due to the torch he lit. Because this is obviously a taboo item. If so, it means that the other party is a god hunter. But the enemy was obviously very patient. He didn't move and continued to pretend to be unconscious. Such a strong feeling of hunger means that the guy is in this car. Lin Baici used the same old trick again. He pulled a backpack from the luggage rack and threw it at the tall male passenger who was standing near the aisle 3 meters in front of him. Plop. The backpack fell into the water, and the tall man also slipped into the water. A black shadow emerged from under a chair not far away and swam quickly towards the fire. Its tentacles stretched out and entangled with the tall man's head. Crash. Water splashed everywhere. It turned out to be an octopus monster. Lin Baici exerted all his strength, rushed forward, and stabbed out quickly with the pine torch in his right hand. Crash. The torch was like a harpoon, breaking through the water, but due to the resistance of the seawater, its speed slowed down, but it still hit the octopus monster. Boom! The octopus monster started burning, and even in the water, the flames could not be extinguished. The bald passenger was originally dissatisfied with Lin Bai's inability to quit and wanted to urge him to do so, but when he saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. There's a monster! The bald passenger was shaking like a sieve. Help, help! The tall traveler was thrashing and struggling in the water. If it weren't for Lin Baici's hit, he would have been drowned by the sea water while in a coma and suffocated to death. When Xia Homian saw that Lin Baici didn't move, she wanted to overtake him to save the tall man, but Lin Baici stopped her. Maybe there's an octopus monster, Lin Baici warned. The tall traveler's movement created a lot of waves, which saved him the trouble of continuing to hit people as bait. Xia Hongyao's pretty cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Crap. Why didn't I think there might be monsters? This grown man is not the kind of person who would stand by and watch someone in need without helping. There must be a reason why he didn't move. This is terrible. He doesn't think I'm stupid, does he? Xia Hongyao decided that after she sealed the taboo object, she would tell the boy that she often read Sherlock Holmes and had great reasoning ability. It looks like there are no monsters. Let's go quickly and stop the train at the front. Lin Baici was very loud. In fact, this sentence is meant for the enemy to lower his defense. Brother, what's your name? 18D asked, very respectfully. He had thought it was unfortunate to meet this 18F usher on this journey, but now, he felt only relief and gratitude in his heart. Look at those people drowned in the sea. All dead. A miserable bunch. My last name is Lin, and my given name is Baici. When Lin Baici walked past seat 21, his saliva began to water. His hunger was so strong that he instinctively looked towards the 2 passengers on his right. 21B is a woman in her 20s, with neat short hair and a tall stature, probably around 1.9 meters tall. She was wearing an Antas sportswear, with scars on her fingers, wrapped in tape, and looked like an athlete from a provincial team. Either they play basketball or volleyball. Room 21A, which is by the window, is a short young man wearing a blue t-shirt, with a long face and cropped hair. He was completely submerged in the water, motionless, as if he were dead. Lin Baici frowned and moved his eyes between the woman and the young man. The feeling of hunger means that the enemy is one of these two people. Then the dead should be excluded. But Lin Baici always felt something was wrong. The woman looked neat and tidy, with nothing except the cell phone on her thigh. But the young man next to her who was soaked in water was carrying a waste bag. If I were a terrorist, I would never let the taboo leave my side. All signs indicate that this dead young man should be the enemy. Goddess, say something. Lin Baici yelled in his heart, but Ghoul God did not respond. Everyone, pay attention to the monsters. Lin Baici looked away and only glanced at the young man out of the corner of his eye. He knew he didn't have time to dwell on it. If you stand here for too long, the enemy will definitely become suspicious. There is only one chance to launch a surprise attack. If you choose the wrong one, you will face a huge risk of death. As Lin Baici thought so, he suddenly exerted force with his right arm, grasped the pine torch, and smashed it hard on the young man's head. It's you. According to common sense, a dead person poses no threat. However, if unnatural things like rule pollution exist, then the common sense that ordinary people are familiar with may not be common sense. Snapped. The torch opened the water and was swung over the young man's head. Boom! The young man's hair was on fire, and the burning pain made him scream. His face twisted and his body slid like a swimming fish.
No.
More like an ugly octopus sliding into the sea. It is human instinct to put out fire with water, but this time, the young man miscalculated. Lin Baici succeeded in his attack and quickly retreated. Anyone caught on fire by the pinewood torches would be burned to ashes, so Lin Baici didn't need to take the risk of continuing the attack. He could just wait to collect the bodies and spoils. What the hell? 18DS mind is in a mess. When Lin Baici stood motionless next to seat 21, he thought that the boy had taken a fancy to the tall girl, but he didn't expect that the next second, he suddenly hit the young man. That guy looks like your rival? Or do you simply dislike him? Otherwise, why would you whip the corpse? But what frightened 18D even more was that the corpse came back to life after being hit with a stick. Are you kidding? 18D saw it with his own eyes. The guy was soaking in the water and not breathing, otherwise there should have been bubbles floating out. Xia Hongyao has an IQ of D, which is indeed not high, but she is not stupid either. When she saw a corpse screaming, she dived into the water and immediately understood what was going on. Enemy. Xia Hongyao gripped the dagger tightly. The flame of my torch will not go out until it turns to ashes, so? Lin Baici put on a smug look and smiled contemptuously. You are dead? Lin Baici is not a proud and arrogant person. He said this to anger the enemy and make him lose his mind, and at the same time make him mistakenly believe that this torch is his most powerful weapon, and then ignore the Bodhi messenger robe on him. Fuck your mother. The carriage was filled with curses. At the entrance of the opposite carriage, the young man surfaced. His skin was very red and tender, and there was no hair on his head. He looked like a boiled egg. Lin Baici was puzzled. Didn't expect that? I can shed my skin. In the Lost Coast, the young man nicknamed Octopus Ball showed a sinister smile. Want to kill me? I will eat you alive today. Shedding skin? Is it a divine grace? Lin Baici seemed to be thinking about something. There is also this trick. Octopus Ball did not answer, but stared at Lin Baici with his sharp eyes, revealing a hint of doubt. How did you find me? Intuition. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Are you kidding me? Octopus Ball didn't believe it. He wanted to know where he had revealed his flaws so that his disguise could be more perfect next time. Real. Lin Baici looked sincere. Fart. Octopus Ball cursed. In order to confuse the opponent, I even put my mouth and nose in water to pretend to be a corpse, and I specially chose a tall girl to cover me. Why is Octopus Ball sitting next to that athlete? Because she is a woman, and women naturally attract men's attention. What's more, she is so tall. When the seawater submerged the entire carriage, only her head was exposed. This is a huge doubt. Is it okay to suspect that she is an enemy? Octopus Maru thought his tactics were perfect, but somehow, this overly young guy still found him and attacked without hesitation. This result was a huge blow to the confident Octopus Ball. I have such an awesome tactic. What's the use? If it weren't for the shedding grace, I would be dead now. Yes, how did you recognize him? Xia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici with shining eyes. As a mystery fan, the girl with high ponytail is very interested in Lin Baici's reasoning process of finding the bad guy. I'm tired and don't want to talk. Lin Baici was stalling for time and thinking about tactics. The torch is useless, so how do we kill this guy? There is not much time left for Lin Baici. Because the seawater is still rising rapidly, once it fills the entire carriage, the enemy who has the ability to breathe underwater can easily drag anyone to death. You want to delay time? Wait for reinforcements? Don't dream. My big brother Black Shark 3 has already eaten your companions alive as snacks. Octopus Ball grinned. Chapter 38 Winter. The seawater surged and rose to the chest level. Most of the passengers were completely submerged. In a few minutes, they would all suffocate to death. Octopus Ball stared at the burning torch in Lin Baici's hand, and his skin tightened when he remembered his words, "It will not go out until it is burned to ashes." So his eyes became more alert. As for the cassock on this kid, it should be some kind of defensive object, right? Damn. Are all the Dragon Guards of Kyushu Shield so awesome now? In the Kyushu Shield Security Bureau, the special operations force responsible for dealing with disasters caused by gods is called the Dragon Guards, so the outside world calls these members the Dragon Guards. Referred to as Dragon Guard. The most powerful among them are honored as Jojo Dragon Wings. They are all top-level warriors who can destroy the great gods by themselves. Companions? Are there any people from Kyushu Shield on this train? Xia Hongyao blurted out. Ah? Aren't you and the Longchan team together? Octopus Ball was stunned, then cursed inwardly. What bad luck! What kind of luck is this? His and Black Shark 3's tactic is that he hides in the distance, holds the coral sea, launches rule pollution, and turns this high-speed rail into a seawater train. The divine grace of Black Shark 3 is very suitable for fighting in seawater. As long as the octopus ball is not discovered and killed, the seawater will not recede, and their side will win. But who knew that they were discovered by a big boy who was not part of the plan? You guys hide. I'll kill him. As a Jojo Dragon Guard, Xia Hongyao has a strong sense of responsibility and self-esteem. Even though Lin Baici is a god hunter, she has no intention of asking him for help, but is preparing for a one-on-one fight. Hide. Octopus Ball laughed. Today, you will all die. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly lowered his head and sank into the water. Xia Hongyao swam forward, but suddenly, black ink spread out in the seawater, making the originally clear seawater instantly become pitch black, and nothing could be seen. This is another divine gift of Octopus Ball. It can spray ink to hide its body. It is very powerful whether used for escape or sneak attack. Lin Baici immediately activated his ear-to-ear memorization technique and listened carefully to the movements underwater. This divine grace is mainly used to enhance memory, but it can also improve the acuity of hearing. The tall passenger swam into the water, using his hands and feet to try to escape from the carriage. But he hadn't swum far before something seemed to entangle his legs, causing him to sink suddenly. Save! Gurgle! A bunch of bubbles came up. Don't panic. Xia Hongyao wanted to help, but before she could come, the tall passenger's body floated up, with his head twisted irregularly, obviously with broken cervical vertebrae. Brother, kill him? 18D originally wanted to run away, but after seeing this scene, he dared not move and could only plead helplessly to Lin Baici. In his heart, this peer is more powerful than Xia Hongyao. The bald passenger who was woken up by Lin Baici, hitting him with his luggage, had been following the end of the team. When he saw this situation, he quietly retreated. Suddenly, crash, the surface of the water broke open, and the octopus ball showed its head. It grinned at the bald traveler and asked, "Where are you going?" The bald passenger was so frightened that he was about to scream for mercy when a big hand grabbed his neck and started to exert force. Snap! The bald traveler's neck was like a fragile chocolate bar and was easily broken by the octopus ball. I told you all to die. The octopus ball sank into the water again. Because the ink spread rapidly in the seawater, turning it into a black mass. So Lin Baici and Xia Hongyao were unable to capture the exact location of the octopus ball. Don't panic. This guy is killing people to intimidate us and put psychological pressure on us to make us lose our composure. As Lin Baici spoke, he walked towards Xia Hongyao. The two of them were close to each other so that they could take care of each other if they ran into trouble. But octopus balls are faster. Snapped. A thick tentacle suddenly emerged from under the water, wrapped around Lin Baici's right hand, and pulled him into the water with force. Crash! When the torch got into water, the flame immediately weakened, but it was not extinguished. Catch the torch! Lin Baici shouted, stretched out his left hand, grabbed the torch from his right hand, and threw it at Xia Hongyao. Don't even think about it. The octopus ball shot through the water like a torpedo and appeared in front of Xia Hongyao. It took the lead, stretched out its tentacles, and grabbed the torch. Haha, I got it. Octopus Ball was overjoyed. He killed the two passengers first. In addition to deterrence and creating panic to terrify enemies like Lin Baici, it was also to conceal his real means of attack. He also has the divine grace to grow 4 3-meter-long tentacles from his ribs. This is his trump card. But now, let's try the taboo item I just got. Octopus Ball turned around quickly and poked the torch towards Xia Hongyao, trying to burn her. But he was surprised to find that the pretty girl with a high ponytail was gone, and instead, there was a tower-like man dominating his vision.
No.
It should be called Big Buddha. Its muscles are knotted and bulging all over its body, and it is so strong that it seems to be able to fill up the sea and move mountains. But because it is too tall, it can't even stand up straight in the carriage and can only bend over. Octopus Ball smelled a strong scent of death and instinctively wanted to dive away, but it was too slow. Muscle Buddha punches.
Hola, hola, hola.
The fighting spirit is gathered, the iron fist is as furious, and the mountains and rivers are on the road of life and death. The muscular Buddha's iron fist hit the face of the young man nicknamed Octopus Ball, making a series of loud bangs, as if hammering a war drum. The part where the young man's punch hit him was deformed, swollen, and then ruptured. Minced meat splattered everywhere. The heavy blow of the iron fist was transmitted into the seawater, causing them to form waves that spread rapidly in all directions. Lin Baici and the other two could not stand steadily and were pushed up and down by the seawater. Those passengers soaking in the seawater began to sway with the current like floating corpses. What the hell? Xia Hongyao grabbed a chair to steady herself, staring blankly at a muscular Buddha wearing only a pair of tight shorts beating up an octopus ball. Isn't this scene too brutal? Want to plot against me? Dream on. Lin Baici smiled confidently. He figured the octopus balls would grab the pine torches. Because this taboo object posed a huge threat to him, Lin Baici looked panicked after his right hand was restrained by the octopus tentacle, and he threw a torch at Xia Hongyao. In fact, this was all within his calculations. The octopus ball was moving very fast in the seawater, and if Lin Baici rashly summoned the muscle Buddha, he might not be able to hit him, but with the pine torch as bait, there would be no problem. Octopus Ball thought he had grabbed the torch, but he didn't know that muscle Buddha had appeared behind him silently and in time. 18D was stunned, then ecstatic. Damn, brother. You actually have such a trump card? Why didn't you use it earlier? But I was scared to death. The muscular Buddha, who had beaten Octopus Ball for 18 seconds, stopped his fists, put his hands together, bowed to Octopus Ball, and chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha. Octopus Ball had stopped breathing. His entire body was in tatters, his bones were broken, and he floated on the water like a pool of rotten meat. A strong smell of blood wafted in the air. Lin Baici rubbed his nose, swam towards Octopus Ball, and canceled the summons at the same time. Otherwise, he was afraid that Muscle Buddha would punch him. Is this Fitness Buddha summoned by the cassock you are wearing? Xia Hongyao was curious. I thought it was a defensive divine object. Lin Baici grabbed Octopus Ball's body, pulled off his waist bag, opened it, and saw a brown leather wallet, an Apple mobile phone, and a palm-sized piece of red coral covered with fine hairs that were slowly wriggling. God's taboo. Coral sea, after activation, can fill a semi-enclosed area with seawater, cannot be used on open ground. Ghoul God reviews. Is there no divine grace in this? Lin Baici licked the corner of his mouth.
No.
Lin Baici was very disappointed with the answer from the god of Ghoul, and he threw the coral sea to Xia Hongyao. Ah? Xia Hongyao was shocked. She was still considering her words, how to convince Lin Baici to give her the taboo object. After all, it was someone else's spoils of war, and she didn't expect that he had already given it to her. Unreasonably generous. The main reason she wanted this taboo object was that she was worried that Lin Baici wouldn't know how to use it and couldn't seal it immediately. Do you know how to use it? Lin Baici just didn't want to worry about it. He did not forget that Octopus Ball had a companion. If he took Coral Sea, wouldn't it mean that he killed the person? It would be better to let Xia Hongyao be the cannon fodder to attract hatred. Well, I've heard of this taboo object. Although Xia Hongyao has an intelligence of D, she is a civil servant of Kyushu Shield after all. She was admitted based on her own strength. In addition, she often goes to the archives and knows a lot of information about the taboo objects. She grasped the Coral Sea, injected divine power into it, and took control of it. The seawater on the train, no longer restrained by the mysterious power of the Coral Sea, began to flow out from various cracks. Snap, snap. Many glass panes could not withstand the pressure of the seawater and were broken after just a few dozen seconds. Boom! Boom! The seawater poured out, causing the water level in the carriage to drop rapidly. Okay. Xia Hongyao felt relieved when she saw that many passengers had their mouths and noses exposed and began to breathe heavily. Xiao Linzi, you saved a lot of people. Xia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, her eyes full of admiration and amazement. A wild god hunter is so powerful. The key is that he is still so young. Really want. Xiao Linzi, join Kyushu Shield and become my team member? Xia Hongyao invited. What the hell is Xiao Linzi? Are we that familiar with each other? Lin Baici rolled his eyes, but the proposal of joining Kyushu Shield made him a little excited. After all, you are a public employee and have no worries about food and clothing. Lin Ma's biggest wish in this life is that Lin Baici can become a civil servant. We've lived and died together, but we're still considered close friends? Xia Hongyao was surprised. Lin Baici had nothing to say. Even though Xia Hongyao didn't put in much effort just now, she didn't run away. Instead, she let Lin Baici go first several times. She wanted to take the initiative to meet the enemy. Such courage and determination in a girl is really admirable. Lin Baici didn't know that he didn't run away, but took the initiative to fight against Octopus Ball, which made Xia Hongyao like him more. Otherwise, it would not be easy to gain Xia Hongyao's friendship. At the time, Lin Baici's good reasoning ability was also a big reason. Xia Hongyao likes to be friends with smart people, and it would be even better if the other person likes Sherlock Holmes. Let's go. Stop the train first, and then deal with the remaining enemies. Xia Hongyao ran to the front of the car. The guy who was killed by Lin Baici just mentioned Black Shark 3, who was a key member of the famous terrorist organization Lost Coast. No matter dead or alive, as long as you catch him, you will get a reward of 1 million RMB. Go to the Kyushu Shield Security Bureau to claim it. Chapter 39. I really admire him. Carriage 28, corpses everywhere. The blood of the passengers had completely dyed the sea red, and was smeared on the walls of the compartment with the waves, making this place like a meat grinder. Crash! The surface of the water broke open and a fat man stood up. He was not tall and had a bald head. Below his ears, on both sides of his neck, there were 6 horizontal openings, which looked like shark gills. The big-nosed young man whom Lin Baici had met in the waiting hall was bitten on the neck and held in his mouth. Judging from the young man's limp limbs and drooping head, he must be dead. The fat man stared at Ma Yuan standing opposite him, grabbed the big-nosed young man's hair, and pulled it hard, as if he was eating a bone stick with meat. Tear. The big-nosed young man was torn apart, leaving a large piece of flesh on his neck and the fat man's mouth. Blood gushed out from the wound on his neck and spilled into the sea. 9 provinces dragon guards. The fat man looked at the corpse in his hand, smiled contemptuously, and threw it away. That's it? Court death. Ma Yuan was furious, his face turned red, and he rushed towards the fat man at a rapid speed. But the sea water in the carriage greatly slowed down his speed.
Ah.
The fat man laughed, and like a fish, he dived into the water and disappeared. Ma Yuan felt somewhat desperate. He knew he was careless. Their team was responsible for tracking the fat man and thought they hadn't been discovered, but someone knew about it and used this train to set a trap. Kyushu Shield knows very little about Fatty's information. We only know that his nickname in Lost Coast is Black Shark 3. Now, Ma Yuan now knew why the fat guy had this nickname. This guy can breathe underwater and swim very fast, and his combat effectiveness increases exponentially in seawater. If it were on land, Ma Yuan would be confident that he could fight Black Shark 3 on equal terms, let alone a 5-on-1 team. But in the sea, the deaths of his 4 teammates said it all. Ma Yuan destroyed the carriages and tried to let the seawater flow out, but it was useless because the seawater was polluted by the rules caused by the taboos of God. If you can't find the magical object, you can't make the sea disappear. Find a way to die together. Ma Yuan tried his best, but Black Shark 3 did not attack. He surfaced again and looked towards the front of the car with a serious expression. Why is the ocean water decreasing? Something happened to the octopus balls? Black Shark 3 turned around and glanced at Ma Yuan, and he began to feel conflicted. Should we kill this Kyushu Dragon Guard while there is still seawater? Or should we go to support Octopus Ball? Ma Yuan is no rookie either. It will take several minutes to kill him. During this time, Octopus Ball might be dead, but if he doesn't kill him now, without the seawater, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Soon, Black Shark 3 made a decision. He dived into the water and swam towards the front of the car as fast as he could. In the Lost Coast, he has always teamed up with Octopus Ball because both of their divine graces are related to water, which can form a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. The tactic used today is what the two of them often use. Hidden by Octopus Ball, using the Coral Sea to fill a semi-enclosed environment with seawater, Black Shark 3 stood out to attract the enemy's attention and make the main attack. The seawater battlefield doubles the combat power of Black Shark 3. Most enemies saw that Black Shark 3 could breathe underwater and subconsciously thought that the seawater was caused by him. Only by killing him as soon as possible can the pollution of the rules be removed. Once the enemy thinks this way, he is dead. If Black Shark 3 can win, he will fight. If he can't win, he will use guerrilla warfare to consume the enemy. When the enemy is about to be dragged down, the Octopus Ball, who has been recuperating for a long time, will join the battlefield as a fresh force. But most of the time, there is no need for Octopus Ball to take action. Because when the seawater fills the semi-enclosed battlefield environment, people who cannot breathe in the water, even if they are god hunters, will become lambs to be slaughtered. Relying on this tactic, Black Shark 3 killed many powerful men and became very famous in the Dark Hunter circle. He was even invited by the leader of the Lost Coast to join. But no one knows the name of Octopus Balls. This was also a decision made by the two after discussion. Because of this, everyone thinks that Black Shark 3 always acts alone, and after seeing the seawater spreading, they judge that they can survive by killing him. But today, something unexpected happened. What happened to Chibi Maruko? Before boarding the high-speed train, I clearly confirmed that there was only Ma Yuan's 5-man Longxiong team. Black Shark 3 looked solemn. When he arrived at carriage 03, the water level had dropped to his calf level. He didn't call out Octopus Maru's name, but instead took a quick glance around the carriage and looked at Octopus Maru's seat. The octopus ball lowered its head and crawled on the small table like a pool of rotten meat. Wow, wow, wow. Black Shark 3 stepped on the water and ran over quickly. Chibi Maruko. Black Shark 3 yelled, his face showing an extremely anxious expression, and it seemed that he was worried about the safety of his companions. But in fact, his nerves were stretched to the limit, and he was alert to his surroundings with full concentration. Something happened to Octopus Ball. Then the enemy is likely to ambush nearby and attack you. All the passengers in this carriage are suspects. Although the Black Shark 3 is fat, it is very agile. He rushed to the 21st row of seats and looked at the woman who was in her 20s, over 1.9 meters tall, wearing an Antas sportswear. Without thinking, he swung the dagger in his hand and chopped at her neck. Generally speaking, the position next to Octopus Maru is the most suitable for a sneak attack on him. So it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Just as the female athlete's head was about to be chopped off, a muscular Buddha appeared behind Black Shark 3. Call. Punch hard. Feeling the strong wind blowing from behind, Black Shark 3 exerted force with his feet, and like a flea, he bounced up, then rolled over and dodged from above the seat. Boom! Black Shark 3 landed in the aisle and saw the person who attacked him. It was a Buddha statue wearing only a pair of shorts, with muscles all over the body and bulging blood vessels and veins. Even those world bodybuilders who had consumed protein powder since childhood could not look like this. God's taboo? Black Shark 3's eyes narrowed, and a look of deep vigilance emerged on his face. He felt extremely threatened by the punch just now from the muscular Buddha. If he was hit by it, he would be seriously injured if not killed. The god hunter who can possess such a terrifying and taboo object is most likely a powerful person. Damn it! I didn't expect there were other god hunters on this train. Black Shark 3 felt that Octopus Maru had very bad luck. He must have angered the opponent after launching the Coral Sea, and then a fight broke out. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate you. Black Shark 3 was respectful. In fact, this was just an act. He wanted to trick the other party out. Otherwise, even if he destroyed the Buddha statue, it would be useless if he couldn't kill its holder. Compensate? A refreshing sound like spring sunshine rang out. Black Shark 3 immediately stared over. A young man? No, a big boy who should be a high school student, stood up from seat 5B. He was wearing a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, looking just like a freshman going to college.
No.
He is not ordinary either, because this big boy is not only tall, but also very handsome, and his looks are so good that rich ladies can wave their money and compete to raise this little wolf dog of his. Money is not a problem. Black Shark 3 spoke and continued to test. But I just killed your companion, so let it go like this? Lin Baici had a smile on his face, and his sunny temperament made him look like a gentle boy next door, but what he said was a little scary. A water tyrant. If I were in the water, I would advise you to run away quickly. This kind of person should either be avoided or killed with one shot. Don't leave any trouble for the future. Snapped. Lin Baici snapped his fingers. Muscle Buddha immediately rushed forward and approached Black Shark 3. We can talk about anything. Black Shark 3 didn't want to fight back and retreated quickly, but he underestimated the speed of Muscle Buddha. The Muscle Buddha took 3 steps forward, came in front of Black Shark 3, and waved his fists.
Hola, hola, hola.
The punch was sharp and felt like a knife cutting the face. So strong. Black Shark 3's nerves were tense, and he stared at the muscular Buddha and the big boy in the distance with wide eyes, fearing that they had other killer moves. But the next moment, a pitch-black dagger appeared from the left rear, breaking through the air like thunder. Too close. Too fast. If it were a normal state, Black Shark 3 could barely dodge the knife. But now he was restrained by the Muscle Buddha and most of his attention was diverted, so he was hit. Sizzle. The dagger pierced Black Shark 3's left rib.
Success.
Xia Hongyao was overjoyed and exerted force with her right hand holding the knife, trying to cut open Black Shark 3's ribs and cut open his heart. Don't be greedy, Lin Baici shouted. Black Shark 3 turned around and chopped at Xia Hongyao's head with his machete. Xia Hongyao had to dodge. Otherwise, even if she stabbed Black Shark 3 to death, she would be seriously injured by the opponent. Boom! Muscle Buddha hits Black Shark 3. Black Shark 3 took advantage of the situation and bounced out like a kicked ball. After rolling a few times, he stood up again. Xiaobai, we succeeded. Xia Hongyao's face was full of joy. After stopping the train just now, Xia Hongyao urged Lin Baici to hurry up and find Octopus Ball's companions, but was dissuaded. Lin Baici said, let's not talk about whether we can find the enemy or not. Even if we can find the enemy, we will waste energy if we rush there in such a hurry, and we may also fall into a trap and be taken advantage of by the enemy. It's better to stay in ambush. Lin Baici's reason was that judging by his nickname Black Shark 3, the divine grace he possessed must be related to seawater. Even if he doesn't care about Octopus Maru's life or death, he will definitely care about the taboo object, Coral Sea, so there is a high possibility that he will come to take it back. As it turned out, Lin Baici guessed it right. Afterwards, the two returned to the train carriage. Xia Hongyao wanted to sit next to Octopus Ball, as she felt this position was best for a sneak attack, but was once again dissuaded by Lin Baici. His reasoning was that people from a terrorist organization like Black Shark 3 must be very bad. Either out of caution or out of anger after seeing their companions die, many of them would kill people near Octopus Ball first. The results once again proved that Lin Baici was right. If he hadn't acted in time, the tall female athlete next to Octopus Ball would have been killed. SK, I really admire his brain. I must get him into Kyushu Shield and make him my team member. Xia Hongyao felt that with Lin Baici, she had completed at least 1/10 of her goal of forming the strongest hunting group in Kyushu. Chapter 40 Pollution Intensity 5.0. The carriage was in a mess, with unconscious passengers lying all over the place. Lin Baici heard hurried footsteps and turned around immediately. Ma Yuan arrived, his suit wrinkled and disheveled, looking much more disheveled than the elite image that Lin Baici had seen him in the waiting hall. Xia Hongyao. Ma Yuan saw Xia Hongyao and blurted out, "Do you know me?" Xia Hongyao lifted her ponytail. "You should ask, who in the security bureau doesn't know you sisters?" Ma Yuan subconsciously glanced at Xia Hongyao's chest. He had never seen the real person, but after seeing the photo of Xia Hongyao, comparing the two, he found that the real person was even bigger than the one in the photo. Is this more than D? Immediately, Ma Yuan stared at Black Shark 3. The fat man covered the wound on his ribs, blood flowing out from between his fingers, soaking his clothes. Compared to his arrogant attitude just now, this key member of the Lost Coast is now much more depressed. Very good. I didn't expect that I, Black Shark 3, would fall into the hands of two young men today. Black Shark 3 gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Baici angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. He was very careful when he came in, but he didn't expect to fall into an ambush. The other party was more meticulous than he expected. In fact, I only did a trivial thing. The main layout was designed by Xiao Linzi. Xia Hongyao is an honest person and does not want to take credit for himself. You don't have to tell me. I can see it. Black Shark 3 stared at Lin Baici with a vicious look. He thought that the muscular Buddha in shorts was his killer move, but in fact, it was a feint to attract his attention. The real killer was the girl with a ponytail. Why can such a judgment be made? Because this girl with a ponytail always shows her joy on her face, and her breasts are so big. You can tell at first glance that she is not a person who uses her brain. Certainly. The most important thing is, When Lin Baici stood up and spoke those 2 sentences, he was so calm and behaved like a great general. This was also the reason why Black Shark 3 subconsciously paid attention to him and was doubly alert. Hong Yao, this is... Ma Yuan had been looking at Lin Baici, and now after hearing Xia Hongyao's words, he asked, when did the Bureau recruit new and talented people? But hasn't this year's assessment started yet? My friend. Xia Hongyao did not reveal Lin Baici's identity, fearing that Ma Yuan would compete with her for him. You killed my partner? Black Shark 3's tone was cold and his eyes were full of murderous intent. I killed him. Xia Hongyao immediately took over. She was worried that Black Shark 3 might run away and take revenge on Lin Baici, so she took the initiative to take the blame. Just you? Black Shark 3 curled his lips in disbelief. Why? Do you look down on me? Xia Hongyao was unhappy. You stabbed me quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. But, Black Shark 3 shook his head. It's not enough to kill Octopus Ball with this sword skill. Xia Hongyao did not refute. She recalled the process of Lin Baici killing Octopus Ball. It was a series of connected steps, flashing with the light of wisdom. What? You dare to kill someone but don't dare to admit it? Black Shark 3 sneered. Haha, listen carefully. The murderer is Haijing Institute of Technology, Lin Baici. Lin Baici straightened his robes. Revenge? You grew up being scared by me. Come on. When Xia Hongyao and Ma Yuan heard Lin Baici's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. Domineering. Ma Yuan gave a thumbs up. Would you like to join my team? I can be your recommender and vouch for you. If a god hunter wants to join the Kyushu Shield Security Bureau, he needs to go through layers of selection, but it will be a lot easier if there is a captain-level person to guarantee it. Hello. Xia Hongyao frowned and asked, do you think I don't exist? This is the player I like. Lin Baici glanced at Ma Yuan and thought to himself, you are a piece of trash. You can't even consume the enemy. He asked Xia Hongyao to ambush in this carriage and not go to provide support, and there was another reason he didn't tell her. That is to let the Longxiong team fight with Black Shark 3. If they win, the two of them can save themselves from fighting. If they lose, they can also take advantage of it and seriously injure Black Shark 3. But when the main force of the Lost Coast arrived, he was only slightly injured and did not lose much combat power. Haha, that's crazy. Black Shark 3 grinned. Do you think you can defeat me? Why isn't he dead yet? Lin Baici frowned. He was talking nonsense with Black Shark 3, not because he was idle, but because he was waiting for him to bleed. Haha, that girl stabbed me really hard. If it were an ordinary person, I would have bled to death and gone into shock, but I'm a god hunter. Black Shark 3 was very proud. Even if I don't do it myself, there are 3 ways to kill you. Kill it quickly. Ghoul God suddenly spoke. Without Lin Baici's urging, Ma Yuan and Xia Hongyao realized that something was wrong and rushed towards Black Shark 3 fearlessly, but it was too late. Before the fat man finished speaking, he quickly took out a conch the size of a palm and blew it hard. Woo woo woo. A transparent bubble emerged from the conch and enveloped him. At the same time, yellow dust suddenly blew up in front of Lin Baici and his people, covering the sky and the sun, making it impossible for people to see anything, as if they were submerged in a sandstorm. Rules pollution? Lin Baici summoned the Muscle Buddha immediately and wanted to light a torch, but the flying yellow sand narrowed his eyes and made him unable to see anything. Fortunately, this sudden sandstorm did not last long, disappearing in just 6 or 7 seconds, but the surrounding environment changed. What is this place? 18D was completely confused. Am I not in a high-speed railcar? This was an endless red clay pond. 18D's feet stepped into it and sank up to the calf area. It was slippery and muddy and very uncomfortable. Fuck, it's rule pollution. Ma Yuan cursed fiercely. The thing he feared most happened.
Kiao Linzi.
Xia Hongyao waded through the mud, taking 1 step deep and 1 step shallow, and walked to Lin Baici. Do you know what kind of cursed thing caused this? Lin Baici asked. Except for these 4 people, all the passengers on the G1955 train were affected and contaminated by the rules. Some people were lying in the red clay pond, still unconscious, while others were beginning to wake up and looking around in confusion. Xia Hongyao looked at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xia Hongyao. Divine Taboo Number A025, Temporary. Pollution Intensity 5.0. Characteristics of the taboo object, a clay sculpture. When the rule pollution begins, a muddy red clay pond will form, and a clay monster will appear, forcing the polluted person to make clay figures. Sealing method, black coffin seal. Disaster assessment, advanced. Special note. Do not try to escape, or you will be killed and lose the qualification to make clay figures. 5.0? When Xia Hongyao saw this number, she took a breath. Very serious? Lin Baici frowned. It's quite serious.
Ma Yuan smiled bitterly.
After decades of continuous exploration and summary, countries have gained a certain degree of understanding of the Hsinchu disaster and have formulated unified disaster assessment standards. The pollution intensity of 5.0 means that the disaster caused by this taboo object is equivalent to a small divine ruins. For ordinary people, the survival rate is pitifully low. What is this place? What's going on? Why are my clothes all wet? Where's the high-speed train? Where's my luggage? The passengers who woke up were panicked and asked each other questions, their eyes full of vigilance. Apprentices, come over here. The apprenticeship examination is about to begin. A dry voice came from the 9 o'clock direction, echoing over the red clay pond. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Apprentice? Who? 18D looked at Lin Baici. We? Let's go. We have no choice. After Xia Hongyao finished speaking to Lin Baici, she clapped her hands vigorously to attract the attention of the passengers. Everyone, please go over there. We have been contaminated by the rules of the forbidden object. Only by listening to it can we survive. The passengers were dumbfounded. Many of them know about terms like shunshu and shinjuer through the internet and other channels. They say that they are very scary, but no one has ever seen what they look like specifically. Now I suddenly heard that I was contaminated and I was so scared. Will he die? Who are you? What exactly is rule pollution? The passengers all looked at Xia Hongyao, waiting for a reply. Go ahead, you'll know soon. Even if Xia Hongyao wanted to explain, she didn't have time, because before she could finish explaining, the pollution of rules would kill everyone. Lin Baici walked towards the direction of the dry voice. 18D quickly followed, pleading humbly. Brother, please forgive me if I offended you just now. 18D followed Lin Baici all the way and witnessed his brilliant performance. He knew that if he followed him, his chances of survival would be greater, so he took the initiative to show his goodwill and curry favor with him. This red mud pond is like a wetland swamp and is very difficult to walk on. 18D had not walked far when the shoe on his left foot got stuck in the mud and he could not get it out. Many people have encountered this problem. For a while, 3-character national curses were heard one after another. Lin Baici walked more than 200 meters and saw a circular red earth platform, about half the size of a football field. On the earthen platform, there are kilns that are more than 1 meter high, half a meter in diameter, and semicircular like yurts. They are all built with red clay. Next to each furnace, there is a pile of charcoal and a wooden box the size of a suitcase. Lin Baici knew that the thing was called a bellows, and it was a tool used for cooking in rural areas in the past. A 2-meter-tall red clay figure stood on the platform, examining the apprentices. Is it okay to just kill it? 18D found that this clay figure was lifelike. At first glance, it looks like a real person covered in mud, and even the eyes look lively and bright, which makes people afraid. But if you look closely, you can see that the whites of its eyes are mud-colored, and as its eyeballs move, some mud powder will fall off. Generally speaking, no? Ma Yuan's answer was very cautious. Warm up before the meal, let's get started. The ghoul joked. I hope you have a good appetite when you eat later. How do we pass this game of God's taboo? Lin Baici asked in his heart. Killing this clay monster is useless. Follow its instructions and make a clay figure to pass the level. Popular science about ghouls. The apprenticeship examination begins now. Follow me. The clay monster announced loudly, then stretched out his long legs and walked into the mud pond. Chapter 41 Clay Figure Challenge. Everyone's eyes were on the clay monster. Some were cautious, saying nothing and hiding in the crowd, fearing to be noticed. Some people wanted to ask, but were afraid of being criticized, so they didn't dare to speak and waited for others to speak up. Everyone, take a close look. In my estimation, if you fail to fulfill its requirements, you will die. Xia Hongyao reminded loudly. In fact, it was very dangerous for her to speak like that. She might be judged by the clay monster as not complying with the assessment rules and be punished with death. What the hell is this thing? The man who asked Xia Hongyao was a big-bellied man with short hair, round eyes, and a pointed chin. It seemed as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat when he spoke. It's rule pollution. Before Xia Hongyao could finish her words, she was interrupted by the clay monster. Quiet! The clay monster glared at Xia Hongyao and the big-bellied man. Otherwise, I will deprive you of the qualification to take the assessment. When everyone heard this, their expressions tensed. Although I don't know what will happen after being disqualified, I don't think it will be a good thing. Next, I will teach you how to make a clay figurine on the spot. Those who succeed will become masters. The clay monster was walking in the muddy red clay pond, and every time it stepped on the ground, a popping sound was made. What if it fails? Xia Hongyao asked. In fact, she could guess the answer, which should be death. Failed. Go back to the drawing board and start over. The clay monster snorted coldly. Xia Hongyao wants to ask, when you say retraining, do you mean letting people learn again and make the clay figures again? It's not in the physical sense of stuffing a person into a furnace and burning him to death, right? Stop talking. Ma Yuan is confused. Is this woman a big brainless bear? This is a divine disaster with a pollution intensity of 5.0. Can't you be more cautious? That black shark 3 isn't here. Lin Baici's gaze wandered among the crowd. It was estimated that there were about 820 people on site. Jiningjin said that there is no exemption from pollution rules, so the passengers on this G1955 train, except for those who died in the sea, the rest should be here. But Lin Baici didn't see the black shark 3. Didn't that guy take out a conch and blow out a bubble that enveloped him before the rules were contaminated? Ma Yuan smiled bitterly and was somewhat envious. That conch is called the Nautilus, and it is one of the few taboo creatures that can exempt people from the pollution of the rules. The main members of Lost Coast all have equipment that they would like to keep as their best weapon. Very expensive? Lin Baici raised his eyebrows. Of course. Nautilus is in short supply on the black market. Xia Hongyao knows the market situation. Because god hunters often have to enter the god ruins to collect meteor stones and store god's remains, they usually encounter several rule pollutions. Although the Nautilus can only be exempted once, it can save lives when used at a critical moment. Lin Baici glanced at Xia Hongyao and Ma Yuan. Black Shark 3 probably didn't leave, but was waiting for everyone to die in the pollution of the rules, and then came over to touch the corpses and plunder the loot. As long as he passed this game of God's taboo, he would face him. If we can kill him, how do we divide the Nautilus? Can I have it exclusively? You haven't even finished the food in the bowl, but you're already craving the food in the pot? Very good, very idealistic. This is the style of a hungry man. I admire you. Ghoul praised. When Lin Baici heard what Ghoul said, he took 2 deep breaths and put aside all distracting thoughts. Let's get through this level first. Listen. The clay monster stopped and explained loudly. The first step is to take the clay embryo. The passengers' faces were filled with anxiety, worry, and tension. They all looked at the clay monster more than 30 meters away, not knowing what to do. The clay monster squatted down, put his hands into the mud pond, and pushed away the muddy and wet red soil as if playing with mud. What shall we do? 18D looked towards Lin Baici. Do as it says. Xia Hongyao squatted down and grabbed a handful of mud. Clay figurines. The first step is definitely to collect the soil. Most of the passengers thought so they squatted down. Lin Baici looked around, activated his ability to memorize by ear, and asked the god of Ghoul in his heart, will it be dangerous if I walk up to this clay monster? What if there is danger? Ghoul asked back. Lin Baici hesitated for only 2 seconds before walking towards the clay monster. This red clay pond was so muddy, like a swamp, that it was very difficult for Lin Baici to pull his feet out every time, and he felt like his shoes were about to fall off. Xia Hongyao was startled when she saw Lin Baici's actions. What are you doing? Ma Yuan was about to squat down when he glanced over when he heard the sound. Get closer to it so you can see it more clearly. Lin Baici explained. More than 30 meters is not far. With Lin Baici's eyesight, he can see it clearly, but he is worried about missing some details. Are you crazy? 18D screamed in shock, then quickly closed his mouth and glanced at the clay monster to make sure it didn't notice him. He then lowered his voice and persuaded, are you tired of living? Are you worried that the clay monster won't bother you? This distance is not too long. I won't miss anything. Ma Yuan thought that Lin Baici was a good person and worth making friends with, so he tried to persuade him in a kind way. I still want to get closer. Lin Baici didn't listen to the advice. Snap. Snap. Lin Baici recalled the time when he played in the muddy pond as a child. Almost all the passengers squatted down, and those who didn't squatted didn't dare to move, for fear of attracting the attention of the clay monster. Only Lin Baici walked past. So this time, he attracted special attention.
Qiao Linzi.
Xia Hongyao didn't want Lin Baici to get into trouble, so she immediately stood up and chased after him. Aren't you afraid of the clay monster? Lin Baici asked back. There's no use being afraid. Xia Hongyao had an eager look on her face. And I am confident that with my wisdom, I can pass this game. Lin Baici was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Xia Hongyao's chest. You said Big Bear. I admit. Wisdom? Do you have this thing? Lin Baici did not forget that Ghoul's evaluation of this girl with a high ponytail was that she had A in both strength and speed, but D in intelligence. By the way, have you discovered anything? Xia Hongyao covered her mouth with her hand and asked in a low voice. Previously, Lin Baici relied on reasoning to find Octopus Pill and killed him, which made Xia Hongyao recognize his intelligence and think that his opinion should be of reference value. Do you think this clay monster just squatted down randomly? Or did he find a special position? Lin Baici wanted to hear other people's opinions. Ah? Xia Hongyao was stunned. Did it choose a location? Didn't it squat down after saying, take the clay embryo? I'm not sure. That's why I want to take a closer look. Lin Baici explained. Xia Hongyao frowned, pondering the difference between the two, and then suddenly discovered. If the clay monster seemed to squat down casually, but actually had chosen a location, it meant that you couldn't just pick up a piece of red clay at random. Now many tourists just squat down and prepare to take the red mud in front of them. Lin Baici's concerns may be excessive, but his meticulous thinking is impressive. You are worthy of being the player I have my eyes on. Xia Hongyao was very satisfied with her vision. Lin Baici stood 1 meter away from the clay monster and smiled, but in fact, his body was tense. If this guy made any unusual movements, he would immediately summon the muscle Buddha. The clay monster stared at Lin Baici with its emotionless eyes. The scene was eerily quiet. It's suffocating. The passengers looked at Lin Baici in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? He actually approached that clay monster on his own initiative? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 10 full seconds, the clay monster lowered his head and said, the first step is to take the clay embryo. First, push aside the wet mud on the top of the mud pond and take the red mud on the bottom layer, which should be drier. The clay monster spoke as he did so. Xia Hongyao squatted down and did as she was told, while Lin Baici kept staring at the clay monster without blinking, not missing any details. Among the passengers, there were careful and cautious people, about 60 of them. They thought of the reason why Lin Baici approached the clay monster, and seeing that he was not attacked, they all bravely walked over. There are also many tourists who don't think about this but will follow the trend. When they saw so many people approaching the clay monster, they felt that they would be at a disadvantage if they didn't come over, so they hurried to follow. Soon, more than 200 people gathered around the clay monster. What are you doing? You're blocking our view. Get out of the way. The big-bellied man roared. These people are rather timid and dare not approach the clay monster. Why don't you take the clay embryo? Xia Hongyao dug out a lump of red mud the size of a coconut. Lin Baici squatted down, pushed aside the thin mud in front of him, and dug down about 15 centimeters before revealing relatively drier red mud. Lin Baici grabbed a few handfuls of red mud, squeezed it, looked at the handprints left on it, and stopped. What's wrong? Xia Hongyao didn't understand why Lin Baici stopped. I feel like this isn't sticky enough. Lin Baici recalled the movements of the clay monster when it was digging the red mud. It first scoops a few times, then pinches it. This action should be to test the viscosity and hardness, or dryness, of the red mud, and then continues. Not sticky enough? Xia Hongyao's eyebrows knitted up, enough to pinch a crab to death. She looked at the red mud ball in her hand and asked, how did you figure that out? Handprint. Lin Bai's words are concise and to the point. Are you kidding me? Can you tell the viscosity of red mud from a handprint? Songli questioned. She was barefoot, stepping into the mud. Her beige riveted high heels held in her left hand. This pair of shoes is quite expensive, more than 700 yuan, and she was reluctant to throw them away. She felt that Lin Baici was an upright man, and he was also relatively strong, so she would feel safe following him, and that was why she came over. The key is, can you remember how deep the handprint left by this monster on the red mud is? Ma Yuan was curious. I think this red mud isn't much different, right? 18D thinks Lin Baici is overthinking. Lin Baici was too lazy to explain. He squatted in another place and dug the red mud. But 2 minutes later, he stood up again with empty hands. He is not satisfied. You can't just search around like a headless fly. Think about what characteristics the location chosen by the clay monster has. Lin Baici looked around the clay monster. There was a lot of water, and when I stepped on it, my feet sank deeper than other places. Lin Baici began to look for a position based on this condition. Got it. Lin Baici chose a puddle of water, squatted down, and pushed aside the red mud in front of him. Comparing the depth of the pit that the clay monster had just dug to take the clay embryo, he dug more than 10 centimeters deep and finally chose a suitable piece of red mud. Ma Yuan felt that Lin Baici was making a fuss out of nothing and was being too cautious. The red mud here is all fine. Do you want to take some? Lin Baici asked about Ma Yuan and 18D. Why didn't you ask me? Xia Hongyao was puzzled. Chapter 42. Every step is a dead end. You're lucky. The piece of red mud you dug should be qualified. Lin Baici looked around and said, I think most of the red clay around the clay monster is fine, and it's similar to the one it took. Ma Yuan frowned and looked at the passengers more than 30 meters away. What this kid meant was that these people were not qualified to obtain the soil. What about mine? Songli was worried. I don't think so. Lin Baici spoke the truth. But this matter concerns human life. I am just suggesting it. You can make your own decisions. Don't complain to me later if something goes wrong, saying that I was selfish and didn't warn you. Songli was silent. 18D thought of Lin Baici's previous performance on the train and made up his mind. Brother, I believe you. Seeing that Ma Yuan didn't move, Xia Hongyao gave a suggestion. I advise you to listen to him. All right. Ma Yuan actually thinks that there is no difference between these red clays, and it doesn't matter which one is used. Songli saw that Ma Yuan and 18D both listened to Lin Baici's advice and followed suit. Get the clay model and follow me. The clay monster stood up, holding a ball of red clay the size of a coconut, and walked back to the platform. On the north side of the earthen platform, there are many long stone slabs that are 1 inch thick, more than 2 feet long, and more than 1 foot wide. They look like chopping boards for cutting vegetables. In addition, there are some small wooden boxes the size of a palm stacked next to them. See those slates and wooden boxes? Each of you can take one. The clay monster gave the order. The passengers immediately ran over, scrambling for the first choice, obviously wanting to be the first. Lin Baici observed carefully, and after making sure that the stone slabs were no different, he picked one at random. It's quite heavy. I estimate it to be about 10 pounds. Then he picked up a wooden box, opened it, and saw an iron carving knife as long as his index finger inside. Follow my lead. After everyone came back, the clay monster put a stone slab on the ground, then knelt beside it, picked up the clay piece, and started throwing it on the stone slab. Snap, snap, snap. Lift the clay figurine high above your head. Use moderate force, and throw it 120 times. The clay monster explains the key points. How much strength is moderate? The programmer with severe dark circles under his eyes whom Lin Baici had met before boldly asked. He hated this kind of ambiguity. Feel it yourself. The clay monster's answer almost pissed everyone off to death. Chinese chefs teach how to cook, and they tell you how to use the right amount of seasoning. I didn't expect that making clay figures is also the same. The big-bellied man cursed. Hurry up, I won't wait for anyone. As long as half of you finish this step, I will start explaining the next step immediately. Clay monster warning. This sentence instantly made everyone feel extremely nervous, and everyone began to throw their own clay figures, fearing that they would fall behind. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of the mud falling on the stone slabs was crisp and loud, one after another. Don't be lazy. Follow my instructions strictly. The clay monster reiterated. It raised its arms, lifted the clay figurine above its head, and then dropped it down again. During the entire process, its expression was meticulous and its movements were filled with a kind of powerful beauty. He looks like a master of clay sculpture. The red clay molds in the hands of each passenger weighed more than 3 pounds. When they first started to pound them, they didn't feel anything. But after doing it for dozens of times, their arms began to feel weak and tremble, and their muscles became sore. Many passengers' movements slowed down, became deformed, and were not doing their job properly. I feel like an idiot. The diabetic lady who had asked Lin Baici what disease he had in the waiting hall was cursing. She was in poor health to begin with. She was obese and had 3 highs. Now she was exhausted after doing this kind of physical work after just 30 or so steps. She no longer lifted the clay figurine above her head, but instead held it slightly above her neck and then dropped it. After Songli fell more than 60 times, she was tired and sat on the ground with bare legs, feeling very uncomfortable. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to just give in. But when she raised the clay figurine to her chest and was about to throw it down, the cold boy spoke up. If you don't want to die, do exactly what that monster says. Ah? Songli was shocked. Is he going to die? No, not really. 18D interrupted, secretly looking at the clay monster. As long as it doesn't see me, it's okay to be lazy, right? You only have one life. Do you dare to gamble? Lin Baici asked back. Song Li swallowed and decided to hold on. Brother, don't scare me. 18D had a sad face. He had been planning to slack off while the clay monster wasn't looking at him, but now he didn't dare to do it anymore. In less than 10 minutes, someone finished it, even faster than the clay monster. Not long after, the clay monster was also finished. It kneaded the clay into a ball, placed it on the stone slab, then stood up and walked among the crowd. Many passengers were panicked when they saw the clay monster patrolling the exam like an invigilator. Plus, it said it would move on to the next step once half of the people had finished, so everyone sped up. Some people were already tired, and now their wrestling movements subconsciously became perfunctory. Song Li finally finished. Her arms were sore. With a gloating look on her face, she looked at the passengers who had not completed the 120 rounds of red mud bashing and were waiting for the clay monster to punish them. But the clay monster did not move. It waited patiently for these people and completed the first step. Fuck you. Are you kidding us? The big-bellied man cursed. Those passengers who were rushing to finish the work were unhappy. If they had known it would be like this, they would have taken it slower. Song Li looked at Lin Baici with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Xiao Linzi is right to be cautious. Xia Hongyao spoke up for Lin Baici. After the clay has been beaten and turned into cooked material, we can proceed to the second step, the body sculpture. The clay figurine monster picked up an iron carving knife and said, "Body sculpting is the carving and shaping of the clay figurine's body. This time, we are going to make a human being. Please make a clay figurine that matches your gender. It doesn't need to be exquisite, but personal characteristics must stand out." The clay monster explained while moving the knife quickly. The iron carving knife fluttered around on the round clay clinker like a dancing butterfly, shaving off pieces of soil. There is mud powder floating around. Putting aside its identity as a clay figurine, the posture in which it was carved is effortless and has a special beauty that is pleasing to the eye. The passengers watched very carefully. Only 3 minutes later, the clay figurine was transformed by the clay figurine monster's carving knife into a 10-centimeter tall small clay figurine that was exactly the same as itself, just without the facial features and hairstyle. You can start now. The clay figurine monster put down the work he had just completed and solemnly reminded, "Please do your best to carve the clay figurine so that it looks like you. This way, in the final scoring and review session, it will be easier for you to get high scores and pass the exam. The production time is 30 minutes. Please hurry." When everyone heard that time was limited, they began to panic and get anxious. They quickly picked up the carving knives and started working. Fortunately, this is clay sculpture, not surgery, so even if a few cuts are not done well, they can be repaired. Lin Baici picked up the carving knife and wondered where to start. "God of Guy, are you going to give me some advice?" The clay embryo is well selected, 10 points. The pounding process of making the mature material is perfect, 10 points, and carving? Just do it according to what the clay figurine monster said. Lin Baici's performance was so good that Ghoul had no room to complain. "I didn't ask you to praise me." Lin Baici rolled his eyes. "What should I pay attention to in this step?" Ghoul was silent. Lin Baici curled his lips and said, "Do it yourself." For an ordinary person who has never been exposed to clay sculpture, it is absolutely a pipe dream to want to make a lifelike clay figure when picking up a carving knife for the first time. Fortunately, this step does not test the degree of realism. Lin Baici recalled the explanation given by the clay monster. Making a clay figurine that matches your gender doesn't need to be exquisite, but your personal characteristics must stand out. Lin Baici had an idea. The clothes of the clay figure should be the same as what you wear, and the strong body should be shown through muscles, especially the 8-pack abdominal muscles, which must be conspicuous. This can be seen by the outline of the abdomen when the clothes are attached to it. The clay figurine is not required to be realistic, but I still have to try my best to make it look like the real person. Same clothes, same weight, and even the brand of the shoes on the feet should be consistent. Lin Baici held the iron carving knife in his right hand and began to carve the clay. No one spoke. In order to survive, the travelers were concentrating on carving clay figures. Black Shark 3 stood on the railroad tracks, looking at the yellow sand flying around him, and took a breath with lingering fear. If it weren't for the bubble package blown by the Nautilus, which exempted him from the pollution of the rules, he would have to go through another terrifying game of God's taboo. Pollution intensity 5.0 can be fatal. The taboo object that Black Shark 3 and Octopus Maru are responsible for transporting this time is called the clay doll. It was snatched from a wealthy man based on the information from Kowloon Pavilion. After the Lost Coast was captured, they were worried about being hunted down by the Kyushu Dragon Guards. So the leader ordered the 8 members of the group to split up into groups of 2 and act separately. Black Shark 3 and his companion are very powerful, but the team leader is still worried. So he lent him the Nautilus, allowing him to activate the clay idol in times of crisis. Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball both felt that the captain was making a fuss out of nothing, because the two of them had never failed in any of the missions they were responsible for so far. It's mainly because of this combination of theirs. With the Divine Grace and the Coral Sea, they are invincible. But I didn't expect that this time, the car would accidentally overturn. Fuck. Black Shark 3 cursed and kicked the railroad tracks hard. What is the origin of that boy? It's incredible that they could find Octopus Maru and kill him so quickly. You have to know that it will take at most 10 minutes for the seawater to fill the entire train. Even if Sherlock Holmes came, it would be impossible to find the octopus balls in such a short time. Fuck. It's a shame I can't kill him myself. Black Shark 3 spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and looked at the vague outline of the train through the sandstorm. He felt that Lin Baici was dead. It is impossible to pass the God Bogey game with pollution intensity 5.0. Following the instructions of the team leader, Black Shark 3 tied a remote control bomb to the black coffin that sealed the clay figurine in advance. In this way, when he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could blow up the black coffin, destroy the seal, activate the taboo object, create rule pollution, and use the taboo game to kill the enemy. But I can whip a corpse. Black Shark 3 lit a cigarette and waited patiently. I don't know what kind of taboo things I can find when collecting the bodies this time. Expect. Chapter 43 details determine success or failure. In the red clay pond, on the round earthen platform, tourists were sitting or squatting, concentrating on carving clay figures. In addition to the rustling sound of the iron carving knife cutting the clay clinker, there was also the heavy breathing of some passengers due to fear, which instead highlighted the terrifying silence on the earthen platform. Song Li raised her arm and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Before I knew it, my underwear was soaked and stuck to my body, which was very uncomfortable. She was very panicked because the clay figure she carved looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. Not only could she not complete the clay figure monster's request, even she herself couldn't bear to look at it. I will definitely fail if I continue like this. Song Li looked at 18D, then glanced at Ma Yuan.
Fine.
These two people, like me, have no artistic talent and are clumsy with their hands. When she looked at Xia Hongyao, jealous. This clay figurine of a girl with a high ponytail is so lifelike. It's a pity that she can't do it for me. Song Li looked at Lin Baici again. His carving was not very good, and the hands and feet were very rough, but anyone with eyes could easily tell that he was carving himself. Why? Song Li observed for a few minutes and understood. Lin Baici focused his energy mainly on the clothing of the clay figures. Yes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Aren't clothes and jewelry the most important things in a person's impression? Song Li was excited, as if she had discovered the secret to getting full marks. The sneakers on Lin Baici's feet are anta, and he even carved the logo on them. My pair of beige riveted high heels are either worn on women's feet or carried on men's shoulders, and are very recognizable. Song Li crumpled the clay figure in her hand into a ball, kneaded it, and started carving again. The clay monster is patrolling the venue, walking on the earthen platform. From time to time, it would stand beside a traveler and look at him for a few seconds. Although it would not comment, it would shake its head or nod. The clay figure monster came to 18D, looked at the clay figure in his hand, and shook his head. 18D was very serious and didn't dare to look aside. The clay monster looked at Song Li again, nodded after a few seconds, and left. How is it? How is it? Did it nod or shake its head? Song Li asked in a low voice. Nod. Ma Yuan was depressed because the clay figurine monster didn't pay attention to him, which made him wonder whether his work was up to standard or not. Song Li's heart suddenly settled back into her stomach. It's settled. Song Li glanced at Lin Baici, feeling a little regretful. How nice it would be if he were my boyfriend. And me? 18D was so nervous that his hands were shaking. Shake your head. Ma Yuan curled his lips and said, recarve it. 18D's face suddenly became sad. I have tried my best. You have to carve out your features. Song Li put what she learned into practice and whispered the secrets she had observed to 18D. Do a favor first and gain someone's favor. You never know when you'll be able to get your money back with interest. I see. 18D suddenly realized what was going on and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Song. Why? Sister Song is a really nice person, with fair skin, long legs, and an A-shaped waist. If she is willing to be my girlfriend, I would not let her suffer even if I have to sell blood or steal an electric bike. Lin Baici listened to the conversation between the two and frowned slightly. Are your clay figures up to standard? Since Ghoul God didn't leave any comments or reminders, it should be a sure thing. The clay monster's patrolling posture like an invigilator made the passengers very nervous and the atmosphere was very depressing. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman screamed in fear as if she had seen a ghost. What's going on? What's going on? Why did my clay figure melt? Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. The clay in the middle-aged woman's hand was melting rapidly, like ice cream exposed to the midday sun in summer. Snap! Snap! Some red mud fell on the ground, forming puddles of mud. Everyone was startled and looked at their own clay figures. Mine seems to be starting to melt too. What the hell is going on? Is the temperature too high? Or is the carving technique wrong? How come your clay figurine is okay? The passengers started to make a fuss, and the clay clinker in the hands of many of them showed signs of melting. With this viscosity, it is impossible to shape it. How did this happen? The clay figure of the big-bellied man was no longer recognizable. He was shocked and angry, and questioned the clay figure. The clay monster glanced at him. No speech. Fuck, you're dumb. The big-bellied man couldn't help but get anxious. The clay clinker had melted, which meant direct failure, and there was no need to take the exam anymore. The middle-aged woman was very panicked. She looked around and was very puzzled when she saw that some people's clay figures had not melted. Why didn't your clay figurine melt? She asked several people but didn't get an answer. It wasn't that no one wanted to tell her, but that they simply didn't know why. The middle-aged woman saw Lin Baici. She was impressed by this medical student who had treated her at the station. When she found that the clay figure in his hand had not melted, she immediately ran over. Young man, why hasn't your clay mold melted? Lin Baici looked at the anxious diabetic ant and asked, Did you not follow the instructions of the clay monster? I did it. The diabetic ant emphasized, 120, not one less. No, I mean, are you lifting it over your head every time? Lin Baici explained. The diabetic ant was dumbfounded. After wrestling 40 times, her arms were sore, so she was lazy and did not raise them above her head. 1. Must I raise it above my head to count as 1 time? Should be. Lin Baici nodded. Others also heard Lin Baici's words and felt that this reasoning was very likely. Why don't you ask those people who melted the clay embryos and find out? Xia Hongyao suggested. The diabetic auntie immediately shouted. When you were throwing the clay figurines, didn't you lift them above your head? Everyone looked at each other. Soon, everyone figured out that this was the reason. Fuck, if I had known I wouldn't have been lazy. Are you sure this is the reason? No more running away. The passengers whose clay bodies had melted regretted very much that they should not have cut corners. The rest of them were secretly thankful that they did not cheat. Gulp. Songli swallowed her saliva, feeling terrified. Fortunately, the older boy pulled me back. Otherwise, I would have been lazy too, and now I would be in trouble. What should we do now? Auntie with diabetes looked at Lin Baici eagerly, waiting for him to come up with an idea. Is there any need to ask? Hurry up and get some red clay and do it again. Ma Yuan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Hurry up, there's only a quarter of an hour left. Yes, do it again. The diabetic ant rushed to the red clay pond. The passengers whose mud had melted also reacted. They ran to the mud pond, fetched some red mud nearby, and then ran back and threw it on the stone slabs as fast as they could. This time, no one dared to be lazy and everyone held the clay model high above their heads. Snap, snap, snap. The sound never ceases. Time passed by minute, neither fast nor slow, but the passengers became more and more nervous and anxious, especially those who had not completed the body-shaping step. They were sweating profusely. Finished. Xia Hongyao placed the clay figure on the stone slab, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked around. Pretty. It is indeed my work. I think this should be okay, right? I have also completed 18D, but I don't know if it is qualified, so I am very nervous. It should be okay. Songli said casually, It's fine with me anyway. 7 minutes left. Ma Yuan stood up, looked around, and found that those passengers who had strictly followed the clay monster's requirements to beat the clay figurines had almost completed their body sculptures. Even those who are still carving are making partial adjustments to the clay figures since they have nothing to do anyway. This step should be stable. Songli picked up the riveted high heels beside her and put them on. She wants to be beautiful. This is the only way to seduce Lin Baici and make him take care of herself. Handsome guy, you? Just as Songli was about to strike up a conversation, she suddenly heard a terrifying scream. Honey, why did your clay figurine melt? Swish. Everyone turned and looked over. It's that pregnant woman. 18D blurted out. The pregnant woman was in the same compartment with him. In order to make her more comfortable, her husband even had an argument with an aunt who played her cell phone loudly. In the end, he was completely defeated, and it was Lin Baici who took action to deal with that difficult doing aunt. At this time, the pregnant woman's loose skirt and legs were all covered with mud. She sat on the ground, holding her belly with one hand and looking at her husband's clay figure with the other hand, her face full of horror. What happened? The pregnant woman cried, and her tears and sweat mixed together, with some dirt, forming a big clown face. Her husband, who was wearing glasses, looked panicked. I don't know either. He tried to repair the clay figure, but the red clay slowly melted like the wax that flows down when a candle burns, and there was no way to stick it back together. The patrolling clay monster happened to walk near him and looked at him expressionlessly. Why did it melt? The man with glasses didn't understand at all. Every time I hit the clay figurine, I raised it too high. The clay monster did not answer. You must have remembered it wrong.
Ma Yuan roared.
Will not. The man with glasses shook his head vigorously. He had been an honest man since he was young. No matter what tasks were assigned by his parents, teachers, or his boss at work, he would complete them meticulously. It's no use talking to you. Your clay figurine has melted, which means you've been lazy. Go get some red clay. A passenger interrupted. I'm not lazy. The man with glasses blushed. Hubby, don't worry about this. Go get the red mud. The pregnant woman urged, struggling to stand up and help her husband. Don't move, or you'll have a miscarriage. The man with glasses is worried. You're about to die, and you're still worried about miscarriage? The big-bellied man muttered unhappily. His arms were sore, and he felt extremely uncomfortable, but he had to endure it and hurry to make the clay figure. But when the carving knife fell on the semi-finished clay embryo again, it actually began to melt, and the big-bellied man could clearly feel that the clay embryo was getting softer. What's the situation? The big-bellied man instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Even if he didn't understand anything, he knew that in this state of the clay embryo, nothing could be made out of it. The big-bellied man panicked and looked up suddenly, wanting to see other people's clay figures, only to hear the diabetic ant's terrified scream. Why did my clay figurine melt again? Chapter 44 Elimination means death. A huge noise was heard on the earthen platform, because not only the big-bellied man and the diabetic ant, but also many other passengers' clay figures melted. When I was beating the clay, I didn't slack off for even a second. I raised my hands above my head. Me too. Is it because I'm unlucky? The passengers were clamoring and looking at the clay monster nervously. Lin Baici glanced at the Rolex he picked up in Longchan Temple. There were still 6 minutes left until the end. The clay monster stopped and looked at these people with indifference, just like the god sitting high on the clouds overlooking a group of ants. It had no intention of answering the traveler's confusion. Can you tell us what's going on? The big-bellied man roared. Please keep quiet and don't disturb others. The clay monster glanced at him and tried to dissuade him. I'll protect you, Nima. The man with the big belly wants to kill someone. Lin Baici believed that it was because the clay was not dug correctly. He looked at the pregnant woman and couldn't bear to see the child being born without a father. He wanted to tell the man with glasses his reasoning, but what if he was wrong? After all, this is a matter of life and death. Until the last second, Lin Baici couldn't guarantee that there was no problem with the clay figure he made. Be more confident. Your analysis is correct. It's just the clay embryo that's the problem. Ghoul God spoke. When Lin Baici heard this, he immediately shouted to the man with glasses. Uncle, the clay you dug out was not up to standard, so the clay figure you carved out will melt. Swish. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, first glancing at Lin Baici, then their eyes fell on the stone slab in front of him. On it was a clay figure that looked very much like him. Young man, are you saying there's something wrong with the clay? The diabetic ant's voice trembled. Right. Lin Baici nodded. What's the problem? Aren't they all clay embryos? Is there any difference? Cannot tell. Not only the tourists whose clay figures melted, but even those who succeeded in making them were mostly confused, because they also dug them casually. Where should we go to dig mud? The diabetic ant looked at Lin Baici anxiously, waiting for an answer. Among these people, there are smart ones. 5 people ran towards the place where the clay monster had dug mud before. Fuck it, I should have done that a long time ago. The big-bellied man cursed and regretted not falling. In fact, many tourists are so afraid of the clay monster that they dare not approach it. The big-bellied man and the diabetic auntie immediately ran to the place where the mud monster had been digging mud. Leave some for me. The diabetic aunt shouted anxiously. Don't panic, it's okay. After the man with glasses finished speaking, he also wanted to grab the mud, but was stopped by his wife. What's wrong? The man with glasses was puzzled. With so many people going there, can you grab them all? And can you guarantee that the clay embryos you dig out this time are fine? The pregnant woman covered her belly with one hand, very anxious. Since that student knows that it is the clay embryo, it means that he should know what kind of clay embryo is qualified. Let's go ask him. After the pregnant woman finished speaking, she walked towards Lin Baici. Don't move, I'm going. The man with glasses rushed to Lin Baici, clasped his hands together and begged, Little brother, can you help me?
Walk.
Lin Baici picked up the clay figure on the stone slab and ran into the red clay pond. Isn't this kid too cautious? Ma Yuan was speechless. Can you trust me a little? After all, I am a dragon guard of the security bureau, and I will definitely protect your clay figurine. It's okay to be depressed. Lin Baici's little action made Ma Yuan look at him with a higher opinion. Only those who pay attention to details can succeed. You dig here. Lin Baici chose a puddle of water. It has to be at least 15 centimeters deep. The man with glasses looked here, then turned his head to look at the place where the clay monster was digging the hole. There were too many people there, more than 300 of them, and it was crowded. In order to get the best position, which was near the pit where the clay monster was digging red clay, they actually started pushing and fighting. If it weren't so crowded, he would still like to go there. Lin Baici understood the hesitation of the man with glasses. After all, it was a matter of life and death. What are you arguing about? Is it so difficult to dig out a qualified mud embryo? The clay monster couldn't bear to watch it anymore. These people's performance is too shocking. They actually fought over the mud. When many people heard this, they showed an expression of, as expected. Especially those tourists who dug the right mud pieces, they were secretly happy. What kind of clay embryo is qualified? The diabetic aunt asked. The clay monster didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Lin Baici and warned him, this is the qualification test for becoming a master. The apprentice must do every step by himself. If you help others again, I will punish you and deprive you of your qualification for the test. Lin Baici shrugged. He has always been cautious, and if he couldn't bear to see the pregnant woman's husband die, he wouldn't have said anything. The man with glasses was an honest person, but not stupid. When he heard what the clay monster said, he immediately understood. The student is right. The man with glasses immediately squatted down, thrust his hands into the mud pond, and began digging. At least 15 centimeters deep, right? By CI, come back soon. Song Li shouted. She asked Xia Hongyao about Lin Baici's name. Thank God for letting me know him. Otherwise, I would be digging mud pieces in a hurry now. Song Li felt happy when she thought about how she had chosen to believe Lin Baici and followed him to dig red mud. I am really lucky. So she is very concerned about Lin Baici's safety now. Because this big boy is alive, she has a thigh to hug, which increases her survival rate. Ma Yuan was scared. Is there really something wrong with this clay model? Almost reckless. How is it? Isn't this kid awesome? Xia Hongyao showed off. This is the prospective member I have my eyes on. As soon as I got this taboo object, I called my sister and asked her for a place to enter without taking the test. 18D listening to Xia Hongyao praising Lin Baici. Very envious. Why is my mind filled with panic and helplessness, and I am totally unable to do what Lin Baici did? Is the gap between people really that big? However, when 18D saw the tourists still digging in the red clay pond, he felt relieved. These are the behaviors of ordinary people. Young man, do you think my clay model is qualified? The diabetic aunt dug up the mud embryo and immediately came over to ask Lin Baici. There was little time left and she wouldn't have another chance, so she had to ensure success this time. About 20 tourists had dug up red mud and had already run back to the platform, ready to pound it and make something. Now they saw the diabetic aunt running to Lin Baici and whispering something. 3 of them had quick brains and immediately understood what the aunt was doing, so they picked up the mud balls and ran over. It was obvious that he intended to let Lin Baici confirm whether the clay prototype was qualified. Lin Baici said nothing. It's okay. That clay monster was patrolling the field and didn't look over here. Tell me now. The diabetic aunt urged, please. Can you please stop hurting people? The man with glasses scolded the old woman. He was worried that Lin Baici was young, inexperienced, and eager to help others. If he acted like a hero on impulse and told the old woman the answer, it would be troublesome. Shut your dog mouth. The diabetic aunt glared at the man with glasses, and when she looked at Lin Baici again, she looked pitiful and pleading, just like those professional beggars on the street. Handsome guy, help me take a look too. You don't have to say anything, just nod or shake your head and give a signal. Is this piece of mine okay? Several passengers laughed along and asked in a low voice. Don't talk too much, or you will really die. Ghoul warned. Lin Baici said nothing and walked towards the platform in silence. When a few travelers saw that they could not get an answer, they cursed, hurried back to their respective stone slabs, and started to beat the mud. Snap, snap, snap. This time the noise was very dense, and the passengers all traveled at the fastest speed. The diabetic aunt also wanted to go faster, but she had already done it twice and was very tired. Her arms were sore, and she couldn't go faster even if she wanted to. Especially this time. After dropping the clay figurine more than 10 times, her arms were shaking like she had Parkinson's syndrome, and she couldn't lift the clay figurine above her head at all. Oh my God, this is going to kill me. The diabetic aunt cried in despair. No one cared about her. Everyone was working hard, seizing the last minute to make their clay sculptures perfect and get the highest score possible. The atmosphere was depressing and tense, like a noose, around everyone's necks, slowly tightening. The patrolling clay monster suddenly stopped, looked around, and announced loudly, "Time is up, the body sculpting is finished."
Bang, bang, bang.
There were about 50 passengers, most of whom were elderly people, pounding the mud. Lin Baici glanced at the man with glasses. He did not put down the carving knife and was still carving the clay figure. Because he had done it once before, he was more skilled this time. The clay monster looked at these people with disgust in his eyes. You can't even beat the clay into clinker. You are just trash. Get rid of it. Although they don't know what will happen after being eliminated, it will definitely not be a good thing. So these people argue for it. You didn't explain it clearly, so we had to do it a second time. Give me another chance? That clay figurine I made earlier was very beautiful. Some people complained, some begged for mercy, but no matter what was said, the clay monster didn't care. It raised its hands and clapped hard 3 times. Snap, snap, snap. In the red clay pond, at the edge of the earthen platform, clumps of soil rose from the ground and squirmed, forming a 2-meter-high clay man within 10 seconds. They have no facial features, but they stretch their long legs, accurately climb onto the platform, and walk quickly towards those who have been eliminated. The diabetic aunt panicked and turned to run, but the clay figure, which was more than 5 meters away from her, raised her right hand, stretched it out, and shot out, like a python hunting its prey, and grabbed the diabetic aunt's ankle. The clay man's arm shortened and slowly retracted, and at the same time, the clay man turned around and walked into the mud pond. The diabetic aunt was dragged on the ground, leaving a mark. Help me. Please, save me. I don't want to die. When the clay figure's arm returned to its original shape, the diabetic aunt was dragged into the red clay pond. She struggled constantly, but to no avail. The clay man standing in the mud pond grabbed her shoulders with one hand and her hair with the other, and pressed her head into the mud pond. This lady couldn't even scream, let alone call for help. She could only thrash about helplessly like a dying catfish. Death is coming. The mud people began to clean up those who were eliminated, and after catching them, they drowned them directly in the mud pond.
Chapter 45 Laki.
On the platform, many passengers were trembling. The blood drained from their faces, like prey bitten by the fangs of wild beasts. Isn't this way of dying too cruel? Songli moved closer to Lin Baici and grabbed his arm tightly. Drowned alive in the mud? Very scary. The diabetic aunt was motionless, like a dead fish, soaking in a muddy pond. The clay figurine grabbed her hair, lifted her up, looked at her, and after making sure she was dead, threw her away. The 50 or so passengers who had not completed the mud beating, except those who were caught off guard, rushed into the mud pond, trying to escape. Don't run. You can't get away. Kill that clay monster. The big-bellied man roared. He was scared, but he could still think. This mud pond has no end in sight and no obvious landmarks. If you run in, you will definitely get lost and die. Kill these long-armed clay figures? These are a group of summon monsters. No matter how many you kill, the clay monster will summon more. Therefore, the only way out is to kill that clay monster. That being said, courage is something not everyone has. Only 3 men looked at the big-bellied man after hearing his words and said, "Charge forward together." The clay monster looked at the big-bellied man, and his originally expressionless face suddenly broke into a grin, full of irony. "Fuck him." The big-bellied man charged. The passengers moved out of the way. Xia Hongyao clenched her fists and took a step forward, apparently wanting to help. "Don't go, it's useless." Lin Baici grabbed Xia Hongyao. "A mob." Ghoul's comment, "Dead for sure." The big-bellied man ran madly over a distance of more than 30 meters and appeared in front of the clay monster. Then he realized that this 2-meter-tall red clay monster was too huge. The clay monster waved his arms. "Call." Its huge right hand, like a wheeled battle axe, slapped the big-bellied man's left cheek with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Boom! The big-bellied man's head was like a cherry crushed by a giant's big hand, and it shattered into pieces. Red blood, grayish-white brain matter, bone fragments, and a large amount of minced meat spilled out in a fan shape and smeared on the earthen platform. In the air, some black hair was falling slowly. Seeing this, the other 3 male passengers who were also planning to attack the clay monster became completely scared and turned around and ran away. The long-armed clay figures whose arms could grow longer did not chase them, but they couldn't run fast either. No way. The red clay pond was so muddy that the shallowest part was up to the ankles and the deepest part was up to the knees, making it impossible to speed up. Snap! Snap! The 3 of them ran a few steps, and suddenly their bodies sank. "I can't pull my feet out. Help! Give me one more chance. Fuck! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The 3 passengers cursed and struggled, and in less than a minute, they sank into the mud as if they had never appeared. There was deathly silence on the red clay platform. The corpses soaking in the mud reminded them of what would happen to those who were eliminated. "Since this is your first time making clay figures, I will lower the requirements for this step. As long as the clay figures you make have hands and feet and look like human figures, they will be qualified," the clay monster announced. When the passengers heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The man with glasses looked at the clay monster with fear. While the long-armed clay figurine was dealing with the eliminated ones, he continued to mold it for a while and finally managed to make it look like a human. "I just don't know if he will be convicted of cheating." "It's fine. It will be fine." The pregnant woman held his arms, comforting and praying constantly. This time, the goddess of luck seemed to favor them. The clay monster did not pursue the matter, but returned to its stone slab and picked up the clay figure. Throwing the clay figurine may seem simple, but it's not. It doesn't matter if you use more or less force. The main thing is to lift it high above your head, because that is a respect for the clay sculpture thing. It is a sense of ritual. Only in this way can the red clay come alive through your beating. The clay figurine explained. "Isn't this hindsight?"
18 des grumbled.
"Active?" Lin Baici frowned slightly. "Next, it's the 3rd step, face sculpting." The clay figurine explained the key points. Life is full of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As long as you are alive, you must constantly experience the ups and downs of life. Sweet enough to be unforgettable for the rest of your life, bitter enough to make wine enter your heart. The 3rd step is not only to carve out the clay figurine's facial features, hair, and eyebrows, making it as similar to you as possible, but also to give it an expression. The clay monster carved a smiling face on the left side of the clay sculpture in its hands, and a tearful face on the right side. One smiling face, one crying face, you choose. The clay monster looked around the room and said, 1/4 of an hour. Let's get started." 57 people died. Xia Hongyao bit her little white teeth. A total of 826 unlucky people were caught up in this pollution. All of them were passengers on the G1955 train, and 769 of them are now survivors. Is this the time to worry about the death toll? If we fail this step, we will die. Songli felt that this girl with a high ponytail was too carefree. Why isn't she afraid? This level feels easy. 18D looked at Lin Baici and asked, "Are you going to carve a smiling face or a crying face?" Both expressions are quite simple. The smiling face has the corners of the mouth curved upwards and the eyes narrowed into crescents. The crying face has the mouth wide open, crying loudly, and tears sliding down. "I think smiling faces are easier to carve." Songli suggested, "Let's choose this one." After the pitfall of selecting the clay embryo in the previous step, Ma Yuan was much more cautious this time and waited directly for Lin Baici to make a decision. "I choose the crying face." The Jiuzhou Shield Security Bureau is an official department that specializes in dealing with taboo objects. As a dragon guard, Xia Hongyao felt incompetent when she saw so many passengers die in front of her. With this mentality, she felt that carving a smiling face was too ironic. Xia Hongyao picked up the clay figure and carving knife and prepared to start. Wait a minute. Lin Baici stopped him. What if I choose the wrong expression and die?
Ah?
Songli was shocked. No way. Lin Baici thought about what the clay monster had said and recalled the process of sculpting the clay figure. He wanted to find some clues from the details. What expression should he choose? Among the passengers, there are some thoughtful people. The programmer with dark circles under his eyes asked loudly, "If I choose the wrong emoji, will I die?" Swish. Many people looked up at the programmer in astonishment, then turned their heads and stared at the clay monster. Those travelers who have already started carving expressions. I was so scared that I stopped immediately. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds later, the clay monster grinned again. Laughed. You are very smart, yes? If you carve the wrong expression on the clay figurine, you will die. Wow. The clay monster's words instantly caused an uproar. Many people didn't expect that there are pitfalls here. I almost got caught. Songli was horrified. Isn't this rule pollution too horrible? It's impossible to guard against it. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Baici and found that his expression remained unchanged, and he was extremely calm. Judging from Lin Baici's previous performance, he was not scared silly. He was just brave enough to withstand such pressure. This is a really strong ability to withstand pressure. Song Li's eyes turned into admiration. Don't look at me. I won't tell you the answer. Choose one of the two. 50% survival rate. The clay figurine monster is equivalent to saying it clearly. In the dough modeling step, carving the facial features is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in choosing the expression. Wrong. D. The atmosphere on the platform once again became dead silent and depressing. I thought it was an easy step to pass, but I didn't expect there would be such a big pitfall. No one dared to take action. Are all hesitating? Lin Baici pondered, looking for the key to breaking the deadlock. Don't think about it. This step is all about luck. There is no pattern to follow. Ghoul God suddenly spoke. Try your luck? Lin Baici frowned. 1 is fate, 2 is luck, 3 is feng shui, 4 is accumulating good deeds, and 5 is reading. A few people are just lucky. They can find money while walking and meet noble people who help them in their careers. Ordinary people can't envy it. Then I choose the smiley face. Lin Baici just doesn't like crying. He thinks this expression has a bad connotation. It's either too cowardly or too sad. Haha, the man laughed and the woman cried. Congratulations, you are lucky. You passed the test. Congratulations, ghoul. You mean men should choose smiling faces and women should choose sad faces? They're not the same? Lin Baici was stunned. This God taboo game is really fucking deceptive. Lin Baici is really screwed. Most of the time, a small group will choose the same expression, which means that someone in the group is definitely doomed. Ghoul did not answer. How do we choose? 18D was confused. Brother Lin, can you say something? I suggest the smiley face. Xia Hongyao is very opinionated. Don't be impatient. Think about it again. Ma Yuan touched his chin with his right hand, racking his brains to think, trying to deduce the correct answer. The dough modeling time is only a quarter of an hour, and already 5 minutes have passed. Xia Hongyao reminded, we still need to leave some time for carving the expression, at least 7 or 8 minutes, right? Everyone made Xia Hongyao even more nervous. Indeed, there is still time for carving. Listen to me. Choose the smiling face, smile at life, and the suffering will go away. Xia Hongyao picked up the iron carving knife and the clay figurine and prepared to start working. She didn't care about others, she just wanted to carve a smiling face. Also, Ma Yuan couldn't find the correct answer and felt that Xia Hongyao's reason was also good. Then choose the smiley face. Brother Lin, what do you think? 18D decided to listen to Lin Baici. Songli grabbed her hair in annoyance. Lin Baici looked at Xia Hongyao. You have A in both strength and speed, D in intelligence, and E in luck, right? What's wrong? Xia Hongyao blinked her big eyes. Her eyes are lively, bright, and innocent. At first glance, you can tell that she is the kind of girl who has not been beaten by the iron fist of society and is heartless, optimistic, and cheerful. If you make the wrong choice, you'll die. Lin Baici reminded. No, I believe in my reasoning. Xia Hongyao is very confident. Chapter 46. Open the cellar. Put the furnace into the furnace. Decide life or death. Reasoning? Lin Baici was shocked. Face life with a smile, and all suffering will go away? Is that why you got the smiley face? Besides, do you, a big bear girl whose intelligence is rated as D by Ghoul, have such a thing as intelligence? Yes, I often read Sherlock Holmes. Xia Hongyao made a V sign and commented on herself, I should be 70% as good as him. Lin Baici didn't know how Xia Hongyao's reasoning ability was, but this confidence value, it's off the charts. Okay, stop talking nonsense and quickly carve a smiling face. Xia Hongyao urged. You'd better choose the crying face. Lin Baici gave a kind reminder. Why? Xia Hongyao raised her head and looked at Lin Baici in confusion. Because if you choose the smiley face you will die. Lin Baici finished speaking in his mind, sighed, and could only make up a lie. What is making clay figures? It is creating life. Didn't you hear what the clay figure monster said just now? Throwing the clay mold 120 times and lifting it above the head is a ritual, in order to make the clay mold clinker come alive. This proves that the clay figure is alive. Live? 18D was startled. Don't interrupt, Ma Yuan said in a low voice. Go on. Xia Hongyao listened carefully. About 30 passengers nearby also came over. Clay figurines are a traditional craft. Since it is traditional, it is inevitable to follow some old customs. For example, in ancient times, men were valued more than women. If a boy was born, the whole family would be happy, but if a girl was born, the daughter-in-law would not be able to hold her head up high. Lin Baici made up the story, but his tone was cautious and his expression was serious. When he said this, his voice was not loud and he kept staring at the clay monster in the distance. If the other party did anything unusual, he would immediately keep silent. Yes, I heard that in the old days, some poor families were even more cruel. They would give away their newborn baby girls. If they couldn't give them away, they would just throw them into the river and drown them. 18D nodded vigorously, feeling that what Lin Baici said made sense. Your reasoning is more reasonable, so I choose the crying face. Xia Hongyao gave a thumbs up and continued carving. Lin Baici was speechless. Do you believe it now? Won't you question it a little more? Lin Baici was originally trying to organize his words to make them more persuasive, but now he has saved himself the trouble. Speaking of which, girls with an IQ of D are not completely useless. At least it's easy to cheat. Ma Yuan was obviously not that easy to fool. He looked at Lin Baici with a puzzled look on his face. Are you sure? Why do I feel like you just made up this excuse? Then do you have a better answer? Lin Baici asked back.
Without.
Ma Yuan lowered his head and carved a smiling face. Then I'll carve a smiling face too. 18D decided. This statement seems to make some sense. The travelers nearby also believed Lin Baici's words and made a decision. In everyone's opinion, there must be some logical relationship in choosing the face in this level, and no one thought it was a matter of luck. Etc. Etc. Songli saw everyone start carving and became anxious. This is a matter of life and death. Why don't you choose carefully? Didn't Xiao Linzi make a deduction? Xia Hongyao smiled with satisfaction. The logic chain is perfect, no problem. Then, what about the yin-yang face? Songli thought a lot. Is it possible to have half a smiling face and half a crying face? 18D was stunned, stopped carving, and looked at Lin Baici. Don't tell me, this is possible.
Yes.
Songli was very excited to see someone supporting her. Maybe the clay figurine monster is misleading us by saying to choose a face. The real answer is to carve a clay figurine that is half smiling and half crying, just like it. You are such a clever little fellow. Ma Yuan laughed. This kind of choice is about life. If you don't trust others, then do what you think. That's right. You only have one life, and the decision is in your hands. Xia Hongyao is not very old, only 20 years old, but as a god hunter, she has experienced several death crises and does not take such life and death decisions lightly. Xiao Linzi, you don't need to persuade her. Everyone's life is someone else's last bargaining chip. It's best for you to make the decision yourself. That way, even if you lose, you can only blame yourself. Lin Baici originally planned to persuade Songli, but Xia Hongyao's words made him change his mind. Yes, I am not qualified to make decisions for others. I have already told them the correct answer. It is their problem whether they listen or not. And what if what Ghoul said was wrong? Although it may be small, it is not nothing. Lin Baici seized the opportunity to carve a smiling face. 18D after listening to Xia Hongyao's words, he looked at the flustered Songli, then looked at the calm Lin Baici, and he lowered his head and smiled. I believe in Brother Lin. You. When Songli saw that no one paid attention to her, she was so angry that she vomited blood. Time is running out.
18 des friendly remindés.
I know, you don't need to say anything. Song Li yelled back, looking down at the clay sculpture, hesitant. To be honest, she is a selfish person. At this critical moment of life and death, she wants to make her own decision. Just as Xia Hongyao said, even if the choice is wrong, it is her own choice and she deserves to accept her fate. However, Song Li wanted to bring a few more people along. This way, if we make mistakes together, it can be a consolation. It's just that these people don't listen to Song Li, which makes her very annoyed. Hold. Song Li cursed and chose the smiley face. Lin Baici took the sculpture and carefully carved the clay figurine's facial features, hair, even Adam's apple, earlobes, and even fingerprints. In short, he tried his best to carve out everything that a person's body should have. The patrolling clay monster suddenly stopped and announced loudly, "Time's up, stop carving." Most of the passengers had put down their carving knives, and only about 20 people were still working. They had wasted too much time worrying about which face to choose. The clay monster didn't say it a second time. It raised its hands and clapped 3 times. Snap, snap, snap. As soon as the clay monster's slap sounded, the clay figures in the hands of the 20 or so people suddenly came to life, and like a big flea, they bounced onto their faces with a snap. Boom! The 20 or so unlucky guys had their heads knocked back by the clay figures. But what was even more terrifying was that the clay figures melted the moment they hit their faces, forming a red clay mask that stuck tightly to their faces. When your eyes are covered, you just can't see anything, but when your mouth and nose are blocked, you can't breathe. They grabbed their faces with both hands, trying to get the red mud off. They also wanted to call for help, but their mouths were blocked and they couldn't make any sound. The passengers around looked at this horrific scene, shivering. The suffocation of these punished people worsened. They fell to the ground one by one, twisting and struggling. Some of them even pounded their cheeks with their fists, but it was no use. Gradually, they all stopped moving. After all these people were dead, the clay monster spoke again. "Open the cellar." As the clay monsters stretched out their voices, a hole opened in the semicircular furnace on the earthen platform, which was more than 1 meter high and half a meter in diameter and bulged like a yurt. "Enter the furnace." The clay monster raised his hands and scattered a handful of clay powder. The clay powder fluttered in the wind, rolling over the earthen platform like snowflakes and falling on the clay figures on the stone slabs in front of the travelers. "Look!"
18 et exclaimed.
These newly molded clay figures began to twist their limbs, making rustling sounds. After only 5 or 6 seconds, some of them moved. They walked towards the furnace with their short legs. My clay figure moved. Song Li was very panicked, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Song Li quickly turned her head and looked around. Why didn't ours move? Should we wait a while? 18D is very panicked. The clay figures made by him, Lin Baici, Xia Hongyao, and Ma Yuan did not move. "Hubby, why isn't your clay figurine moving?" The pregnant woman was frightened when she saw the clay figure of the man with glasses standing there. Tears instantly turned into a river and flooded her cheeks. This means that one of them must be unqualified. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you survived." The man with glasses tried hard to force a smile and comforted his wife. That clay figurine monster said, "Enter the furnace." So if the clay figurine doesn't move, there must be something wrong with it. "Husband." The pregnant woman burst into tears. "It's okay. It's okay. You have to live well." The man with glasses hugged his wife with one hand and stroked her belly with the other hand, his expression gentle and painful. "Wife, get rid of him." "Ah?" The pregnant woman was dumbfounded, not knowing what nonsense her husband was talking about. "It's hard for you to get married with a child." The man with glasses also hopes that his wife will give birth to a son and leave a successor for the family. But how can his wife marry again if she has a child as a burden? Stop talking." The pregnant woman hugged the man with glasses tightly. "We should be qualified." The programmer with dark circles under his eyes raised his index finger, pushed up his glasses, and tried to comfort the people around him. Just as the man with glasses said, "The clay figurine monster is talking about putting it into the furnace, so whoever's clay figurine goes into the furnace now will be qualified. Because according to common sense, after the clay figure is made, it should be fired to fix its shape, right? I passed this step successfully." The programmer breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Baici. This big boy left a deep impression on him. Pity. His clay figure didn't move, which meant he was about to die. Why? If he survives, he will definitely become a skilled doctor in the future. There was a lot of noise. The programmer's explanation quickly spread throughout the platform. The players whose clay figures moved were overjoyed, with faces showing relief at having survived the disaster, while the passengers whose clay figures did not move were all in grief. Brother Lin, what should we do? 18D's voice trembled. We can't just sit there and wait for death, right? Let's fight, hit it. Xia Hongyao stared at the clay monster, ready to fight. Make one last effort. As for the fact that she failed the test because she listened to Lin Baici's reasoning, she didn't care at all and had no complaints. Can't be happy. Can't be happy. Songli warned herself not to laugh. Otherwise it would be too irritating to Lin Baici and the others, but she couldn't help but feel excited in her heart. I was right, but you didn't listen to me. Are you confused now? Lin Baici, if you listen to me, you can survive this time. Songli was moved and observed a moment of silence for Lin Baici and others. Chapter 47. Great Reduction. Don't talk so early. Ma Yuan widened his eyes and stared at the clay figures walking towards the kiln. There was still hope before the last moment. Ah. Songli chuckled and turned to look at Lin Baici, only to find that he looked calm and did not look like a dying man at all. Something is wrong. Why isn't he afraid? Could it be that someone's clay figure moved? Who died? Is that why he is so fearless? When Songli thought of this possibility, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Baici, aren't you afraid? That monster said, put it in the furnace. And according to the steps of making clay figurines, there must be a drying step. If your clay figurines don't move, you're dead. Think of a solution quickly. Songli muttered to herself. Go attack that clay monster now. If you kill it, you may still have a chance to survive. Lin Baici suggested. Afraid? Excuse me. I'm afraid the Godbang game is too easy and can't kill me at all. The clay figures made by the travelers walked to the nearest furnace and then jumped into the furnace with a leap.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! The lid of the furnace was immediately closed. Ignition. The clay monster's voice was melodious, with a strange accent, like a shaman from a primitive tribe chanting a spell to exorcise evil spirits. Boom! 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 The piled-up firewood in the stove under the cellar immediately began to burn. The orange-red flames rose and swayed like a banshee dancing. The noise on the earthen platform gradually died down, and the passengers stopped talking and stared at the furnace. The programmer with dark circles under his eyes had a high IQ and was good at planning before taking action. He believed that even if this step was successful, the next steps would be fraught with danger, so he began to encourage those failed passengers. Your lives have entered the countdown. If you want to survive now, you have to unite and fight that clay monster to the death. The programmer persuaded the passengers around him to fight hard. Even if they couldn't win, it would be good to test the weakness of this clay monster. These people hesitated. To be honest, if the big-bellied man had not had his head smashed by the clay monster, demonstrating his terrifying killing power, they would have taken action long ago. Seeing that these people were cowardly and afraid of death, the programmer shook his head in disappointment and walked quickly towards Lin Baici, ready to talk to him. This boy was willing to take risks at the critical moment. With his leadership, these losers should dare to give it a try. But after the programmer walked more than 10 steps, he suddenly felt very hot and began to sweat and feel hot, just like when his arm accidentally touched the stove while eating barbecue. What's going on? Aren't passengers allowed to move around freely? The programmer frowned, looked around, and then discovered to his horror that he was not the only one with problems. Why do I feel so hot? It's hot. It's hot. What's going on? Fuck, what happened again? The passengers were shouting, and some women were screaming. Baici. Ma Yuan looked delighted. He was worthy of being a god hunter, and he reacted quickly. He found that the people who were shouting about being hot were actually passengers who were made of clay and jumped into the furnace. Songli couldn't handle it with ease. She felt so hot, like she was taking a sauna. She was sweating like a pig and her clothes were soaked in just 10 seconds. Afterwards, the body began to feel hot, and there was a burning sensation as if being roasted by red-hot charcoal. Brother Lin, look at her. 18D's face was filled with fear. Not only Songli, but many other passengers' skin turned red, as if burned by red-hot charcoal, and bubbles appeared in clusters. Brother Lin, save me, I don't want to die. Songli struggled and threw herself towards Lin Baici, seeking help. The tears in her eyes just flowed out, but before they could flow across her face, they made a hissing sound and evaporated. Ma Yuan took a step forward and kicked Songli in the thigh. Boom! Songli screamed and fell to the ground. She couldn't get up and rolled on the ground in pain. Help me, please. Song Li's skin was visibly dehydrated, wrinkled, and charred, like a kebab on a barbecue. On the earthen platform, all the clay figures who entered the furnace felt as if they were being roasted by flames, and they were in excruciating pain. Why am I the one who is wrong? The programmer roared, heartbroken. He thought Lin Baici was a loser, but he didn't expect that he was the pathetic clown. If you want to survive, quickly attack that clay monster, Xia Hongyao shouted. In this desperate situation, a dozen passengers stumbled towards the clay monster, but more people ran towards the furnace, trying to take out their own clay figures. But the furnace was too hot, and the flames were too strong. When they put their hands on the cellar entrance, there was a sizzling sound and their palms were immediately burned. The smell of burning fat and flesh began to waft over the red clay pond, pungent and disgusting. Lin, brother Lin. Song Li's voice became hoarse, and her originally fair and smooth skin became charred and wrinkled, completely losing her previous beautiful appearance. Because her body was so hot, even the riveted high heels on her feet melted a little and stuck to her skin. Why? Lin Baici sighed and stared at the clay monster. It stood in the middle of the earthen platform, took a deep breath of the burnt smell floating in the air, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. Brother Lin, we passed. 18D was so excited that his face was dancing with joy, and he pumped his fist vigorously. The death of Song Li and others doesn't mean that the clay figurine makers who stayed behind have all qualified, right? When the dying Song Li heard these words, a huge feeling of remorse and regret instantly filled her chest like wild weeds growing wildly. I hate it so much. Why didn't I listen to that student? If I carve a crying face, I can survive. Wife. Wife. The man with glasses was so anxious that he wanted to hug his pregnant wife. But her body was like a piece of red-hot charcoal. It was too hot. Husband. The pregnant woman curled up in pain, tears streaming down her face. She felt so sorry for the unborn baby in her belly. Why should this little life suffer such a sin? Don't be afraid. I'm going to kill that monster. The man with glasses gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity and murderous intent. The only way he could think of to save his wife and children was to kill the clay monster. Do not go. The pregnant woman reached out to pull her husband's trouser leg, but pulled her hand back for fear of burning him. Don't go, try to survive. The pregnant woman begged, because she knew that once her husband left, he would surely die. God of War, is there any way to save them? Lin Baici clenched his fists.
Non.
Ghoul's answer was brief and to the point. This is rule pollution, a supernatural force that cannot be violated by human power. If you want to survive, you must abide by the rules that God taboos. The high temperature that the clay figures are subjected to in the kiln will be reflected back to the makers. So a few minutes later, the programmer is dead. The pregnant woman died. Song Li is dead too. In addition to them, 478 tourists who had carved the wrong expressions were also burned to death. Their bodies were completely dehydrated, charred, and curled up like sticks of burnt charcoal, with a strong burnt smell wafting from their bodies. Ugh, ugh. Some people couldn't stand this tragic scene and bent over and vomited. Brother Lin, ugh. 18D wanted to speak, but he ended up spitting out the food he had eaten at noon. Lin Baici also felt a little physically unwell. When you join the security bureau and start destroying the ruins of gods and sealing the taboo objects of gods, you will see even more horrifying death scenes than this. Ma Yuan patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. There are 288 people left. Xia Hongyao counted the number of people. With so many people dead, the platform suddenly became much quieter. Without even glancing at the corpses, the clay figurine monster announced loudly, "Congratulations, everyone! The dough sculpture has passed the test. The next step is the fourth step, baking it to set it in shape." When Ma Yuan heard the word qualified, he excitedly patted Lin Baici on the back. My team members are pretty good, right? Xia Hongyao showed off and was very proud. Are there any apprentices willing to step forward and be the first batch of candidates? The clay monster asked. The passengers looked around and no one said a word. It is estimated that the first group of people who went up would be in great danger. Lin Baici was also waiting, trying to figure out what to do in this step so that he could come up with a way to pass it, but Ghoul God spoke. Sign up and line up. This group has the highest chance of survival. After listening to this, Lin Baici immediately raised his hand. I attended. Swish. The passengers all looked over here. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, but no one looked at him as an idiot. Because Lin Baici's previous performance was great, he helped many people get through the body shaping stage. Such people. It's impossible to do stupid things. Xiao Linzi, what did you find? Xia Hongyao was very curious and asked in a low voice. In her opinion, Lin Baici had a strong reasoning ability and must have discovered some key points through clues. Ma Yuan and 18D looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an explanation. I didn't notice anything. I just thought that if I were the first to go, could I get some preferential treatment? Lin Baici made up a reason. You are very good. The clay monster grinned, but it looked like it was eating people. Please take your clay figure and go to a furnace. Choose a furnace that is close to the mud pond. Ghoul God reminded. If someone trusts me, just follow my lead. Lin Baici shouted loudly. Everyone looked at each other. Xia Hongyao picked up the clay figure she had made and followed Lin Baici. Hongyao, don't be reckless. The best way to deal with it is to wait for a wave of people to come up first and see what this level is going to do.
Ma Yuan persuaded.
According to the rules summarized by the Hunter Circle, in Rule Pollution, the people in the first wave are almost all cannon fodder, mainly used to collect intelligence. I believe him. Xia Hongyao is very confident in Lin Baici's intelligence. Besides, he is my reserve member. I can't watch him take risks alone. Lin Baici was stunned. A reserve member?
Yes.
Xia Hongyao smiled and said that after sealing this taboo object and going to Haijing, she would call her sister and ask for a place for Lin Baici to enter without taking the test. Such an amazing newcomer only appears once every 10 years, right? I must get it. Ma Yuan is in a dilemma. Should I go up or not? 18D didn't hesitate, picked up the clay figure and followed. Although he and Lin Baici have not been together for a long time, the other party is not only outstanding, but also extremely lucky. Every choice he makes is right. This kind of thigh, hold it tightly. You can live. Chapter 48. Add charcoal. Add charcoal. Add charcoal. The muddy and wet red mud in the mud pond has the effect of isolating high temperatures. If you use it to cook beggar's chicken, it won't be cooked. Ghoul God reviews. When Lin Baici heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He knew that to make beggar's chicken, you have to wash and skin the chicken, brush it with fat and seasonings, then wrap it in lotus leaves and yellow mud and roast it over a fire. Lin Baici thought of how Songli and the others died, and immediately rushed towards the mud pond. Snap! Lin Baici pounced into the mud pond like diving, and then began to roll around, getting covered in mud. Even so, he was still not satisfied and started to smear the red mud on his body, preparing to apply a layer. Brother Lin, what are you doing? 18D was dumbfounded. Lin Baici shouldn't be scared crazy. What are you waiting for? Come over here and smear mud on yourself, the thicker the better. Lin Baici urged. No wonder the Ghoul God asked me to choose the furnace near the mud pond. So this is what he meant. Xia Hongyao stretched out her long legs, rushed to the edge of the earthen platform, leaped into the mud pond, rolled a few times, grabbed a handful of red mud and smeared it on her face. The girl with the high ponytail is very pretty. Normally, most girls would be averse to such things that damage their image, but Xia Hongyao was having a lot of fun. Just like a husky. In terms of intelligence, Xia Hongyao is only slightly smarter than Era, right? After seeing this scene, Ma Yuan made up his mind. With him, given the meticulousness and caution shown by Lin Baici, how could he take any risk? Even if you take risks, I am somewhat confident about it. With him, must win. Ma Yuan picked up the clay figure and ran to the mud pond, rolling around like a wild boar, covering his body with mud. The clay monster looked at the four people expressionlessly, then his gaze fell on Lin Baici, and he curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. Are there any other apprentices who want to step out? The clay monster scanned the entire place. The man with glasses looked at his wife's body and her bulging belly. He tried to hold back, but still couldn't. Oh my God. The man with glasses roared and ran towards the clay monster. He's crazy. The clay monster stood there, motionless, and waited for the man with glasses to run over. Then it waved its big hand casually and hit the man with glasses on the head. Boom! The man with the eyes had his skull shattered, and blood, flesh, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered radially. Boom! The body fell to the ground. Who else wants to challenge me? The clay monster asked, casually shaking off the meat scraps on his hands. It is easier to kill a person than to kill a fly. No one answered. When the clay monster looked at them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look it in the eye. What a bunch of useless bastards. You can't even grasp the opportunity one gave you. Ingredients like this are too low-end. Even dogs wouldn't eat them. Ghoul despises. There are too few apprentices in the first batch. Since you are not willing to volunteer, I will select them. The clay monster pointed casually. You. It was ordered for 6 people. which made up exactly 10 people. Lin Baici looked and found that there was someone he knew, the middle-aged lady who was watching the TikTok video on the train. Hey, this flight attendant is pretty, but it's a pity that she's going to be roasted into charcoal. Ghouls regret. Otherwise, steam it, it's delicious. Among the 6 people, there was a woman, probably in her 20s, wearing a red skirt, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a red vest. The black stockings on her legs had many holes and were covered in mud, and one of her low-heeled black leather shoes was missing. She is wearing the high-speed rail attendant uniform. Hurry up and go to the mud pond and cover yourself with mud. Xia Hongyao urged. Hurry up and choose a furnace. The test will begin in 10 seconds. The clay monster urged and started the countdown. This time, it was too late for the 6 people to go. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only pick up the figurines and hurriedly look for the furnace. Choose the one that is closest to the mud pond. Lin Baici shouted, but no one listened. The clay monster's countdown was so quick that they panicked, like helpless sheep being chased by hungry wolves, and they all chose the cellar nearest to them. You 10 people, listen to my explanation and follow it strictly. The clay monster warned, I will only tell you once. The 6 people had no time to go and listen attentively. 18D's nerves suddenly tensed up and his ears pricked up. Hee hee. Lin Baici curled his lips and said, I can memorize anything I hear. As long as you tell it once, I can remember it and will not forget it for at least 3 years. Open the cellar. The clay figurine goes into the furnace. The travelers didn't have to do anything themselves. As the clay monster announced, the clay figures made by everyone moved by themselves, walked to the furnace, and jumped in. Fire. Boom. 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 The charcoal in the furnace began to burn. These charcoals are the size of a palm, 1 inch thick, and have very regular shapes. Blow the wind and heat up. After shouting this 4th sentence, the clay monster closed his mouth. The passengers stared at him and muttered the 4 processes. Lin Baici was observing the condition of the cellar furnace. Isn't it said that blowing air will increase the temperature? Why is there no movement? The next moment, Lin Baici realized that at this point, he needed to do it himself. He immediately squatted at the mouth of the furnace, grasped the handle of the bellows with his right hand, and pulled it hard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air blew into the stove, and the flame inside immediately exploded, and the charcoal burned even more vigorously. Ma Yuan and Xia Hongyao reacted and quickly pulled the bellows. Brother Lin, are you sure this is the right move? 18D was worried and wanted to wait and see if the clay monster had any new orders. Uncertain. Lin Baici didn't say anything definite. What if he was wrong? The other 6 people also started to operate. However, the flight attendant was obviously a girl from a big city. She had never seen a bellows, a tool that was only found in remote rural areas. She grabbed it for a moment, her face full of confusion. Fortunately, she had good adaptability. After seeing how Lin Baici and the others used it, she also began to grit her teeth and pull the bellows hard. Add charcoal. The clay monster gave the order. There was a lot of black charcoal piled next to the furnace. Everyone immediately grabbed a piece and threw it into the furnace. There was some black charcoal ash on my hands, but no one cared about these little things. How much? 18D threw 7 or 8 pieces in one breath. Then he looked up and saw that the clay monster didn't say anything, so he asked Lin Baici. Have no idea. Lin Baici only added a piece of charcoal. Although he didn't know how to make clay figures, this kind of work, like firing porcelain, required strict firepower, so he didn't add more rashly. And he was still waiting for Ghoul's comments, but the mysterious voice did not come. There are initially 10 pieces of charcoal in the furnace. How about we add 10 more? Ma Yuan suggested. The 10 travelers don't have to worry because the clay monster is speaking again. Add 3 pieces of charcoal. Very clear instructions. Everyone immediately threw 2 more pieces of charcoal in. But 18D, the Douyin lady, and the other 2 passengers were dumbfounded. They had just thrown several pieces in at once. Brother Lin, what should I do?
18 décriait anxiously.
3 more pieces should be fine, right? TikTok cursed with a trembling voice. Do you think it's possible? Ma Yuan was speechless. This step was obvious. If he didn't follow the instructions of the clay monster, he would definitely not be able to carve out a clay figure. So what are we going to do? The Douyin ant cried anxiously. Pick out the charcoal. Lin Baici's face was solemn. Ah? Aunt Douyin and 18D looked around immediately, but did not see any tools to take the charcoal out of the furnace. There aren't any fire sticks or shovels here? 18D complains. There wasn't even a blade of grass on the red clay platform, let alone other vegetation. 18D couldn't even break off a branch to use as a firewood stick. With your hands. Lin Baici knew that this answer was cruel, but it was the only way.
What?
18D, the Douyin lady, and the other two passengers who added too much charcoal were stunned. With your hands? They looked towards the furnace, where flames were blazing. If they put their hand in there, would it still be safe? There are no tools, so you can only use your hands, and you don't have much time to hesitate. Ma Yuan continued. Because you added too much charcoal, the firepower is different from others, which will definitely cause problems with the clay figurines. For people looked panicked. Brother Lin. 18D looked at Lin Baici and pleaded, think of a solution? No way. Lin Baici shook his head. Shit, why didn't this guy make it clear when he said he was going to add charcoal? The auntie on Douyin cursed, but it was of no use. Did I ask you to stop blowing? The clay monster questioned. Everyone was startled and quickly pulled the bellows. Add charcoal. 3. The clay monster spoke again. Lin Baici and the other 6 quickly grabbed the charcoal and threw it into the furnace. I just added 6 pieces. Now I don't have to go out to get the charcoal, right?
Tik tok a inte surprise.
18D's face turned pale. He wanted to take out a piece to match the number the clay monster said. For self-righteous fools, there is no point in hesitating at this time. It is too late for them to remedy the situation now. The difference in firepower has caused the success rate of making clay figures to drop to 70%. Ghoul sneered. 70% seems not low. But you have to know that the firing process has just begun, and we don't know how many steps are involved. If you want to live, you must follow this monster's instructions exactly. 18D, you'd better take out the extra charcoal, Lin Baici warned. 18D looked at the furnace that was lit up orange by the flames and couldn't bring himself to do it. Add charcoal. The clay monster spoke again. Add charcoal. Within a quarter of an hour, the clay monster shouted for more charcoal 3 times and never asked to stop blowing the bellows. So Lin Baici and 10 other people worked hard to pull the bellows. After absorbing the meteor stone and the divine skeleton in Longchan Temple, Lin Baici's physique was strengthened, and he could still withstand this kind of physical work. Xia Hongyao and Ma Yuan had no problem either, but the others suffered a lot, especially the delicate flight attendants and the Douyin auntie, who took turns pulling the bellows with both hands, but their arms were still sore and uncomfortable. If this were a square dance competition, I would win first place. The TikTok ant is depressed. Just when everyone was about to give up, new instructions came. Reduce the firepower. 18D cried, just like a student who looked at the final exam paper and found that he couldn't even answer the simplest easy-to questions. How do we lower it? We can't just dig the charcoal out of the furnace, can we? Chapter 49. Remove the charcoal, put out the fire, and start the furnace. Stop pumping the bellows, you idiot. Ma Yuan yelled, and at the same time reminded others. After he finished shouting, he quickly glanced at the clay monster. The other party had no intention of punishing him for what he said, which made him feel relieved. Yes, we can do this.
18 déçus dans l'ire Ilized.
Everyone stopped, rubbed their sore arms, and finally took a breath. But less than 2 minutes later, the clay monster spoke again. Reduce the firepower. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. How can we reduce the firepower if the bellows are no longer being pulled? In fact, there is another answer, which is to dig out the charcoal. If there is less charcoal, the flame will definitely be weaker, but the problem is, this thing is really hot. Lin Baici looked at the fiery furnace, picked up the pine torch, and prepared to use it as a fire stick. These furnaces have strong firepower. Any foreign objects thrown into them, except the firemen, will be burned to ashes. Ghoul warned. Lin Baici frowned. What this means is, can I only use my hands? Baici, hurry up and get the charcoal. When you finish using that torch, lend it to me.
Ma Yuan urged.
If you use a torch or anything else, you'll die. Lin Baici reminded. Ah? Then what do you use? Ma Yuan felt that Lin Baici was being overly cautious. With your hands. Lin Baici glanced at his left hand covered with a thick layer of red mud, and quickly and decisively reached into the furnace. Swish. Lin Baici held a piece of charcoal between his index and middle fingers and pulled it back with force. Snapped. The charcoal was pulled out of the furnace and fell onto the dirt floor. Fuck. Ma Yuan was stunned. Why are you so reckless? You clearly have a torch, but just for a possibility, you don't use it and instead take the charcoal with your bare hands? Ruthless person. Absolutely ruthless. Ma Yuan felt that within 2 or 3 years, this boy would definitely become famous in the God Hunter circle. It's okay, not hot. Lin Baici curled his lips and said, you guys should hurry up and get it too. I think Xiao Bai's concerns are correct. After Xia Hongyao finished speaking, she reached out to take the charcoal. Because of her strong physical aptitude and training in traditional Chinese martial arts, her movements were swift and agile, so fast that Lin Baici couldn't see clearly. As expected of a high ponytail with AA power and speed. Well, it doesn't hurt after all. It seems that wrapping it with red mud is the right thing to do. Xia Hongyao breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this layer of red mud, her entire hand would have been burned. 18D saw Ma Yuan taking charcoal and lowering the fire. He gritted his teeth, reached into the furnace, and pulled out a piece of charcoal. Not hurt. 18D was overjoyed to see that his left hand was fine, as if he had found a great bargain. Brother Lin, your prediction is really strong. When the others saw this, they immediately ran into the mud pond, wanting to be covered in red mud. If you don't reduce the charcoal and firepower within 5 seconds, you will be deemed a failure.
Los Deities.
The clay monster declared. When everyone heard this, they froze and the blood instantly drained from their faces. In such a short time, it is impossible to run into the mud puddle, let alone get covered in mud. The passengers who were watching were frightened, but also glad that they were not the first group. Many of them even ran towards the mud pond and began to cover their bodies with mud in order to avoid being out of time later. The Douyin auntie was afraid of death. She still wanted to play mahjong, square dance, and get free eggs from the supermarket every day. So she screamed, reached into the furnace, and pulled out a piece of charcoal. Ah! The aunt on Douyin screamed in pain. Her entire hand was scalded red, especially the 3 fingers that had touched the burning charcoal, which were covered with blisters as big as grapes. Fuck! 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 The aunt on Douyin cursed and jumped in pain. Go and wrap yourself in the mud. Xia Hongyao reminded loudly. The Douyin auntie ran away. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Xia Hongyao urged. Gone, let's fight. The female stewardess made up her mind, and just as she was about to reach her hand into the furnace, her body suddenly burst into flames. This is the clay figurine she made in the kiln. Because the temperature dropped too slowly, it was set on fire. Any damage done to the clay figure will be fully reflected back to its maker. Ah! The female flight attendant rolled on the ground in pain. Her red uniform, hair, and shoes were all on fire. The other 3 unlucky guys didn't have time to reduce carbon emissions and were all set on fire. They were like human torches, running and rolling around wildly. But soon, he lay on the ground, without a sound. The aunt on Douyin looked at the bodies that were burned to a black and smoking state, and suddenly she felt that the blisters on her hands were not so painful anymore. Reduce the charcoal and reduce the firepower. The clay figurine made a strange sound. With the experience from last time, everyone was relatively calm, except for the auntie on Douyin who was the most miserable. She screamed loudly after being scalded. Add charcoal. Blow the air. The clay monster doesn't want to leave the tourist idle. 18D they were in a hurry and picked up the charcoal. Just as they were about to throw it into the furnace, they were stopped by Lin Baici. Wait, use new charcoal, not the burned ones. Lin Baici reminded. When Ma Yuan heard this, he understood that Lin Baici was worried that if there was no need to remove the charcoal to cool it down, the firepower provided by a piece of charcoal that had just been burned would definitely not be as much as that of a brand new piece of charcoal. This will result in errors, which may cause the clay figurine to fail to be fired or be imperfect. This kid has a really big heart.
Ma Yuan sighed.
You have to know that this is a situation where he could die at any time due to the pollution of rules, but Lin Baici can still remain calm and think. That's amazing. Another 20 minutes later, after a series of tedious and busy operations, the 4th step of firing was finally completed. Remove the charcoal. Extinguishing. Open the furnace. The clay figurine has a strange and melodious voice. I survived. I survived. The aunt on Douyin cried with joy, but her expression soon became distorted and she grinned. Her entire body was already drenched in sweat, and she looked like she had just been fished out of the water. Her entire left arm had been severely burned, with grape-sized blisters all over it, densely packed together, looking disgusting. After Lin Baici and his 5 companions dug out the red-hot charcoal, the furnace door suddenly slammed. Opened. A heat wave rushed out with sparks. Get the clay figure. The clay monster urged. The temperature in the furnace was extremely high, but the crowd had no choice but to take the clay figures with their bare hands. Fortunately, the red mud in the mud pond has a heat-insulating effect, so Lin Baici and the other three will not be burned. But the same cannot be said for Aunt Doine. If she put this arm in there, it would definitely be broken. So she immediately ran to the red clay pond and wrapped her arm with mud. While running, the Doine ant kept staring at the clay monster. If it didn't allow her, she would stop immediately. But this time she was lucky, the clay monster did not stop her. Lin Bai said goodbye to the four people and took out the clay figure. This lowly creature who thinks she is smart is dead. All the residents who have been disturbed by the music she played while dancing in the square over the years can now celebrate with champagne. After smearing a thick layer of red mud on her body, the Doine ant ran back to the furnace, gritted her teeth, endured the pain, stretched her arm through the furnace entrance, and grabbed the clay figure. The next moment, the clay figure suddenly moved, grabbed the Doine ant's wrist, and pulled it back violently. This is the consequence of not taking out the clay figure immediately. Amid the screams of the ant on Doine, she was pulled into the cellar, followed by heart-wrenching screams and calls for help. The tourists on the platform were all frightened and looked pale. Gulp. 18D swallowed and looked at the clay figure that belonged to him on the ground with trepidation. The clay monster raised his right arm and then laid it flat in front of him. The people on the left side of my arm are the second batch. The assessment has begun. Please pick up your clay figurines and wait in front of a furnace. The unlucky ones who were chosen looked depressed. They cursed and complained, but they had no choice but to do as the clay monster told them. Because of the examples of Lin Baici and others, they had experience and rushed to scramble for the cellar stove near the edge of the mud pond, and even a pushing and shoving quarrel broke out over this. A well-located cellar stove can increase the survival rate, so at this time, everyone stopped being gentlemanly and even started fighting. Some passengers even ran into the mud again and grabbed the wet mud to smear on their bodies. Open the cellar. The clay figurine goes into the furnace. The clay figures made by the travelers immediately moved and jumped into the furnace closest to them. Some people who were soaking in the mud and smearing mud hurried back when they heard this, still holding the mud figures in their hands. But it was too late. Fire. Following the order from the clay monster, the lid of the furnace slammed shut and the charcoal in the furnace ignited. At this moment, cracks appeared on the clay figures that did not enter the kiln in time, and then they shattered with a crackling sound. Their master didn't even have time to call for help, and his entire body was torn into pieces like their clay figurine, and he died on the spot. The bright red blood flowed and wet the earthen platform. 36 dead. Ma Yuan sighed. Most of the dead were women. They only wanted to wrap themselves in red mud to avoid being burned. As for the cellar stove, they felt that they were too small and weak to get one themselves, so they decided to just pick one at random. But they don't think about it. Will the clay monster give you enough time to run to a furnace? The clay monster began to give instructions. Every traveler tries to be perfect. Because they were mentally prepared, they did not hesitate when reducing the charcoal. In addition, there was red mud on their arms, so apart from feeling a little hot, they were not burned. This way they felt at peace. Can survive. Every passenger's eyes are full of hope. Lin Baici looked at the Rolex on his wrist and compared it with the orders given by the clay monster. Why do you keep looking at your watch? 18D worried. Is there a problem?
Without.
After Lin Baici finished speaking, he frowned. Wrong. At this time, it is time to reduce the charcoal and lower the firepower. Why didn't the clay monster give any instructions? Lin Baici raised his head and looked at the people standing in front of the furnace, listening attentively, waiting for the clay monster to give instructions. Continue like this. They will all die. It's time to reduce carbon. Lin Baici shouted and stared at the clay monster. If the other party didn't allow him to speak, he would shut up immediately. Chapter 50 Rating and Comments. On the earthen platform, it was very quiet except for the crackling sound of burning charcoal. The passengers breathed softly, for fear of making any noise and not being able to hear the clay monster's instructions, so Lin Baici's voice was very irritating to their ears. Swish. Everyone turned and looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici didn't speak immediately, but stared at the clay monster. If it had any extreme reaction, Lin Baici would not remind everyone again. The clay monster turned its head and looked at Lin Baici. Although its eyeballs were clearly made of clay, they revealed a look of surprise. It didn't expect that. Lin Baici can remember every step of making clay figurines. It's time to reduce carbon, Lin Baici shouted. But this guy didn't give any instructions? The speaker was a man in his 30s with bald spots and swollen eyes. It should be deliberately silent. Lin Baici explained. He knew this man. In the waiting hall, Ghoul had commented on this sleepy, hungover man, saying that he was addicted to alcohol. Swish. Everyone looked at the clay monster. The clay monster suddenly grinned and said nothing. You sure? How can he be sure? He can't possibly remember every step, right? But he has no reason to cheat us, right? And he has helped everyone before. The passengers were murmuring to each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. But almost everyone ignored Lin Baici's words and waited for the clay monster to give instructions. After all, if you do something wrong, you will die. That's all I have to say. It's up to you to decide whether to believe it or not. Lin Baici sighed and gave up trying to persuade him. No wonder Ghoul said the first batch had the highest survival rate. It turned out that the clay monster would deliberately skip a few steps in the next assessment. If the person taking the assessment cannot remember the entire process, it will be a failure. Brother Lin, can you remember when to add charcoal, when to reduce charcoal, and when to blow air to increase the temperature?
18 des curieux.
Lin Baici nodded. While he was firing the clay figures, he had been looking at his watch, whispering the time, and memorizing it all by ear. No wonder you keep looking at your watch. Ma Yuan suddenly realized. Hiss. 18D gasped. Isn't this memory too terrible? Etc. If what Brother Lin said is right, then these people... This time the coal was reduced not once, but 3 times. The clay monster didn't say anything, and the passengers didn't do it, so they suffered a tragedy. Just when the hungover man wanted to ask the clay monster Lin Baici if what he said was true, his body suddenly exploded and caught fire. Just like the lamb chops in the oven, they begin to dehydrate visibly and turn burnt. A cloud of black smoke filled the air. The hungover man screamed. He wanted to take the charcoal out of the furnace without the instructions of the clay man, but it was too late. When others saw this, they all took action, but it was too late. All the travelers who participated in this assessment reduced the charcoal too late, which resulted in the clay figures in the furnace being burned, and the damage was thus reflected back to them. All these people were set on fire, like human torches. The onlookers were horrified and hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. 2 minutes later, there were charred corpses on the ground. 119 people, all dead. The air was filled with the nauseating stench of burning fat and muscle. The remaining passengers, seeing this horrifying scene, couldn't help but look at Lin Baici. If these people had listened to him, they would not have died. Don't just stand there, go and apply the red mud. Lin Baici yelled. Everyone rushed into action. There were so many dead bodies lying on the platform, it was scary to look at, but the clay figurine was as calm as ever. The rest of you, take your clay figurines and go to a furnace and wait. There was a lot of chaos and some people even lost their shoes. With the lessons learned from the previous batch, everyone acted quickly this time. Open the cellar. The clay figurine goes into the furnace. Fire. The firing of clay figures has begun. The monster walked around casually, inspecting the platform and issuing various instructions. While the passengers did as they were told, they kept looking at Lin Baici. Handsome, if there are steps that are deliberately not mentioned, you must tell us. Stop talking, don't disturb the handsome guy, and pay attention to the instructions. God bless you. God bless you. The passengers looked nervous, like frightened birds. 15 minutes later. It's time to reduce the fire and charcoal, 3 pieces. When Lin Baici saw that the clay monster didn't say anything, he quickly reminded him. This time, no one hesitated and immediately took charcoal from the furnace. The process of firing the clay figurines takes less than 30 minutes, but to the tourists, it seems as long as a journey through the 18 levels of hell. Finally, when the clay monster said the 3 words, remove the charcoal, put out the fire, and open the furnace, the passengers felt like they were finally relieved. Some women even wet their pants when they relaxed after being nervous. The passengers cried with joy. After taking the clay figurines out of the furnace, they immediately ran to Lin Baici and thanked him. Thank you, handsome guy. Handsome boy, I'll kowtow to you. Do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter who is 8 years old and in the 3rd grade of elementary school. She is very beautiful. The passengers surrounded Lin Baici. In addition to expressing their gratitude, they also wanted to get to know him and establish a good relationship with him so that Lin Baici would save themselves first before saving others. The young woman who said she had an 8-year-old daughter had fair skin, beautiful looks, a plump body, and was good-looking. You could consider her. When Lin Baici heard this, he turned his head and took a look. The woman was covered in mud, and her face looked tired and disheveled, and there was no trace of her charm at all. Of course, The best source of milk is still this summer red medicine. It is recommended to buy the best fruits, vegetables, and grains and feed them carefully. No pain, no gain. Don't be afraid of trouble. 1 bottle of milk a day strengthens a man's core. Can you please be serious? Lin Baici wanted to know more about how to defeat this clay monster. Very good. Next is the last step, the review and scoring phase. The clay monster announced loudly, "Who is willing to be the first one to come?" Everyone looked at each other with fear in their hearts, and finally looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici remained indifferent. Since no one else has stepped forward, I'll choose one myself. The clay monster obviously had no patience, and then pointed, "You, come forward." The unlucky person chosen was a middle-aged man. He immediately looked at Lin Baici in panic and asked him for help. "Handsome guy, help me? Hurry up and get up, or you'll get 0 points." The clay monster urged. The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and hurried to the clay monster. Seeing it stretching out its hand, he handed over the baked clay figure tremblingly. The facial features are unclear, and the eyebrows and ears are missing. Hands and feet are of different lengths. It's overburned, and there are cracks all over it. The clay figurine monster pointed out 7 faults in one breath, shook his head in disappointment, and lost interest in commenting on the clay figurine any further. This is an eyesore, 0 points. After the clay monster finished speaking, he threw the clay figure in his hand to the ground. Boom! The clay figure broke into pieces. The middle-aged man screamed and fell to the ground. His body looked like he had fallen from a skyscraper. Blood was gushing out of him. His bones were shattered, and his body was twisted beyond recognition. The passengers shivered and stepped back, trying to use other people's bodies to shield themselves, because their clay figurines also had the same problems that the clay monster pointed out. If this is chosen, it will be a dead end. Come here. The clay monster picked another one. Brother, come up with a solution. The unlucky guy looked at Lin Baici pleadingly, as if he regarded Lin Baici as his last straw. You're next. Remember, when this monster finishes commenting and asks you to leave, you must immediately smash the clay figurine in your hand. Otherwise, this thing will come alive and snatch your heart. Not finished yet? Lin Baici was shocked. He thought that after the clay monster finished commenting, he could pass the game of God taboo, but he didn't expect that he would have to fight with the clay man he made. It's such a bummer. As expected, the survival rate of a rule pollution with intensity 5.0 is extremely low. The middle-aged man got 40 points, which was not passing. When the clay monster was throwing clay figures, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and launched a desperate attack. But he didn't even touch the clay monster, and it smashed his head with a slap. Next. The clay monster acted as if he had killed a mosquito and didn't care at all. He raised his right hand and prepared to call out the name again. Ikome. Lin Baici raised his right hand. Swish. Everyone looked over, shocked. Xiao Linzi, have you figured out anything? Xia Hongyao looked excited. Ma Yuan and 18D also looked expectant. I'll try it first. If I can survive, you guys do it my way. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he walked towards the clay monster. Brother Lin, there's no need to take risks yourself. Let others go first. 18D lowered his voice and persuaded, in order to survive, the people present will definitely be willing to give your method a try. Let me do it. Lin Baici smiled. Xiao Linzi, here I come. Xia Hongyao held Lin Baici and said, You have helped me so much, it is time for me to step up. After all, I am the leader of the group. Even if the sky falls, I have to hold it up. I cannot let the members take risks. Lin Baici was stunned. He realized that Xia Hongyao's expression was very serious when she said this. This girl is sincere. What a noble soul. Look at the fragrance she exudes. So tempting. I want to eat da. Steaming is recommended. There was a strong sense of drooling in Gul's tone. Don't worry, I've always had good luck. Xia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, took the clay figure, and walked towards the clay monster. Snapped. Lin Baici grabbed her arm. Stop it. Lin Baici didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt a little touched. This high ponytail girl can deal with it. Just wait patiently. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Baici walked towards the clay monster. He did not have the look of nervousness, fear, or the determination of risking his life. Instead, he had a calm look on his face, as if what he was about to face was not a horrible monster that killed people indiscriminately, but a lame old dog looking for food in the garbage dump. How brave.
Ma Yuan secretly prized.
Chapter 51. Raw Food Master Lin Baici. There was silence on the red clay platform. There was no wind, so the residual heat from the furnace did not dissipate, making people feel unbearably hot. The clay monster took Lin Baici's work and examined it carefully. The facial features are clear. He even carved out the earlobes, and the eyebrows were very similar to the real person. Long limbs. The t-shirt sticks to the clay figure's belly, and you can see its abdominal muscles. The clay monster turned around and looked at Lin Baici's belly. Lin Baici reached his right hand behind his back, grabbed his shirt, and pulled it back. The t-shirt stuck to his abdomen, revealing the outline of his muscles. The personal characteristics are obvious. It's a replica of the person. The clay figurine monster handed the clay figurine back to Lin Baici. Except that it is not lifelike enough, and its appearance is a little different from the original. Everything else is quite good. I give it a score of 9. The clay monster's mouth curled up and revealed a smile. This time it was not ridicule, but satisfaction and appreciation of Lin Baici's craftsmanship. An ordinary person who has never been exposed to clay sculpture can achieve this level suddenly after getting started, which shows that he is talented and gifted. He really passed the test. A genius is a genius. They can do the same thing perfectly. You can't refuse to accept it. The passengers were envious. Back off. The clay monster looked at the crowd, ready to choose the next one.
Thanks.
Lin Baici seemed respectful, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted all his strength with his right hand and smashed the clay figure in his hand towards the clay monster's face. It would have been the most sensible thing to do to smash it to the ground and crush it, but Lin Baici had participated in such a horrifying game of divine taboos, and he was furious. He really couldn't swallow his anger if he didn't punch this monster. Boom! The clay man hit the clay monster in the face, breaking its hands and feet, but most of its body was intact. The passengers were stunned and screamed. What is this for? You've already passed the level. Why do you still want to fight that clay monster? But what frightened them even more was that a 3-meter-tall Buddha statue appeared. It should be a Buddha statue. It has a bunch of fleshy buns on its head like the Tathagata Buddha, big ears hanging down, and a string of prayer beads hanging around its neck. But the problem is, this guy is full of muscles, as if he was fed with protein powder since childhood, and there are blood vessels on his skin that bulge like earthworms, giving off an aura of violence and ferocity. Correct. It was also wearing only a pair of leather shorts. As soon as the muscular Buddha appeared, he twisted his waist and swung his arms, and his right fist was like a heavy artillery, first hitting the clay figure that had not fallen yet, and then carrying it, hit the clay figure monster's face heavily. Boom! The clay monster was knocked away, and its entire face was a little sunken. The clay figure that Lin Baici had made was directly turned into a pile of clay powder under this violent punch, floating in the air. Fuck it! Lin Baici held the pine torch in his right hand and quickly drew it on the ground to light it. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Where are the others? Why are they gone? Does that mean we can leave if we smash this clay figurine? He should have left this damn place, right? The passengers looked around anxiously and with a glimmer of hope. There was a clay figure that was made very poorly. A male passenger, knowing that he would not pass the checkpoint, threw the clay figure to the ground and stomped on it a few times. This is his last hope. Boom! Boom! The clay figure broke into pieces. Everybody looked over. Why didn't I leave here? This isn't fair. The male traveler cried out in despair. The next moment, his body exploded with a bang, breaking into pieces, with blood and internal organs splattering everywhere. It seems that the only way to leave here is to give comments and smash the clay figurine. Xia Hongyao muttered to herself and raised her foot to ask the clay monster for comments. Don't be in a hurry, wait for others to try first. Ma Yuan grabbed Xia Hongyao. There's no time left. If Xiaobai goes out, he will definitely be targeted by Black Shark 3. I have to go and help. Xia Hongyao wanted to pull Ma Yuan's hand away. Hongyao, calm down. Ma Yuan didn't let go. Joke. This is Xia Hongyan's sister. If she died here, Xia Hongyan would definitely blame her, and at that time, living a life worse than death would be the least of her worries. When Ma Yuan thought of Xia Hongyan's horrific battle records, he held Xia Hongyao's hand even tighter. Wait a little longer. Someone will definitely follow Baici's example. Let's be patient.
Ma Yuan persuaded, Besides, Baici so smart.
He has seen the power of Black Shark 3, so he will definitely run away. When Xia Hongyao heard this, she immediately thought it made sense. Lin Baici cannot beat Black Shark 3, but if he wants to run away, with his IQ comparable to that of Sherlock Holmes, there will be no problem. In front of Lin Baici, yellow sand was flying. He looked up and found that he was still in a carriage, but the glass windows were broken and a layer of dust had already accumulated on the ground. Out! Lin Baici waved his fist excitedly. Gurgle. A strong feeling of hunger suddenly hit Lin Baici's stomach, causing cramps. A delicious meal at the tail end of the car. Lin Baici started running. There were many dead bodies lying in the carriage. It only took Lin Baici 2 minutes to rush to the rear of the car. He glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on the luggage rack above the second seat. There was a silver trolley case on it. Lin Baici rushed over and took down the suitcase. After letting the muscle Buddha smash it open with his iron fist, Lin Baici saw a 1-foot-long clay figure inside. The clay figure has no gender and is not wearing any clothes. Its limbs are twisted in strange ways and its belly is very big, as if it is pregnant. Its face was half smiling and half crying, with its big tongue sticking out and making a mocking grimace. What the hell is this? Lin Baici frowned. The first time he saw this thing, he felt physically uncomfortable. It looked like those scary props in horror movies. An ugly clay doll. No one would like it except a mentally ill person. But there is a delicious divine grace on this doll. Divine grace? Lin Baici's eyes lit up, and then he became a little worried. After absorbing it, it won't cause any damage to the body, right? Who knows if this clay doll is like those poisonous mushrooms, which will make people see little people after eating them and sing and dance with them. Ghoul didn't even think about answering. It just started attacking. On both sides of Lin Baici's shoulders, a translucent slender arm stretched out, as if condensed from starlight. They grabbed the clay doll in midair and pulled out a fist-sized ball of light from the clay doll's body. The ball of light looks like a soap bubble, colorful, with a light golden ball inside, like a small sun. Thank God for the gift. After the god of Ghoul finished praying, he stuffed the ball of light into Lin Baici's mouth. The soap bubbles burst, and the golden balls melted in the mouth, like a cup of hot milk, pouring into Lin Baici's stomach. A feeling of fullness immediately arose, making Lin Baici feel as comfortable as a wild cat basking in the warm spring sunshine. Along with it came some mysterious knowledge, which was imprinted in the mind. But this wonderful feeling lasted less than 3 seconds, and Lin Baici had no time to learn about these things, such as what does red rolling stone mean? A stronger feeling of hunger was born again. This time, Lin Baici felt like a starving person who had been hungry for half a year, and his stomach began to cramp. What happened? Lin Baici subconsciously looked at the clay doll. He had an urge to eat it raw. There is actually a piece of divine bones in this clay doll? Profit. Profit. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without external wealth. I ate so much that I had to walk with the help of a wall. Ghoul's voice was filled with joy, as if he had gone out to buy groceries and picked up a lottery ticket and won 10 million. God's body? Lin Baici's expression lit up with joy, and he immediately turned over the clay doll and checked it, trying to find a gap and take out the divine remains inside. But there is no crack at all on the clay figurine, let alone a small cut, and the whole body is seamless. Smash it and take the god's body. My stomach is already thirsty.